What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Guilty as Charged podcast, coming to you live for day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Super excited. We've had some time to think about the Omarion Hampton pick, so we'll talk about that ahead of the start of the draft, but we're about 13 minutes away from the beginning. So joining me, as always, is my guy, Tyler. Tyler, what's up, man? How you doing today?
Doing very, very well. I slept on it, woke up, and felt good. I feel about as good about that pick as I did yesterday. I feel good about it today. You know, I realized that it was that Hampton was a player we discussed as one of the safest players in the draft, and for very good reason. The numbers, the data, the stats, the film, they were all there, and I'm glad the Chargers at least agreed enough. It was the number one player on our board. So, like, it has to work or we're idiots. So I'm at least happy for now that they went with someone that it made sense to us based on the board that was there. I feel good. I will say teenagers are very honest, and they couldn't understand why the Chargers took Hampton at 22. So they were perplexed, given the Najee Harris of it all. But otherwise, I feel good. The internet seems not divided. There's just like was that good value or was it not? And should they have traded back instead? But overall, I'm happy with the pick. The press conferences that he's done seems like a very nice guy. I can't wait to see him get out there with Jim Harbaugh, almost like a bit of a shyer guy too. So I think that I'm very curious to see how Jim Harbaugh brings out the best in him.
Yeah, I think we can have a conversation about should they have traded down or should they have stuck at pick 22. I think you can convince me that they should have done that. Like I think this is a situation where we obviously don't know what the compensation was, but trading down from 22 to 32, that's a big difference, and you potentially could go all the way down, and that's where you talk about like Trayvon Henderson. That's where you talk about one of these edge rushers or one of these other defensive tackles or things like that. So it's just a different conversation. This group clearly valued him, and if I had to guess, they probably had him as their last first round grade, and they decided to stick and pick him. So they took it down to the wire. As we know, they were having conversations with at least two teams. There was some stuff going around about like, were the Giants talking to them, were the Falcons talking to them? I wasn't able to get a clear answer on the Giants, but I know the Falcons were not they were not a part of that conversation. The Falcons were moving up from 46 to 22. That's a big jump, and the Chargers were not interested in going down that far. I think that's ultimately what led to why they did not make a trade with the Giants, is because they didn't want to trade out of the first round completely. So an Eagles trade could have happened. You can reason with me that maybe that should have been the case, but the Chargers did not want to trade out of the first round entirely. So this is a situation where they decided to stick and pick their best player. A lot of people still upset that they did not take Matthew Golden. You'll just never convince me that Matthew Golden was a better pick for this specific team. Mm-hmm. I understand that I'm lower on him than probably most people are. But for this specific franchise and the way that they evaluate and value wide receiver, I just never really saw him as a fit for the Chargers. I think there are real concerns about his consistency. I think there are real concerns about his ability as like a blocker. As Alex Katzen has pointed out, he actively avoids blocking. So can you teach him to do those things? Sure. Can you coach him up? Sure. But you don't have to worry about consistency with Hampton. You don't have to worry about blocking. Like, I went back and watched some of my notes about his blocking, and he's a fantastic pass protector. He will block on jet sweeps and things like that. So he's a really selfless football player as a running back. And I think that's ultimately what Hampton checked every box that they could possibly want as a prospect.
Yep.
But if you prefer them to trade down, I get it. But Hampton, I'm a big fan of, and I think he just checked more boxes than anybody else that was on the board for them.
Yeah, the trade down plus favorite player, of course, is the best case scenario, but you always cannot guarantee that best player that you want is there. Right. And imagine they trade down and they're looking at a board without Hampton and a board without Golden. So where are you kind of going in that, in that range? We went with a corner once. I would have gotten that. I would have understood that. But Chargers fans would have been up in arms if that's what they did. Like, yeah, they traded down. What'd they get? Trey Amos. Me? Stoked. Chargers fans? Not stoked. So it doesn't, you don't always know. You don't always know for sure. Again, we don't know what the compensation was. I really did like what Hampton said in his press conference, because of all the ways I could have described him, and not that he can't do this, but I was so surprised when asked, like, what part of your game do you want like Chargers fans to know about the most? He said, like, I want Chargers fans to be able to trust me in those small situations, one situations. And I thought that was so interesting because that's, Jaquindon Jackson, Damian Martinez, maybe a Cam Scattaboo, not that Hampton isn't a contact guy. He's one of the better post-contact guys, but not like he didn't strike me as that. So for him to say that, I thought it was actually really interesting and specifically notable because the Chargers really struggled with that last year.
Right.
So it was a very interesting comment from him. I didn't expect him to go that route, but as you said, he checked every box there. I saw a lot of, before the selection was even made and after the selection was made, all this discussion about Mike Green in particular and Luther Burden and the corners like Will Johnson. We more are higher on Revel, I think, than the consensus, I guess. I mean, we are because he didn't go in the first round, but we'd understand why. But I was actually surprised to see so much discourse about Green, Burden, and Johnson in particular. I didn't know how bad Will Johnson's, injury was, but we knew there was something there. I'm surprised how many people didn't know about Mike Green and what was going on in that situation. And like during our big board episode, we discussed Burden as a, unfortunately, an issue in terms of character. So if you're confused about maybe why they didn't go that route, for those people who are wondering, there's a lot more there. Some that we have discussed, some that we can't. The other one obviously is Golden, and for me, he was number 19, I believe. Nope, 17 on my big board with Hampton at 11. So I understand like why fans would have argued for Golden. To me, one, Hampton is a higher ranked prospect for me, but two, as I mentioned on Twitter today, like Hampton was number 2 in our per play stats, just behind, funny enough, Caleb Johnson, which I wouldn't have expected, but number 2 in per play stats out of 30 running backs, and Golden was like 24th out of 37. So funny enough, guess who was 24th out of whatever it was last year for the receivers?
Matthew Golden.
No, that was Matthew Golden, but I mean the previous year.
Oh, the previous year, 24th.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Brendan Rice. And I'm not saying those two, like Golden's a better prospect than Brendan Rice. Don't get me wrong.
But Brendan Rice was a 7th round pick.
Yes, granted that was later than I certainly expected for sure. And then that's not an end all be all, but we discussed Golden as one of the more risky prospects in the draft, and Hampton is one of the safer prospects in the draft. And we only got to pick 8 for each of those segments, 10 for each of those segments. We didn't spend a ton of time on a ton of different names. And so if you're looking at, as we evaluated, one of the safest players or one of the most risky players, yes, of course the Chargers need a receiver. We've discussed that ad nauseum. But I would go with the safer player. I understand why they would do it for so many different ways.
Yeah, I understand that as well. And I got some pushback online today because there were certain analysts that said that they thought that Hampton should have been a zone running back, and then he's not as good in gap, and he doesn't have like the vision and things like that. And I don't see that. I don't see somebody that has like elite vision. This is not, like Bijan Robinson to me he had elite vision, right? Like that's something I think he graded very highly in, but it's not an issue either. And I think highlighting his ability in this scheme specifically, I went and looked at, PFF has like the rushing directions, and they can like look at how effective you are in those specific gaps. And when running between the A gaps, which is the gaps between the center and each guard, Omarion Hampton on 110 attempts this previous year at North Carolina, he had 733 yards. He averaged 6.7 yards per attempt. He had 18 runs of 10 plus yards. He averaged 4.53 yards after contact per attempt, and he forced 25 missed tackles on those 110 attempts. When you're talking about like in between the hedges and in between a phone booth, he measures out better than anybody in this class, not named Ashton Genty. And, those numbers are high-end numbers. Like this guy is averaging almost 7 yards per attempt when running right behind the center. Like those are elite efficiency numbers. And so this is, the more that I have thought about this, the more that I like this pick. Obviously, there were players that I wanted more than him, at
Yeah.
positions of greater value. Obviously, we loved Derek Harmon, and
Mhm.
rest in peace, Mrs. Harmon.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
a horrible, horrible
Awful.
situation. I can't imagine the highs of getting drafted and then having to go see your mom pass away in the hospital. Like
Mm.
that's insane to me. So literally, like, thoughts and prayers out to
Yeah.
Derek Harmon and his family.
Yeah.
But when it was Hampton, there was a lot of like, well, what are they doing? They don't need a running back, as your teenager said. But the more you look at this player
Yeah.
individually, you understand it. Najee Harris is on a 1-year contract, so this is your future RB1, and I think this is a really, really fantastic pick. The more that we've thought about it, the numbers are great. And you mentioned us having him as the safest player, one of the safest players in the class.
Yeah.
I can't wait to go back and look at some more games. Like, I watched 4 2024 games. I'm
Mhm.
going to go back and look at some 2023 games this weekend, just because I'm just so excited that this guy is a Charger, man. Like,
Yeah.
such a perfect fit. Seems like a great kid, and I think he's going to be fantastic. And the next missing piece for the Chargers run game is figuring out who they want to start at left guard. And then once they do, they have pretty much everything else set. And it's
Yeah.
we've come a long way. They have the tackles, they have the right guard. Technically, they have to figure out center as well. But now they have blocking tight ends. Now they have 2 running backs. So, Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman, they posed the question last year of, imagine Justin Herbert with a run game. I don't think they really had the horses to do it last year.
Yeah.
They're much closer this year to being able to do that.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch this year is better than the 1-2 punch last year. Dobbins, on a per play basis, better than Najee Harris. I contend he is a better running back than Najee Harris. But then, okay, Gus Edwards versus Omarion Hampton. I think Hampton's going to do just fine. Yeah, and this rest of the draft now and post draft, of course, is about making this the right selection. Okay, so you went with a running back in round 1 with so many other needs, other available players. Now it's about making this right. So I think last year, Gus Edwards faced more, stacked boxes than Najee Harris did for the Steelers last year. And J.K. Dobbins was right behind him in terms of percentages. So you need to make sure you find, and if I don't think that's Mike Williams, find a field stretcher, find somebody who opens things up for you, who you don't have to stack the box against these guys all the time. Because right now they'll just do the same thing. Najee Harris, okay, Hampton, great. They're just going to do the same thing again because the Chargers faced so many stacked boxes last year. I think Gus Edwards was number 1. Granted, Gus Edwards never caught a pass, and Greg Roman never threw to running backs. So when Gus Edwards is in, you knew what they were doing. But still, J.K. Dobbins wasn't far behind. So you got to find a way to open things up for those running backs. So looking there would be great. Left guard, as you mentioned. Center, as you mentioned. I'd argue, tight end can do that same thing for you, et cetera, et cetera. So find a way to make that work from a on-field football offensive perspective, and then find a way to be right when it comes to the rest of the team. Okay, you went with running back. How are you going to solve corner, edge, D tackle, receiver, tight end, the rest of the way as well? So now it's up to Joe Ortiz to go, all right, I got you. I got BPA. I went BPA. A lot of Chargers fans wanted that until it became a running back, which is funny. But he did that. And now it's up to him the rest of the way, just like he did last year, to go, all right, now watch this and go get your McConkey and your Cam Hart and your Tarheeb still. And I still believe in Junior Colson, et cetera. So you can't do that all today. You obviously have tomorrow as well, and they have a lot of picks tomorrow. But I would love to see how I'm excited to see how Joe Ortiz goes. All right, I see your complaints about the Hampton pick. Watch this.
Yes. Sorry, I was getting distracted because Alex was sending us something. According to Mike Florio, the Chargers-Eagles trade down issue fell through because of an issue in communication to the league. So apparently both teams were on board. There was a deal that they agreed to, but one of the sides did not communicate the official terms properly to the league. So
interesting.
Miscommunication on the trade ends up nixing the trade down deal, which they apparently had agreed to. So very, very interesting to think about there.
Yeah. Back to my previous point, Scoot says Dobbins is not better than Najee, considering Najee has never missed a game and JK has never had a healthy season. Availability is very good, but ability is still ability. And I think JK has, I'm not saying he's had a better season by any means, but I think JK with the Chargers last year was better than Najee, even if the counting stats and the games played are there for Najee.
Yeah, if you look at explosive play potential and in terms of creating stuff when nothing is there, like JK is I would take J.K. Dobbins over Najee right now. All due respect to Najee. Injury stuff definitely a thing for J.K. But just if I had to go play a football game tomorrow and I needed a running back, I'm taking J.K. So yeah, a little unfortunate the Chargers and Eagles were not really able to get that done, but very happy with Omarion Hampton nonetheless.
Yeah, as am I. So we've talked so much about what the Chargers could do here today. We've discussed it over and over again. D tackle, tight end, receiver, whatever. Anything that you acquired in terms of intel over the night or this morning that you'd like to share?
The expectation, according to a couple of sources, is that the Chargers will go offense again in the second round here. It was not specified which, but if you look at the way that Daniel Jeremiah and Albert Breer and some of these other guys have talked about what they expect early in the second round here, it's apparently going to be a lot of the wide receivers are going to go early. It's going to be a lot of the tight ends in this particular round. So it just kind of depends, how does the offensive line fit into that kind of situation? This is definitely a need. And again, you talking about making your first round pick hit, taking a left guard is probably also part of that conversation. So I do expect them to go offense in the second round, unless it's just nobody available. There's just a lot of potential value here. It was reiterated to me again that the Chargers do really, really like Torrey Horton, which I feel awful about because I don't have a great opinion on him right now. But they like Torrey Horton, and if they want him, they probably will have to take him at pick 55.
That's a tougher one for me. Obviously, McConkey carried some risk with his injuries, but that was behind him when he ran a 4.39. So that would keep fine. And Horton, I believe,
and McConkey was always miss a game here or there. It was never anything like any real major injury.
Yeah. So 55 feels early, but I'd understand why they'd go with him, especially if there's a run on receivers. So, as we've been doing with the mock drafts, I don't think Higgins would be there. Ioma Nor doesn't seem like he'll be there. And then after that, Knoll, I guess, who I don't think quite fits there. Horton's is a taller player than Knoll, I think.
Knoll is I think he's 5'10", and he's a ton of fun. I love watching him.
Yeah,
but I would question that fit there.
Yeah, so wouldn't mind. Where do I have Torrey Horton? Yeah, I have a mid third on Torrey Horton. So if you're talking about end of second round sort of thing,
yeah,
I would get it.
Yeah, there have also been some people, some fans wondering they traded up in the second round again last year. Will they do that again? I think it's on the table, but they're going to have to go up very early if they want somebody like Jaden Higgins, if they want somebody that is, of that kind of caliber. And the Rich Hill trade chart is not perfect by any means. A lot of people prefer the Spielberg or Fitzgerald chart. That to me is a little bit just harder to read, honestly. But to get from 55 up to the mid 30s, you have to give a pick 86 most likely. And that's just not something I think the Chargers would be interested in. If you trade up from 55 to 48, 50, 47, that kind of range, then you keep 86 and you can talk about maybe you throw in a 5th round pick kind of deal, pick swap your 4 and a 5, 4 and a 6, something like that is much more feasible. So the Chargers, I think, could play around the board. They definitely should play around the board tomorrow with the 4, 6 round picks. But today, I don't know, man. I think you probably stick and pick at 55 and just kind of wait to see who is there for you. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't mind the within striking distance, 2, 3, 4 picks sort of move. But jumping into the 30s, for example, or early 30s, that is, I don't think so. Now, I will start getting a little antsy if certain players start to fall.
Sure.
But I mean, they're basically guaranteed if they want offense. I do think they would have to trade up. If they want defense, I think they're pretty good sitting where they are.
Yeah, I think they can stick and pick Horton at 55 if they really wanted
to. If it's Horton,
to.
they can probably, unless the league is much higher, which I don't know where he'd be at, but
I don't love Ferguson, but I feel like he could be an option at 55. I prefer Elijah Arroyo, obviously, but he's probably gone by 55. It sounds like. There was a request for me to share the stream audio. Who was it? Which I'm happy to do. From Jake was asking about this. So on my stream that I see, there is 4 minutes and 45 seconds left on the Browns clock. Looks like they are talking about, Charles Davis is talking about the Browns offensive line and Nick Chubb. There's now 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. So I don't know how much more you want me to do than that. But the Browns have 4 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock.
Well, they're not going D-tackle.
The Browns? No. The rumors are that the Browns are going to take some kind of combination of tight end and running back here.
Mason Taylor, baby.
Have at it. Quick super chat from our guy Sean says, hanging out with you guys during draft night makes me feel like I'm hanging out with my uncles, Ooze Coach Steven and Ooze Mr. Shoon. Love it. Love it. We appreciate you for tuning in.
How old are you, Sean?
Yeah, Sean, I'm guessing looks like he's like maybe 20, 21.
I have no idea.
The pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. So that just flashed across the screen. 27. Dude, you're like much closer to Tyler's age than you think.
I think maybe we just have like uncle vibes or so. Oh, okay. So sorry, I forgot Bleacher Report's well ahead.
All right.
Should be interesting.
Okay. Yeah, pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. I will announce it. I don't know if we want to be like as strict about spoiling. When the Chargers are close, like we will definitely not accept spoilers. So please do not spoil picks. Wow, Josh says ABC is at 6:15. The ABC is way behind, looks like. Jake from Australia today says 8:30 in the morning. So that's probably okay for you. I guess it is Saturday there. Here's Joe Thomas to announce the Browns pick. What a legend.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Was Watson busy?
Here we go with the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select Carson Schwarzenegger.
Wow. Okay.
So they do not go.
Cool. So
wow.
him and Joke, and yeah.
That's a pretty sick linebacker duo. JOK is really good. Schwarzenegger is really good.
Yeah,
I didn't realize he was a former walk-on.
Oh, wow. Yeah, sorry, Dad. This is exactly who my dad wanted the UCLA linebacker really bad.
Nice.
Yeah.
I didn't grade him, but just watching some of the other UCLA defenders and like other games, like he was always around the football. So
it is 10 past midnight or 10 minutes.
10 minutes past midnight. Yeah.
Yeah. In the UK.
It is 4:11 in California. Also, the whole like military time in the UK is something I never got used to. Like we asked somebody what time it was one time because both of our phones were dead, our watches were dead, and they were like, "Oh, it's like 14:55." I'm like, "Wait, what does that mean?" Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
My gymnastics coach, and then where I ended up coaching beforehand, he was from the USSR, and very much so did military time on the clock.
Wow, dude!
My car is military. Yeah, I had 2 Olympic gold medalists for the Soviet Union as my my coaches. So I I wasn't bad either.
Yeah.
I lived in America.
Wow, the pick is already in for the Houston Texans. Okay.
Right.
Panasaurus asking about Melvin Gordon. Yes, he will announce the pick for the Chargers today. I think he's doing both rounds. I can't remember if it was just the one. But I said this earlier. There was a thing that the league was trying to get as many Wisconsin guys as possible to announce this the picks today.
Where's Joe Thomas from? Wisconsin. Oh wow.
Yep.
Yeah, Texans have to go offensive line. If they don't, I will happily take the rest of your team, I suppose, if you don't want to do that.
I cannot believe they did not just stick and pick like Josh Simmons or Josh Connerly, honestly. But they're very happy, so something's going good for them, I guess. If it's offensive line, this probably has to be Jonah Sabainea.
Who's there? Oh, Slowick's still over there, yeah?
No, they fired him.
Oh, they did end up firing him.
Slowick's like the receivers coach in Miami now or something like that.
Oh, snap.
Who is their new OC? Did they just promote? Oh, here's the Texans pick already. I forget who their new OC is, but it's they fired Slowick. Another Wisconsin alumni here.
Houston, it's our time now. With the 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins.
Wow.
I mean, good player, but
that's kind of exactly
big
who Nico Collins is.
Higgins, yeah. Big Nico, big Higgins. I don't think who's the guy who just got hurt?
Oh, the kid from Houston. What's his name?
Yeah.
Tank Dell. There we go.
Thank you. Jeez Louise. Okay, so yeah, Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Tank Dell, John Mechie, obviously, Jaden Higgins. Do they know that their tackles are Cam Robinson and Trent Brown and their guards are, I mean, well, I don't know. But it's Juice Scruggs. I mean, Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs, Trent Brown. Like, this is 2019 Rivers offensive line approaching.
What are you
doing?
I don't know, man. Like, if you're going to take a receipt, there's a trade. Seahawks are up on the clock here. I wonder if this is where they take Shedeur. Interesting. But yeah, man, dude, like your offensive line is horrible. That's the main reason why you lost the playoff game.
Yeah.
Seahawks could take Burden, I guess.
I guess theoretically they could pull the emotional on a Will Johnson, but I don't think that's
sure.
I don't know what his range is at this point.
Yeah, if his knee is as bad as people were making it out to be last night, I think he probably falls to like end of the third round.
Yeah.
I would not be shocked if this is Shedeur, but Ian Rappaport was saying that your dad's team might be taking Shedeur later here in a couple picks.
I actually don't know how he feels about that. What if they take Tyler? Is there another Tyler, or is it just me?
I think he means Taylor.
Who's Taylor? Oh, Mason Taylor?
Mason Taylor. Oh, the Texans do have 5 picks tonight. I didn't realize that. But still, they should take an offensive lineman. Like, they probably need multiple.
Yeah, so when do they pick again? They pick... I should probably have this up, I guess.
I was looking at one of the trade charts, but they didn't have it updated, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
This could certainly be another receiver. Obviously, the Seahawks, they paid Cooper Kupp a good amount of money. They have JSN. They signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling. But if you're trying to make, Abraham says he could have met Tyler Shuck. Yeah, he could have met Tyler Shuck.
Okay.
Yeah. Your dad says no Sanders in all caps. So I'm guessing
my dad loves Dion. But, yeah. Okay, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, the Shedeur thing, like, there was some stuff from Giants reporters that apparently in the interviews, the Giants told all of the quarterbacks that they were not going to take them at 3. but they were going to try and trade up for whoever they wanted in the first rounds. Obviously, that's what they did. And Shedeur basically was like, "You're not taking me then." Like he just had like a really off-putting attitude to those questions, apparently.
Yeah. So Seattle trades
Drew
up.
Lock is back in Seattle too. I did not know that. Maybe they don't take Shedeur then.
Titans get 52 and 82. Cool.
That's pretty good. The Titans did not have a third rounder because of the L'Jarius Sneed trade last year.
Dang, that was up for a third.
Yeah. And
Just
he did not play at all last time.
If the Chargers go get a guard here, and clearly that's a left guard or someone who would play left guard, are you trading Zion? Is there any value there? Or are you letting is this a triple fight for the center spot? And yeah, you have depth. Do you call Brandon Staley and Kellen Moore?
I mean, I would not be opposed to that, but I think, I guess it depends how much you think they're going to give him a shot at center. But I think they could find a market for Trey Pipkins as like a potential, starting tackle for a team who misses out on one today.
Yeah. On Bob Mamikas fans asking with Will Johnson, if he's available late round 3, would you take their 4th and a 6th or 2 6th to trade up and take him? I mean, if he's there, if he's going that late, you just wait for day 3. And at that point, if you want to throw one, I wouldn't fault you for going a 5th rounder or a 4th rounder at Will Johnson. But
they're going to commercial break. Seriously, the pick has been in for like 3 minutes. It's similar to the Riley Mills conversation, although they're back. Okay. They like Riley Mills, and I'm sure they like Will Johnson, but I think they need players who they're comfortable with playing right away. And so I think second round, if the injury is that bad, I don't think you can justify taking him in the second round, because then you're passing on a player who could potentially start for you right now, or at least be on the field. So if this is a situation where Will Johnson needs to get like a surgery and like correct an issue, then that's not a scenario I'm interested in here on day 2. I think you can wait until day 3 for that, like Tyler said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I know people say like they took Colson in round 3, but he was like good to go. He had appendicitis and then other issues.
Here's Richard Sherman.
He's going to announce a revel.
What is he doing? Oh, come on, man.
The next rival has been chosen. The Tennessee Titans have traded the 35th pick to the Seattle Seahawks. With the 35th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Nick Emenwari, DB, South Carolina.
Yeah, have at it, McDonald.
That's pretty sick.
What's the RAS of their secondary?
That's pretty sick.
yeah, that must be interesting. Okay, cool. I didn't watch any safeties for obvious reasons, so
yeah,
you do.
That I didn't grade him, but there were so many South Carolina defenders in this draft where I probably watched the same 4 South Carolina games like 15 times.
Oh, I love that.
But every time I watched the game, Emenwari was out there making plays. So and he tested like an absolute freak. So it sounded like there was a decent chance he would go round 1, but then it just like there were too many other positions going. But so you get their secondary. Obviously, Reek Woolen's a freak. Devon Witherspoon's a freak. I thought they had some other pieces back there, but they're showing the defense right now, and they're not really showing any other secondary pieces. Who's the former Rams linebacker that they have? What's his name? Oh, Ernest Jones.
Yeah.
Oh, Galadriel.
She's very sleepy.
Very sleepy doggy.
Who are we
She looks bigger. Like she looks like she's growing a little bit.
She's very fluffy. Like she usually like gains her. Well, she probably is a little. She's probably like 11 and a half pounds. But yes, I think she's a little bigger. Don't tell her that. She's a lady. But a little fluffier. Yes. Good luck, doggo.
All right. The pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. Oh, Rich Eisen with the turtleneck blazer combo. Okay.
Wow.
It's like raining and cold in Green Bay today, so
fair. Yes, this is a doxy.
Yeah, Sully, for those wondering, is a mutt. We do not know exactly what he is, but he's at least 50% Border Collie.
Okay.
Here is Joe Thomas with a child.
Give you a little help here with the 36th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select
Judkins, running back.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Actually, that's a good one. That's a good one by them.
Yeah, they need kind of a bigger, like,
Yeah,
an innings eater guy is kind of like the term that a lot of people use because they have Jerome Ford, and
Yeah,
he's not super
no.
efficient. He's just explosive. So
yeah,
there was some Travion Henderson buzz there, but that's kind of redundant for me.
yeah. No, I agree there. Okay, Judkins, Ford. That's a good like backfield. Judkins and Ford. I like that. That is a good running back name. That's my analysis, everyone. Excuse you. And they pick. Was that it for them? All right, the Raiders are up. What are we doing today, Dad? Who are the Raiders taking? I wish they still had Tom Telesco so I could have an absolute electric round 3. But oh well. First time Telesco has not made a third round pick since 2013 or 2012, I guess, if you don't count that one. My poor father if they take Sanders.
I know my coworkers were all like adamant that they did not want Sanders today.
Oh,
Him and Tom Brady are very close.
are they?
Yeah. Well, Dion and Tom are like super close. They're like business partners.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting.
And so Shador's just been around Tom Brady forever.
I feel like Higgins would have been a nice one for them here because they have
the Raiders. Yeah, the Raiders needed like an X.
Yeah, they have Frick. What's his name? Had 1,000 yards last year. Why can't I think of him? Raiders had 1,000
Myers.
Yeah, there it is.
There we go. I was like trying to think of who.
Yeah, that was killing me.
Yeah. Again, just as a reminder for people who are wanting like a true draft experience, please do not spoil draft picks. So I'm going to put that on the screen again in case.
There we go. Yes.
Your dad wants them to go with an offensive lineman.
Yeah, my dad has basically always loved offensive line or trenches in general.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, I'm sure he's sick of watching his line get run through by like Chris Jones and then Mac and then
Can relate.
I get it. Nick
Can
Benito
relate.
Now.
Oh, the Dolphins are on the clock.
Ooh, Raiders traded back?
Raiders traded back.
Yes, my dad is a Raiders fan. You grew up in LA in the 70s and 80s, and yeah,
that's pretty.
You're a Raiders fan.
Pretty automatic.
Yeah, like I can't even. What am I supposed to say to that?
So the Dolphins are on the clock. Actually, the Dolphins pick is in.
Wow.
Let's see what they are giving up to move up here.
What's their running back situation right now? HN and
that's they drafted Jalen Wright last year, so they could take Caleb Johnson here, and that'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, that's gonna kill my rankings. That's gonna haunt me if they take Caleb Johnson here. Caleb Johnson HN would be freaking sick. Or maybe they'll take a defensive tackle really early again. Corner.
I mean, the Dolphins need a lot. They probably they need an offensive lineman as well.
Like, could be fun. I don't know if they need an interior guy.
They do. Frankly, they probably need all of it.
All of it? I just name
like genuinely the only positions the Dolphins don't need are probably like edge rusher and receiver and quarterback, and even quarterback.
Yeah, you could argue quarterback. Yeah,
Sanders. Yeah.
Wow. All right, the Dolphins are on.
So they gave up. Oh, they just had it. Who's this guy? Oh, is this the fullback? What's his name?
For the Dolphins.
Jakob Johnson. Is that his name? Alec Ingold. That's his name. That's funny. That's
Both teams, isn't he?
both teams.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's pretty sick for them.
Yeah, he's announced as a guard too. Oh, he's with Frank Smith. That's so sick. That's so sick.
Yeah, that's. I don't know how much they gave up, obviously, but in terms of player selection, that's a pretty good pick. Kenneth Grant, Jonas Vainea is a pretty good one too. Even if you can argue about positional value, that's two very good players that fit them perfect, or at least I should say Vainea does, and I'm sure Grant does, but yeah, Vainea is perfect.
Look at the Dolphins learning that they need to invest in big people. You can't just go out here and win with track athletes. Look at that.
Yes.
That's growth, everybody.
I know. That was an interesting time, right? That one season where they had 2 billion yards and then lost. They lost like the Titans or something because Derrick Henry would not be stopped.
Yep. Oh man, dude, like that's so good for the agenda. That's so good for the agenda.
Oh yeah, Vainea there
with Frank
very
Smith
nice.
Perfect.
That's very, very nice. Happy for him. That's a good one. And I guess if you're looking at, so as far as not that I watched everyone, but interior guys that are left, I mean, Milam, I guess you've watched more than I have, so I'm missing a ton of players.
Yeah. So Tate Ratledge obviously still on the board,
right? But
Miles Frazier still on the board. Those are my two guys.
Yeah.
I liked Milam a lot. To me, he's more of like a third round player.
Yeah.
And then it does kind of like drop off a bit after that.
Yeah.
I really like Charles Grant from William and Mary, but he's like definitely an outside zone guard. Like
gotcha.
He is like a 49ers type to a T. I liked Dylan Fairchild, the other Georgia guard, a decent amount. He's a bit more physical, a bit more of a brawler than Tate Ratledge is, but he's definitely not as technically refined. I think there's just some things that he needs to clean up a little bit. So he's probably like tail end of round 3, maybe 4.
Yeah.
And then you get into some of the center kind of conversations.
Yeah.
We know that they're interested in Drew Kendall, the center from Boston College. Speaking of, there's some patterns emerging from how the Chargers go about the draft process. Omarion Hampton said that he had an official visit at the combine with the Chargers. It went great. But then they kind of like cooled off a little bit, which is exactly what Joe Alt said.
Yeah.
So that's the first one we can see. If the Chargers take Drew Kendall, we know that like if Mike Devlin goes out to a pro day, it's like neon sign blinking that they like that player.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Interesting to see kind of what else happens here in terms of potential visits here. And then obviously, the top 30 visits is that kind of conversation too. So they hosted Matthew Golden on a top 30 visit and then decided to pass on him. They hosted Ted McMillan on a 30 visit, and obviously he was long gone. But
yeah,
so just some interesting potential draft patterns for the future now that we're getting the second draft of this regime, under our belt.
Yeah, Telesco's patterns were somebody falls in the first round, pretty sick. Second round, I actually kind of like vibe with. Third round, dreadful, and then I get hyped for that one linebacker on day 3.
Yeah, for all the shit we give Tom Telesco, his second round picks were generally pretty good.
Yeah, I liked them, or I understood like why you'd take them. Just
apparently the Patriots are receiving calls. They have 42 seconds, so if there's a trade, they better hurry up.
Make sure you send in your terms for your both sides.
I wonder whose fault that was. I really want to know.
It was Jim's fault. He was like, Jim, I need you to text this to somebody. I need you to unlock your phone with your face. and send the deal in.
I blame Big Dom because I hate the
Big Tom,
pick
yeah.
is in for the Patriots. Okay, so they're not trading.
Okay.
I hate the fact that the Eagles have their like security guy as super involved as he is. So I blame Big Dom.
Okay, Patriots.
Patriots pick is in.
Who is their receiver they paid $2 billion to?
Stephon Diggs.
That's right. God.
It really is like a 1-year contract, so they can easily get out of
Yeah.
it next year. But it was like 3 years, and it was like 22 million per year or something
yeah,
like that.
yeah. It's like, oh damn.
It could definitely be Burden here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the
Hey,
character.
Trey Harris cannot go here. That's all I want. I cannot have Trey Harris going here.
No, I feel like that because they have Polk and Javon Baker. Like they got to make those
How many
guys.
yards they have last year though?
I know, but like that's like they need to make those guys work. They need to at least make Polk work. Polk was a 2nd-round pick.
Yeah. Craziest ranking. Like I don't know how I did like a very good 1 to 5 and then Polk right at 6.
I know.
What a
I still
drop
believe
off.
in Polk. I still like
Me too.
Here's the Patriots selection.
Both are unified flag football teammates from Special Olympics. Reed, Xavier, Special Olympics is one of the league's Play 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation. The NFL and Special Olympics team up to provide opportunities for athletes of all ages and abilities to get active through unified flag football. This allows individuals with and without intellectual disabilities to play on the same team. Xavier, Grady, you got the stage.
Who are they taking?
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Trevion Henderson.
Wow.
Okay. All right. There was early buzz on him at like to the Broncos. I was curious after not going round 1 what he really would go, but cool. All right.
Man, I'm stunned that Donovan Ezraku is still on the board here.
Yeah.
Dude, Henderson and what's the other running back's name? I forget.
Stevenson still there?
Yeah, Ramondre Stevenson. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick.
I think like it's stereotypical, I guess, but everyone thought like Henderson at worst is James White, like just a reliable 3rd down pass catcher, like at worst that's his career. So that's not bad. Stevenson is a very different kind of back than Henderson, so that's a good one too.
Yeah, absolutely. But Stevenson can also run routes, so that's a pretty good check down option there too. They need more offensive linemen though.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man.
Well, the Bears have 39 and 41. I did not realize that.
All right, so what sick gift is Ben Johnson about to get here? Not tight end.
Not tight end. There was some decent buzz about them taking like potentially a right tackle. Because or not right tackle, I should say left tackle, because Braxton Jones is a free agent after this season. But this is definitely early for whoever is next. They do need some edge rush help. They need some deep tackle help.
Man, 2 picks. Man, you really could just do your luxury pick with Loveland then. Not that he's a good player, but like you can just go with the best player available. You got 39 and 41 right here. Whew.
Yeah, they could trade down at one of these spots too.
Oh, I would get Caleb Johnson here. Good Lord.
Yeah, actually, he'd be like I didn't love him, but Caleb Johnson with this specific scheme, yeah, man, that works for sure. Is that the AC? Nice. Getting a little warm.
Yeah, it was already on. The heater was on when I came home. I don't know why, but
It's a little chilly up here. It's like we were like 85 yesterday, and today we're back down to like 60. So it's a little
Oh,
chilly
wow.
up here.
Yeah, we got a little bit of breeze.
It's supposed to rain tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Perfect. I mean, what else were you gonna do? You know, you're doing this and then a movie tomorrow, right? That's perfect.
Yep. Aaron says they need a safety. I feel like they're pretty set at safety. Because they have Jaquan Brisker and I said kind of chilly, Dylan. I said kind of chilly. When you go from 85 to 60, that makes it a little chilly.
That's beautiful right there, man. Cold weather.
I love that weather. I love it. But
yeah, cold weather is fantastic.
Yesterday, last night I had AC on, and today the AC is off. So
yeah, I'm a space heater. My wife is a human ice cube somehow. Just freezing cold.
Sully. What are you doing? Who are you barking at?
All women are freezing.
One of my coworkers is all like her office is next to mine, and she's always the first one in the school. So she always will turn on the heat before everybody else gets there.
I would quit.
So sometimes I'll walk into my office and it's just like a furnace, and I'm like, Anissa, no, put a hoodie on.
Yeah, exactly. I will buy you a jacket.
Yeah,
please stop.
Even yesterday when it was like high of 85, I walked into my office and I was like, there's no way the heater is on right now.
That's terrible.
All right, pick is in for the Bears. Who's this guy? Oh, he went the wrong way. Simmer down.
Jeez.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the 2025 NFC North champions, Chicago Bears, select Luther Burden III.
Dang. Okay.
He really went there with the Bears champs. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. From a pass catching standpoint, Burden, Loveland, Odunze, Moore.
That's pretty sick.
It's pretty sick. Komet. If they used 41 on Caleb Johnson, fuck, dude.
I liked Luther Burden's tape. I did grade him as like wide receiver 5, so I didn't love him, but he was a fun watch. I questioned like the fit with the Chargers, and then there were attitude question marks and things like that. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens there. We'll see how he handles being wide receiver 3 in a place, considering he was unhappy with the Missouri offense. So that's interesting because like if you're trying to replicate what you previously had, like they don't really have a Amon-Ra St. Brown, and none of these guys are really like Jameson Williams either.
No,
because Burden and DJ Williams. Moore, those two guys are like yak guys.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Obviously, Colston Loveland very much like Sam Laporta.
Yeah, that was like that's a pretty good one.
DJ, his comp for Luther Burden was Jaden Reed. I like that. That's a pretty good one, actually.
Huh.
If Caleb can be Caleb, if he can be the guy who they all thought he was, that's a pretty sick offense.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Listen, I like Kyle Williams a lot, but that was crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah. And people give me crap. It's like, oh, he's just, just doesn't follow everybody else follows. Like, it's one thing to have a unique opinion. It's another thing to just try to be different for the sake of
Being
getting
different.
the clicks.
Yeah.
And the broken clock is right twice a day, way of doing it is not. I'm sorry. I just don't buy that.
Yeah, I mean, like we all have differing opinions. Like that's what makes the draft fun. But if you're going into each draft trying to be different, then it works out like the way that he has.
Yeah.
The Saints are on the board.
Kyle Williams.
Ian Rappaport is talking. Just finished talking about something. This could be a Tyler Shuck team. They reportedly did not like Shador.
For those in the Bleacher Report stream, Luther Burden's pro comp is DJ Moore.
Yeah. I can see it.
Yeah.
What's his contract situation like?
That is a very good question.
I know that they paid him recently. Yeah, they paid him last July.
Yeah. Landon, thank you. Congratulations on our most watched episode ever last night. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I went to bed. I'm like, okay, like we are about as where we were at last year with our draft. So I felt like pretty good with the first round. And then it just blew up. It's going to be like at 16,000 if it's not already. So thank you. Where can you get that hoodie? All the stuff I usually wear is from the team store at SoFi, which is kind of fun because like I pay season tickets. I get to go to the freaking thing and go buy some stuff. And their stuff is so good. There are like clothing wise, their stuff's amazing. If you remember Manscaped, their stuff rocked. And offensive line mastermind, Duke Manyweather stuff is awesome. Their black t-shirts, I work out them in them consistently, and I love them. They're my favorite thing to work out in.
Oh my gosh, this one fan they just showed did something that is gonna go on TV for sure, or go on Twitter.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, the Chargers team store, if you guys have never been, it's fantastic, and they do custom stuff for every game. So whatever game you go to, they always have some kind of custom thing. Looks like we got a bot in here. Thank you. All right, here is the Saints selection. Is that Ryan Ramczyk? He's already so skinny.
With the 40th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tyler Shuck.
Wow. Dion and Shador.
Yeah. So I definitely had a conversation that Shuck was like the third guy. I just didn't believe it with all the other things going. But all right. Yeah, with their quarterback situation. Is it Hayner? I mean, I know Derek Carr's there, but not really.
Spencer Rattler would probably be before Shuck. I assume you're drafting Shuck to be the starter. But yeah. I would have probably assumed it would be Spencer Rattler before that.
Yeah.
And obviously there's the whole Derek Carr situation. So they technically have 4 quarterbacks on the roster right now.
Does it say Tyler Schoen? No. We're getting there. Lots of Tylers these days. But I appreciate the respect I've been getting.
I'm going to show you my dog real quick, if I can do this without ruining my mic, because he's really funny.
What are you doing? Did you not go outside? Did dad come home and not take you outside because you guys are a big podcast?
His paws are on the armchair of my chair.
Jacob, I'll definitely get to the super chats. My bad. While we're waiting, Russell says, can we get to the same energy for this year's round 3 pick as we got from you guys last year? Alex and I are considering just picking one pick on day 3 tomorrow, no matter what the selection is. Just going ape shit over it.
Yeah. Listen, man, there are definitely some players that they could pick that we would get the same energy for. So I don't know. I mean, like Junior Colson was like a consensus top 50 player for the 3 of us. So Well, the Bills have traded up here. That's a lot.
Sanders. No, I'm kidding.
But yeah, we will definitely have some options to be very, very excited today, I think. Which player, Jacob wants to know, which player earns a handstand and booty shorts today?
Okay, so like handstands is like tier 2, booty shorts is tier 1, by the way.
Okay.
If Braden Swinson goes at 20, or excuse me, at 55, that's
that's
probably
a good
booty
one.
shorts.
That's a good one.
I think he'll be there, so I gotta like hedge my bets here. I'll do a handstand for Tre Harris or Trey.
I'm
Amos.
surprised he's not a booty shorts guy because you love Tre Harris.
I do. I like him more than, I don't know, my dog. But
wow.
Just kidding. I love my dog. I love Tre Harris. Yeah, but Harris, Swinson. I don't know. Like, obviously, I could be sick if Ezraku fell to 55. I just don't know. Alfred Collins would be nice because I called him a Harbaugh guy, and we've talked about him forever. So being right would be nice.
Wow, the Bills gave up both of their seconds to get up here.
Oh yeah, because
they had 56 and 62, and both of them are in this trade. So the Bears now they had 39, and then they have 56 and 62.
Well, they took Hairston, who amazingly all three of us in the stream yesterday didn't like.
Can you go up here? Don't
talk to me like that.
I know. Thank you. I know. He really wants attention right now.
I get it.
This could be Ezraku, right?
I guess. I don't know if they have. I don't know. That is.
I guess.
Go.
So they have. What's the Miami kid's name? Who's there? Oh gosh.
Oh, Rousseau.
So they have Rousseau. They obviously signed Joey.
Yeah. To a 1-year deal, though.
To a 1-year deal, and obviously we know what Joey's about. But
yeah.
This could be Ezraku. There was a request, Tyler, if you could clarify the origin of the booty short thing.
I don't know. Someone asked, like, what would the handstand be? And I think I said, like, I'll do you one better. Like, I'll do twerk in a booty shorts if I think if Barron was the pick at 22, which you guys were very close. You guys were very close to a freaking treat. But nope, didn't happen. So I don't know. It's tough to find like a second.
You just love booty shorts? Is that Wrong Speedy wants to know?
No, I do not. I technically own a pair, but I got it for free. But
there you go.
I would never buy that. I would never buy booty shorts. With the hoodie. It's a hoodie and booty shorts. That's what I've got right now. I can confirm it's jeans. Can anybody see my leg? There we go. There it is. There's the leg. Great.
So you're gonna have to change into the booty shorts then.
Yeah, it's like a Superman, but just like a stripper.
Oh god.
Like just with the pants like
Okay, they're showing the stadium and everything like that, and it still like blows my mind that there's just like right across the street houses, like people just live right next to
Lambeau Field. Just farms.
Yeah.
No disrespect to farms. I'm just saying it's definitely not a SoFi.
I guess there are like apartments and houses, but there's like a ways in between them at SoFi.
Love me an Asian Superman. I think that was one of my wife's vows. Uncle Kevo, who's a new member, said pick one favorite player on each side of the ball you'd want here at 55.
Hold on. The Bills this is about to be announced. Who's this guy? Oh, Lee Evans? Okay.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 41st pick to the Buffalo Bills. And with the 41st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select TJ Sanders, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
That's who you traded up for? I like Sanders a lot, but Man. So we have a huge trade up yesterday for James Pierce. Okay, so not a D tackle. But yeah, TJ Sanders. Wow, trading up, giving both your second round picks for TJ Sanders.
I think that's like the same exact deal the Rams did for Braden Fisk last year.
The Sanders slide is over. Yeah, the one we've all been waiting for. I mean, he's a good player. So they picked a good player. I'm shocked he gave up that much to move up to take him.
Tyler, go look at our group chat on Twitter.
Oh boy. Okay.
It's nothing like serious. It's a funny thing.
Oh, it's a funny thing. Let me see. Dang. He really, yeah. My only reservation is cancer. That is my only reservation on that saying anything.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was in the history, so. Well, TJ Sanders, I think statistically he was number 1 or 2. Did I include? I almost included him as the safest player, didn't I? And then I decided to bail on that one.
You did, yeah. He was like in our honor. He was like our last slide, and we ran out of time.
Yeah,
I like Sanders a lot. That's just a lot. You give up a second round pick essentially to go get him that's a lot.
Yeah, I liked him, but I liked Collins more. That's fine if you have your guy. Sanders is a better pass rusher, I think. So, okay, interesting.
So they have Ed Oliver, and then they have Daquan Jones, and now TJ Sanders.
Where did Darius Alexander go?
He has not gone yet.
Okay, I crossed him out on my list, and I realized, no. So, for Adam, who's asking who's available still, depends on how you classify some of these guys. But Darius Alexander's available. Who would rock? Alfred Collins, Josh Farmer, Norman Lott, Caldwell, Ashton Gillott, who's kind of like a D-end, CJ West, etc. Ty Robinson.
Why is Zach Whitaker saying something about Mechie?
Potentially because of...
I know he's a Kentucky guy. Is that Deion Walker's nickname or something?
No, I don't think so.
The Jets pick is in for what it's worth. They are showing.
Oh, Zach, I was not talking about Mechie. If you're talking about the cancer comment I made, that was not. It's reference to Brandon Staley. Oh. I'm not breaking any news on that, by the way. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
But people in the chat are mentioning that he's bald now. And I just want to remind everyone that might be something.
But yeah, defensive tackles circling back here. Darius Alexander is my top choice. Sanders just went. So then you're talking about Alfred Collins, Norman Lott, Joshua Farmer, which I kind of regret not having Ty Robinson higher on my list. Like that's something I wish I would have been able to watch like a fifth game kind of thing. But he's definitely in play, I think, for the Chargers today.
Yeah.
Maybe not 55, but today.
Yeah, not a 55, older prospect. I'm curious how much more of a ceiling is there, but he's a pure power. Like you want a power rusher. I think he rocks as a linear rusher for them.
Yeah. I think we are a few picks away from getting into trade up territory for what it's worth. But like I said earlier, I think the Chargers are comfortable sticking and picking at 55 here. What's Ian Rappaport saying?
Gone tonight. Start to look at Shedeur Sanders as potential backup, not a starter. So the teams coming up here who've done work on the backup quarterbacks that kind of clump right in the middle. The Dallas Cowboys have, the Indianapolis Colts who have an open quarterback competition with Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. They have done a ton of quarterback homework, and then at number 48, you have the Las Vegas Raiders. Remember, obviously they traded back in the round. They are still considering Shedeur Sanders. We will see where he ends up going, if not the Steelers.
Steelers in the 3rd round. My goodness. The Cowboys taking Shedeur would be hilarious.
Yeah, as Travis points out, they're so obsessed with Shedeur. Yeah, this whole day 3, round 7 doesn't matter. Oh, the slide for Shedeur. And then he'll post.
You said good for you, Tom. Did something good happen to Tom?
Yes. Scroll up a little bit. Tom.
Oh, I see. Nice.
Stage 4 cancer survivor here. Got cleared after 9 years. Last June was bald with 2 years of chemo. Stage 4 cancer survivor. I don't know.
Many people that can say that.
Yeah. Must have had a good group of people around you to get you through that.
Yeah. Super glad that you were able to overcome that.
Yeah.
Here's the Jets pick.
Cannon. Or Taylor. Yeah. Tight end.
Mason
Yeah.
Taylor,
Yeah. I'm gonna text Arjun. No, that makes sense. I forgot Mason Taylor, but I said Phantom because they like needed a tight end. What was there? I can guess.
Oh man, I just.
All right, let it out, buddy. It didn't happen.
I just don't understand, man. I do not understand. Like, he's fine. You know, I have him at 70th on my big board. So I did have him at like, you know, a 3rd round grade. But taking him here at 42, I do not understand. You know, I compiled a list of like yards per route run, yards per route run versus man, yards per route zone in all of like the top tight end prospects, top 3 round selections of like the last 6-7 years, and he was like at the bottom or near the bottom in all 3 categories. And I know that's not everything, like it's a couple of statistics, but for a top 50 pick at tight end, you're hoping for somebody who is a little bit more productive, I would think. And then just the film, I never really understood. You know, he tested really well, but it was same thing as like Matthew Golden. I never watched his tape thinking, oh man, like this is a great athlete. Whereas with Arroyo and Ferguson, immediately you're like, this is a good athlete. And then they tested like it. So I just never saw it, but I hope it works out for our friend Arjun's sake.
Yeah.
And the 49ers are already announcing their pick here.
With the 43rd pick in the 2025 class, the 49ers select Alfred Collins.
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh, well, good for Priors, I guess. When in doubt, if it's good for Priors, it's good for Priors. Oh, man. All right. Good for you, I guess. Excited to watch Alfred Collins do great things with the 49ers.
Oh, man.
Hurts my soul. Good for Priors.
And there were some of you who thought 55 was too early.
Yeah. Elston would have done. Elston Minter would have done such great things with Collins.
That's.
Owie. Dang. All right. So I guess to answer some of your questions, that's a player I wanted. Okay.
Dang it. I hate that so much.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Okay, so Collins is not available.
Defensive tackle drying up a bit.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Granted, not really, but the best option, like the
Yeah. Like to have an impact player for sure.
Yeah, there are still tiers to it.
Yeah.
Aaron mentioning, since he's got to get Mike Green. I guess. I don't know.
Pick is already in for the Cowboys. Man. That is frustrating. If Mike Green is there at 55, I think you can justify that. I feel like we have a couple super chats that we haven't touched on.
Yeah, please.
Sean said bobbleheads are so sick, Steven. Yeah, I just have the little Funko Pops.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
that's on my desk at work.
And then I have LT right here. Oops. And then on the back, on top of so that helmet is a Melvin Ingram signed helmet that I got in one of the like Christmas packages that the Chargers did a couple years ago.
Oh yeah.
I have a Keenan Funko Pop and a Joey Bosa Funko Pop up there. So every Christmas, Brooke gets me one of those, and then it's a good Christmas present for sure. Good little stocking stuffer.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Did we touch on this one?
Yes,
we did touch on that one. Okay. From Jacob Arnold. Shout out, Jacob.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I just don't think he's that good. And like the attitude concerns are real.
Yeah. Someone asked if we watched Sanders at all. No, other than the Hunter stuff. But
I mean, I watched Sanders games like live. Like obviously,
yeah.
He played Utah twice, and like I would watch those other games and things like that. I just think there are real concerns about like his actual play. He takes a ton of sacks. He's not super athletic, which is kind of crazy because he's Deion Sanders' son, and Deion's arguably the best athlete of all time. And I just don't think he has like a big time arm either. So there are definitely concerns. And then you look at how quarterbacks have like handled these off seasons. Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck, like they're doing everything they can to prove to teams that they're like the right guy to take. And Shooter Sanders doesn't participate in the Shrine Bowl, doesn't participate in the combine stuff. His interviews were kind of a mess, according to several reporters. So this is what you get, man. If he had gone into this, with kind of an open heart, so to speak, I think he probably is a first round pick. But because he did not handle the offseason the right way, this is where he's at. I don't know if there was a comment here from the Tree and the River.
I can look.
But there is a super chat there, which we appreciate.
Mm-hmm. I'll try to look for one.
Okay. Mr. Sorrow with a big super chat. Thanks for keeping me company at this late hour in Europe. 2:00 now. Keep up the good work, guys. At least it's a Saturday for you now, so you can, stay awake for at least a second round pick. You want to stay awake for sure. Yeah. And then you can take a nap tomorrow afternoon or something like that. So we appreciate you, Mr. Sorrow. He's in here as much as he can be on Saturdays, I feel like. So
yeah,
always kind and generous with the super chats.
Yeah. The turnaround to tomorrow's 9 a.m. start is going to be something, but we love it.
Apparently there was a thing about uniforms that just dropped. Rivalry unis.
Mm-hmm. Someone's asking about Deion's tweets. I'll go jump over there. Oh, man. Well, that's what I get for going on Twitter. I know who the Cowboys picked.
Here is the Cowboys pick.
Hello, Wisconsin. With the 44th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Ezeraku, defensive end.
Yeah, that's sick.
All right.
That's sick.
That is a very, very good one, too. And they obviously were able to keep Osa. So, yep. Oh, there goes Ezeraku. So
the NFL has announced a new rivalry series of alternate uniforms for each NFL team inspired by the team's cities. So this is essentially like the NBA's city jersey. This is not going to take place until 2026. That's what I'm seeing. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
No idea.
Awesome.
Bing 13. Bolts only go offense or defensive players like JTT options. I feel like a split between the two.
JTT definitely is an option. The Chargers do like JTT quite a bit. So if he makes it, so the Chargers are 10 picks away. We're pick 45, so the Chargers are at 55. Yeah, I would not be surprised if the Chargers moved up to get him. Braden Swinson also still available.
Yeah. I would. Man, you guys might. I don't know. I'm not doing this. I did this yesterday with Barron, so I'm gonna shut up.
I think Chargers fans would not be very happy if they took an edge rusher, but I would totally get it, especially with the way that the board is falling right now.
Oh yeah. Now you're
Will
talking
Johnson
about
also still available for what it's worth.
he can. Yeah.
Has Trey Amos gone?
Nope.
Wow. Okay.
So Trey Amos, obviously Savon Revel, Tre Harris, Braden Swinson for me, Jack Besh, Darius Alexander, Landon Jackson, Nick Scorton, Azarea Thomas, reuniting with his coordinator. Darian Porter.
Here's the Colts pick already.
Oh.
Is Jonathan Taylor? Yeah, it is.
So good to be out here. Didn't have the opportunity in 2020 due to circumstances, but I'm back in Wisconsin. It's always a good time out here, man. Huge shout out Salem City, man. This is a dream come true. But Colts Nation, let's find out who my new teammate's gonna be, man. Let's go. Let's keep this train rolling on day 2. And with that being said, with the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, my Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau.
That's what we get for mentioning it.
That's sick, man. JTT and Cameron Latu. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, that's a good mix too of like two good but different players. So that's pretty cool. That's a good one too for them. Okay, Tuimoloau's gone. All right, so we won't get Tuipulotu and him on the same team, so save the announcers.
Yeah, no Sabainea, no Tuimoloau. They just need Joe Toia now, or not Jay Toia now on day 3.
There you go.
Although that one's a little easier once you.
Frank says, "Talk about guys we don't want." I got you.
To be fair, some players we don't want also have gone right now.
I don't know. I'm not going to do that. It feels mean. I haven't watched like guys in the 500s or something.
Yeah. We can get back to the super chats here. Big Tasty Game says, I've been listening to y'all's podcast for the past 4 years now, and this is my first live I've managed to get on. Sweet. You picked a good one to point out here and choose. So the Rams pick is already in, so we're cruising right now. Love that this is your first live stream. Obviously, our draft shows, I think, stand up against anybody. We've had a ton of fun. We do a ton of homework for these picks. Obviously, Alex Katzen and Insdorf will be on here later for some added extra opinions, and it's just a ton of fun, man. Like was pointed out earlier, last year we had a huge turnout for the draft. We can't thank you guys enough for that, and we've had just as big of a turnout so far. We have 880 people in here right now, so we greatly appreciate all of you tuning in. Anybody sending in a super chat, obviously appreciate you as well. And shout out Big Tasty Games for joining for the first time.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. First time in 4 years to hit a live. That's pretty cool. I'm glad you decided to join us.
Yeah.
It's quick and boring and amazing all the same.
HN with a simple super sticker. Appreciate that very much. Steven Rutledge. That's funny. Almost Ratledge. We'll see what happens there. At what point do you take a chance on Mike Green? I think at 55 is justified. I do, but the Chargers take character stuff very seriously. And Albert Breer put it in his thing that he thinks Green is going to continue to fall because these teams are concerned that somebody with 2 allegations against them
has more,
could get more in the future or has more in the past that just have not come out yet. So
yes,
it's just kind of unfortunately one of those things that you probably need to wait and get more information on, which is funny because he did not do a single 30 visit, but
which means they probably no.
Yeah.
Undrafted, I don't think will happen, Jacob.
But if he falls out of day 2 entirely, then we know that like there's probably more there.
Right. In which case, no, thank you.
Yeah. And yes, as some people are pointing out, please make sure subscribe if you aren't already. Feel free and share out to your friends if you want them to come join us. We just crossed the 900 mark, so it looks like we got some people coming to tune in as the Chargers are
Mhm.
getting closer and closer to the pick. Obviously, we're past 5 p.m., so I'm sure people getting off work and things like that as well.
Yeah, no kidding.
So if you did not attend yesterday, please make sure and not spoil picks for people in the chat. That would be greatly appreciated. We do not want to ban people tonight, so we would love to have everybody in here and have a good time, get all the picks together at the same time, and should be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rutledge's pointing out it could be an Ariza situation. You know, it certainly could be a spot where the league is just waiting on more information, and hopefully everything comes back clean. But maybe they're just watching and waiting to see what happens.
Yeah.
J-Nut says ban people forced to eat Jersey Mike's. What's wrong with Jersey Mike's, man? Jersey Mike's is fine.
Forced to eat Jersey Mike's? Is that what they're like? Do they have that at the thing? I don't know.
My wife and sister-in-law are watching at their house again. They love Jersey Mike's. It's like a thing now. They used to hate on Jersey Mike's, and then they finally got like the right sandwich, and now they
interesting.
love Jersey Mike's.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. My whole childhood was just Subway because that was right next to my middle school. But then Jersey Mike's like appeared, and I was like, wow, so good. And then now it's like,
Subway was like the only like fast food restaurant next pretty close to my high school, and so like we would always go to Subway like before basketball and football games and stuff like that. And then I got so sick of it.
Jersey Mike's is the gentleman sandwich. Yes, I like that.
I believe it's the number 7 with avocado is what our family likes.
Yeah.
All right, here is the Ram selection. Michael Brockers.
I just want to send a huge thank you to all the men and women who serve as our first responders and in our military. Secondly, I want to send a huge shout out to my son, Mikhail. It's his birthday today. He's a draft baby. Let's go. Let's get into this pick.
That's so good.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson.
Oh man, that's
wow.
So yay,
Wow.
Priors.
Okay, so if the Chargers want Elijah Arroyo, they got to go move up. They got to go get their guy. Terrence Ferguson at 46.
Okay. Wow. I liked Ferguson. I think second round grade is where I ended up. So like end of second round, early third. Everyone's been talking about him going in round 2. But even then at 46, I didn't expect that. So happy for him. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't want him anyway. Cries.
Oh, yikes. Did you see the recent message, Tyler?
Nope. I will jump in the chat for that one. Oh, okay. Yes, I have seen that one.
Oh.
Which, yeah. What's the grade on Arroyo? Good question. I had Arroyo right behind Ferguson with a flat second round grade too. Like the flattest possible second round grade, but a second round grade.
The Cardinals pick is already in here. So I had Elijah Arroyo at 44 overall. He was my tight end 3. Oh, they're already about to announce this pick. I had Elijah Arroyo with a low second round grade.
Oh, I guess Harold Fannon's also there, by the way.
What's up, Green Bay? He squared. And with the 47th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson, defensive back.
Oh, wow.
Okay, there's the end of the slide. All right. Okay. Good player. Just got to figure out, the medicals there.
Yeah, if the medical can clear, man, like he's so good.
Yeah. For Arroyo, Jacob points out the injury history, the 2 knee injuries. So, yeah.
For Arroyo, yeah.
Yeah.
Supposedly, like I haven't heard anything like degenerative. Like I do think he's been cleared, and obviously he played every game last season. But there is definitely an injury history there.
Yeah. I guess the stuff on Mitchell Evans that we found out this morning was it's not great. Like a huge bummer on Evans, who we both have been championing. But
so there's a trade. The Texans are back on the clock, or they're moving out of this pick.
Maybe they want a lineman. What picks ahead of us, Jake asked?
The Raiders are trading out of 48 to the Texans. Okay. So this was the Raiders pick, and the pick is already in for the Houston Texans.
Wow. Adam,
it is not medical with Mitchell Evans.
Yeah.
It sucks.
And you know how we felt about him, so we're not trying to suddenly tank his stock or it's a bummer.
Situation. So much of the talk going in, hamstring, turf toe. It was about the knee.
This is about Will Johnson.
Can he make it to his second contract? How long can he play? A condition similar to what Miles Jack, who by the way played 7 years, had coming in. He has no swelling. It is not painful. Goes back to a surgery he had 2 years ago. The Cardinals are really confident at this point in the draft in selecting him. 47.
Okay. So the Raiders are now picking at 58. And they get 99 in return for this pick. So the Texans are trading a decent amount here.
Yeah, no kidding. So Alfred is asking about Evans. Daniel's asking like Mitchell. Yes, Mitchell Evans. Found out there's just some character stuff going on. Not the same thing as Burden, but a lot of stuff. Kind of like Burden had. That's why Burden fell out of the first round. So I think with Evans, who isn't like a clean, like great player, some medical issues as well. But the character stuff, it's like, come on. So
yeah, it just it caught me off guard because like the prototypical, stereotype of Notre Dame players, right, is very clean characters. Like it's what they usually pride themselves on.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a little unfortunate that has been kind of the return, and so we'll see what happens in terms of how far he falls. But there is some other stuff that we can't really talk about, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat says that these two, if you don't like our show, like feel free and go somewhere else. No one's making you watch our show.
Correct. There's plenty of great content out there. So what you do, if you take your head and you just pull it out of your ass and then you use the search feature on YouTube, you can find some great content.
I will never understand why people do that. Like,
you guys suck. Here's a super chat. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for the view and thanks for the comment. You're actually helping us.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yes. Believe it or not, 15 hours of live streaming. There are some moments where we're just kind of sitting here waiting for the next pick.
I love it. I got a couple other super chats in here. Jaina, I did not realize this was his first live show. He's in the Discord, so I always kind of assumed that he's been in the super chat. Yeah, I feel like I've seen him before. Is this true, Janet?
I have no idea. But hey, happy to have you here.
If it is true, obviously welcome. I'm just kind of stunned that this is
first draft one. I think he says first draft one.
First draft one. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Josh says my first live. Happy to be here. No, it's not. Josh, you've been a part of the show for 6 years at this point, dude.
You're here 12 hours ago. Oh,
I
man.
appreciate it. Josh is hilarious. He's one of my favorite fans to interact with at training camp every year. So we really appreciate
Yes.
him.
Yeah. My
He's
monitors
been-
I'm using right now are from Josh.
Yep. I think he was our very first person to subscribe to our Patreon account, if I'm not mistaken.
Pretty close. If not
Or
him, then
one
like my
one
mother
of the first
or
few
something.
for sure.
But yeah. Yeah.
Nick S says, thank you guys for yet another great draft season. Much love. Also terrified that Mike Green becomes a Chief. It fits their MO perfectly. Yeah, unfortunately, it totally does.
Yeah. Someone's gonna take a chance and get a very good player.
Yeah. The Bengals could take him at 49. They were reportedly comfortable taking him at 17. So I think
they end up
that's
going with.
Oh, they
sorry,
took Jamaree Stewart. So never mind. They will not take Mike Green.
Yeah. Although
I mean,
unless you
they do need more help still.
Yeah. Well, when Jamaree Stewart's on the bench, I guess you need to start somebody.
That's mean. B said this whole draft class getting canceled. What the? Yeah, it's really annoying. A lot of the guys that I really loved watching all have character stuff, which is so frustrating.
Yeah, I watched Mike Green the day before I found out about the other stuff.
Yeah,
and it's like, man, this guy freaking. I don't even think I have a scouting report for him. I think I wrote like F yeah or something for a scouting report. I don't need to remember how I feel about like some players. You have to write the notes.
Yeah.
For him, it's like I could talk about him all day. Unfortunately, the rest of it came out.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut you off, but the Houston Texans traded up for Ariante Ursary from Minnesota. So I did not watch him.
Cool. There you go.
They finally take an offensive lineman.
They did it. They remembered. Yeah.
William Denk. Feel free and let me know how to say that last name so I can get it correctly. But he says, thank you guys for all the amazing content. Been listening to the pod for the last 4 years. Never missed the show since the recap of the awful Jags playoff game. Keep up the amazing work.
Was that your first show of ours you watched?
No, I think he's saying that's the first one he missed.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And then he says, Tre Harris, fingers crossed.
Hey, man.
Yeah, that's a good show to choose to miss.
I get it, man. Some people, even after the Texans game, we were doing some recap and some draft stuff and looking ahead and free agency.
Yeah.
And someone messaged us like, this is my first live I've watched or anything Chargers related I've watched in like 6 weeks.
Yeah. No, if we were not like in the content creation business, like I would definitely have taken a few weeks off from thinking about football after the Texans game. I would have watched like the playoff games, but
yeah.
One of my coworkers says that he texted me. He's watching. Shout out Laurent, my guy. Appreciate him. He's a Vikings fan. I was texting with him earlier. He says, Steven, that the pull your head out of your ass comment was hilarious. It had him cracking up.
Hey, just trying to help.
Yeah.
It's important.
All right. Here's the Bengals selection.
With the 49th pick in the draft of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker, South Carolina.
Sure.
Is a high character.
That guy needs a little bit more energy.
I thought about it too, like how cool it'd be to announce a pick. And I know I would get handled the worst name I've ever seen. Just panic up there.
Yeah.
Like if I didn't know Tuli Tuipulotu, I would walk up there and say that for the first time.
Yeah. So I do our graduation names every single year.
Oh, nice.
And I always make sure to ask the students, like, how do you say this name? If it's a Hispanic name, do you want me to speak it in Spanish since I speak Spanish? Like, I always try and get, a couple of times in before I like announce it over the microphone. So I would like to think that in that situation, they probably have like a pronunciation guide for you on the card. So
no, I would suddenly just be like, the words would just like, like on different spots. It'd be like, oopalapatoo-doo, which still is better than how the broadcasters do it.
Right. Okay, so the pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. We are 5 picks away from where the Chargers are picking. So, as always, if you're just joining us, please do not spoil picks in the chat, especially the Chargers pick. I will play the audio on the iPad, and hopefully we can get a nice, fun reaction together. The mighty Kev wants to know about my mission work. So I served a 2-year LDS church mission in Villahermosa, Mexico. I was there for 2 years. If you don't know, that's what the mission is like. You don't get to watch TV. You don't get to watch movies, anything like that. So I unfortunately had to miss Keenan Allen's rookie season. I guess on the opposite side of the coin, I did miss the 2014 season, which was not very fun. So I served a 2-year church mission, and then I also spent a summer in Spain. I did some humanitarian work in Peru. So that's where the Spanish comes from.
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. A few more super chats rolling in. Do you want to put the Seahawks pick to do the next super chats?
It's commercial break, so you can.
Oh, okay, cool. We have. Did we get this one, or did I totally miss it?
We did not get that one.
Okay, still at work driving the city bus. Thanks for keeping me entertained. Hey, anytime, man. Irvin says, Tyler, that was awesome. Yes, my favorite comeback to dumb comments is just the your or they are there or whatever. Yeah, so oh well. Jaina, I don't hate Jersey Mike's referring to the Discord guy. Yeah, I don't hate Jersey Mike's. I think we're all Jersey Mike's is the gentleman's sandwiches, as I've been told.
I don't recall. I do not recall.
No idea. Josh says, you guys suck. Here's a super chat. Yay! Hey man, I'll take it. And I honestly, when there are sometimes rival fans that jump on here and say like, "Hey, you guys suck," but then like, "Here's a super chat, like good game." I respect it.
Yes. Now I remember the J-Nut comment. Yeah, now I remember. Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. Okay.
Jeff sends in a super sticker. No comment. If you have a comment or if there's one in there, let me know. Frank says, "Thanks guys, love the chat. Donating to the Stop Tyler from talking about our taking out booty shorts. Go Bolts." Yeah, I don't have $9 in it. Prevent me from getting out booty shorts, man. Because I throw out some booty shorts. Those super chats gonna be rolling in. All right, I can retire. I'm on a teacher salary, man. It gave me $100. I'm just kidding. All righty. From B, how we feel on Shamar Turner or Darius Alexander?
We definitely prefer Darius Alexander.
I didn't watch Turner for what it's worth.
Super athletic. But I think he led FBS in like unsportsmanlike penalties, just super inconsistent. He is not a Chargers type.
What a stat.
Yeah, Darius Alexander definitely I would be pretty happy with here at pick 55.
As we turn to 1,000 viewers.
Nice. Let's go.
Very nice. Here we go. From Cody Spencer. Maybe that guy meant that you two have such soothing voices that he can sleep to it. LOL. Maybe a punter at 55. I don't know what the opposite of booty shorts is, but it's that if there's a punter at 55. Although a good news is we can call Alex Katzen. He'll know every stat and thing about that player.
Yep. Punter at 55 would definitely be a shock. Although I do think they should bring in an undrafted free agent punter.
Wouldn't mind that at all. From Ash here, tuning in from Austin. Always love your work. Or Australia. Sorry.
Australia, yeah. Sean Alexander is about to announce the Seahawks pick. And for what it's worth, the Broncos traded out of pick 51.
My son Jedediah. Everyone say happy birthday.
The kid is not pleased.
With the 50th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Elijah Arroyo.
Okay, tight ends are gone.
Wow. How did he pronounce that?
I don't know. I just heard Elijah and I knew what the...
Yeah.
Okay, so Arroyo is gone. So if we're looking at tight end, it is squarely Harold Fannin Jr., which is hilarious.
Well, in the second round, I'm not a fan of that. Obviously, sounds like Matt Money Smith wants Harold Fannin. He just tweeted me about that. You could, at this point, I'm probably waiting. I'm probably going to wait and see if I can get, as Josh Gray points out, maybe Gunnar Helm. And after testing, I think he's probably a round 4 selection. I don't think they will take Mitchell Evans, unfortunately, but Jake Briningstool, round 4, round 5. But yeah, tight end is basically all gone. So it's funny. The Rams and the Seahawks were both kind of pegged as like potential Colston Loveland teams at their respective spots, and the Rams were rumored to be trading up for him, and now they both get tight ends today.
Yeah. All right, let's go through a couple. We got a lot all of a sudden.
We're almost at 1,100 people also, by the way.
Whew. All right. Just don't pull a Jamal Charles when announcing. I don't know that reference.
Yeah, so there's more to it than that. He's got like a reading.
Okay.
I wanted to say he's like dyslexic or something like that. And so it took him like a couple bit, to get out the name that he was announcing.
Gotcha. Nick says we need a pick announced in Spanish by Steven.
Okay. The Panthers are picking. You want a Chargers pick in Spanish, or do you just want any pick in Spanish?
I think I'm assuming he wants a Chargers pick in Spanish.
Okay, we'll do a Spanish pick for day 3. I don't want to do day 2. Here's the Panthers pick at 51. Oh, Chuba Hubbard. That's a sick jacket.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Nick Scorton.
Ooh.
Okay, I like it. I like it. So Swinson is okay. Shut up, Tyler. Wow.
Oh man.
Okay.
Scorton was a lot of fun. I had him at 45th, excuse me.
Yeah.
But he's a lot of fun. I think just like the death of the edge class, unfortunately, kind of went against him a little bit. But I liked him quite a bit.
Yes. 2023 rocked. From B, Steven Handstand in the LDS Magical Tour.
No, we'll not be doing that.
Yes. Fartman 420 asks Shadir Sanders versus Colonel Sanders. Hey, KFC got me through quite a bit of my childhood.
Yeah. I can't eat KFC. That's a place where I cannot return ever. Too many rough instances.
Yeah. CJH, thoughts on Jordan Birch as a possible pick? One of the last players I didn't get around to watching.
Yeah, he's kind of more of like a big defensive end. Like I think he played at like 285. So I think his film is good, but I kind of question if he'd be more suited to kick inside than play truly on the edge.
Yeah. From Jeff Malone, we have a lot of super chats, guys. Thank you, Jeff Malone. Super boring and uninformative show. Ugh. Have watched the last 2 live drafts and will continue the torture. Good stuff, fellas.
Thank you. Appreciate the sarcasm.
Thank you.
All right, the picks are rolling in right now. So the Titans pick is already being announced. 52. So we're a few picks away from 55.
And it's keep pulling. Man, y'all throw a stone in the groove, man. And with the 52nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Olufemi Aladejo.
Oh, okay. UCLA.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Here go the edge rushers.
Him a little bit. Liked him. Didn't watch enough games to feel like I had a good grade there. Day 2 though felt like the range. So all right. Titans get the edge rusher.
That was more of a round 3 thing for me. Definitely see the burst. Definitely see the speed. His ability to beat tackles to the corner was like the first thing I really noticed as an edge rusher. Just not super technically refined. I mean, he literally switched to edge in the middle of the season this year. So he's very inexperienced on the edge.
Yeah.
So if the Chargers want to go edge rusher here, we've mentioned him a couple of times. Braden Swinson from LSU, we were both very, very high on. They could take Landon Jackson, but as Alex Katzen has kind of pointed out, not the best run defender, in the world. Mr. Landon Jackson, he's got the frame for a little bit more physicality, but doesn't play that way. And then you're talking about Kyle Kennard from South Carolina, Josiah Stewart from Michigan. And then you get into some other ranges like that. So I don't know how comfortable I would be taking Kyle Kennard or Josiah Stewart here.
Mm-hmm.
So if they want to go with an edge, I guess Princely Uman Mielen still is on the board.
Yeah, if they clear that one.
Yeah, if they clear the character for Swinson. Oh, Mike Green's still on the board technically. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, it's a great spot for defense, right? Especially with the tight ends gone, and with like a Higgins gone. So,
yeah, there's a lot of receivers available here too.
Yep.
So Betch is still available. Jalen Royals, Tre Harris, Elik Ayumanor, Kyle Williams, Jalen Knoll. This is probably a little bit too early for Andrew Armstrong, but I've said I would consider him in the 3rd round. So good receiver spot for the Chargers here. Edge definitely drying up. Defensive tackle drying up a bit. Tight end definitely has gone differently than I would have expected.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, they are all gone. So Harold Fannin is tight end 6 off the board at best.
Yes.
Okay.
So Warren, Loveland, Arroyo, Taylor, Ferguson have all gone.
One more here. Super chat. Greetings from the North Pole. Happy round 2. Who are we thinking now, and who could take Sanders? I guess wait till the Steelers' next pick. We're going to do this every round until it happens. Who are we thinking now? I mean, I love Swinson as a fit. Sycamore and those guys took took Swinson to the Chargers in their mock.
The one last night?
No, prior to that.
Oh, okay.
Some I think it was it was their 7-round full mock for like 2 hours. Yeah.
I can't believe they did that, man.
Gnarly. And like they still talked about the picks.
Yeah.
It wasn't just like a tap and go all the way through.
Yeah.
Impressive. From Sean, I will send $100 for the booty shorts. Take my commissions. I listen to y'all in between sales appointments.
There you go.
Must be going well for him. For Smiley got you. Thanks for the great draft content. I sit next to Josh at SoFi. He humble bragged that Tyler has his monitors after we talked about how awesome you guys are. Let's get an X receiver. Definitely wouldn't mind. Yeah, these monitors are great. Seriously, for grading for this. Like my big board's on one. The stream is on this one. Has been so much easier for me.
Yeah, I have 2 monitors at work with my laptop, and I use like all 3 screens when I'm at work. And then when I have to like work from home, sometimes I just it's not fun.
Yeah. From Josh, need your current big boards. Here's a super chat. Green, Amos, Revel, Harris, Swinson, Besh, Alexander, Jackson Thomas, Unman Mielen, Porter, Ayumanor, Johnson, Giddens, Fannin.
I need to update who's gone.
Yeah. I guess Benjamin Morrison could be sneaky here. We haven't talked about him, but like this would be a good spot for him.
Norman Lott has not gone, correct?
No, Norman Lott has not gone.
That would be something. So Braden Swinson is my highest graded player. Excuse me. I keep forgetting he's not gone. Mike Green, my highest graded player. Then Braden Swinson. Then Savon Ravel. Xavier Watts, for what it's worth, the safety from Notre Dame. And then Darius Alexander, Trey Amos, Andrew Makuba, Tate Ratledge, Benjamin Morrison, Princely Uman Mielen, Jack Betch, Landon Jackson. So the Buccaneers are about to be announced.
Okay, we are. It's almost time.
Oh, Simeon Rice, that's so cool. I love this guy as a kid.
Okay, sure. So whatever, we are behind on the live stream, I guess. Someone just mentioned Morrison is gone. Yeah, great player, man. I'm happy he didn't have to fall too far. Risky, but round 2, I get it. He's
that's a perfect fit. Yeah,
that's fun.
Scoot Magoo was asking earlier, didn't we say the Chargers had interest in Mike Green? That was not us. That was the NFL Stock Exchange guys. That's who we heard that from.
Yeah.
There you go, Scott Magoo. The pick is in already for the Green Bay Packers. So if you have your Twitter notifications on, I would look away from your phone.
Yeah.
I imagine the Chargers pick is going to be spoiled.
Yes.
I am not 30 seconds behind the live broadcast. I have the live broadcast on my iPad here, and it is current. So
yeah, I saw the chat start to say some
know.
stuff. The chat started to mention Morrison after a while, so there might be a broadcast that is ahead of us.
Sure. You got something spoiled, didn't you? Hold it together, sir. I like that reaction, though. I think I know who that's for. As soon as I tell people to not look at stuff that gets spoiled, Tyler goes instantly to Twitter and sees about it.
Oh, I didn't go to Twitter, buddy.
You didn't go to Twitter. Did somebody text you? Somebody tipped you off? Okay.
Well, we'll find out if it's right.
Here's the Packers pick. Yeah. Try not to give it away. It's RJ Harvey. That'd be so funny to take 2 running backs in a row.
That'd be a very different reaction.
Thanks, Commissioner. I also want to introduce Kenya and Marcellus from the Boys and Girls Club in Green Bay. We're recognizing incredible youth like them as part of our Inspire Change initiative. The NFL works with Boys and Girls Club nationwide to help young people find their voices, advocate for issues important to them, and become future leaders. Let's have these leaders help me announce the pick. With the 54th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
The Green Bay Packers select
Anthony Belton, tackle, North Carolina State. Go Packers!
Did they need an offensive tackle? That's a little strange. Okay. The Chargers are on the clock. So Tyler's muting himself. He just cannot maintain it. So you guys here in the chat, make sure you don't spoil anything. I am not going to be in the live chat. I'm going to switch over to our private chat. Obviously, Tyler already knows who they picked. Theoretically, I guess. But do you want to just break it? That might be more fun since you know who it is. Or do you want to wait for the announcement?
No, wait for the announcement.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so don't spoil it in the chat. That would be great. If you are so inclined, we will announce it live. So the Chargers officially on the clock here. I can't do like our usual thing now because you know who it is. Oh, they're showing Anthony Belton pushing a car. That's cool. That's not really like a thing anymore. Tyler can't contain himself, so I have like
I'll show you the timestamp on my phone if nobody believes me.
Yeah, I have like 2 ideas here of who this potentially is, but
no, you know who it would be.
Okay. The pick is in for the Chargers.
Or I'm being trolled out of my mind. I'm gonna absolutely lose it on someone.
Yeah, if you're getting trolled, that would be rather unfortunate. Are we going to get this announced already? All right, here's Melvin Gordon, everybody. All
Can you
right.
show the thing so I can hear it? I'm going to fucking cry, dude.
With the 55th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Tre Harris.
Yeah, baby! Woo!
This is
Fuck yeah, baby! Let's go! Are you kidding me? Chargers back-to-back years get my receiver?
wow.
Oh my god! Come on, man! Let's go! Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, they got my guy again! I'm so happy!
Wow.
They
Does
freaking-
Joe Ortiz is a guilty as charged subscriber. Confirmed.
Oh man!
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
I love it! Yeah!
There we go, folks. There
Oh,
we go.
yeah!
There we go.
Holy cow!
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Holy cow! Woo! How did I know? I don't know. I just got a feeling. I just get these feelings.
Wow.
Sure.
You love to
What
see
can we
it.
do here?
Love
What
to
kind
see
of
it.
handstand? What we got here, guys? I'll put this sound on. If I fall and break my arm, you guys can call life alert or something.
I love it. He's cackling as he does the handstand. Wow.
I'm
Wow.
alive!
Wow.
Woo! They got my guy!
Wow. This is
Yeah!
great.
I'm so happy! Are you kidding me? All right.
This is fantastic.
My first guy, and they got my. Are you kidding me? All right.
Wow.
Woo! I am so happy. How did they go McConkey and Tre Harris for me? Yes, Mom. Those Soviet Union people beat that into me. No, believe it or not, I was very good at the floor.
Yeah.
So I got this.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh man,
losing my mind.
this is so good. This is a perfect fit for what the Chargers need. Obviously, this is your long-term X receiver, guys. This is the Mike Williams replacement. I do think that him and Mike Williams can play at the same time as well for whenever Mike Williams is healthy. But the catch radius is what you're getting with Tre Harris. I think he makes some nasty catches that happen every single week on a week-to-week basis. I do think for the limited route tree that he runs, like he does show an ability to snap out of routes, which is fantastic. Moves really well for his size. Is able to create separation at the top of routes. Has a good release package. He blocks. The playbook is going to potentially be my concern here. Like my only concern, because Ole Miss runs like 4 passing plays. So this is a great fit for him. I think he doesn't necessarily have to like play a ton right away, because of Mike Williams. So I think this is a great spot for the Chargers. I think it's a great spot for Tre Harris. We were big fans of him. Tyler liked him more than anybody else I know, but I did like him as well. So two years in a row, we get the receiver we
come
wanted.
on, man. All right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so last year, my wide receiver 5, number 22, Ladd McConkey. This year, my wide receiver 5, number 20 overall, Tre Harris. Let's freaking go, man. Oh my gosh. Okay. My eval. Tre Harris was matched to his skill set at Ole Miss, which was a blessing and a curse. On the positive side, Ole Miss used him as a true boundary X who can win vertically with size and ball tracking. Off the line on go balls, Harris can generally run through press man, but typically dips his shoulders to get around his man. While a bigger guy who is more physical than twitchy, Harris showed sorry, I'm very tired, a varied release package to win on slants and curls. There is some concern that it takes him too long for him to win off the line on short routes, leading to some off timing with his quarterback who may be hit waiting for him to get open. The negative with his role at Ole Miss is the lack of reps and targets running post, corners, and deep outs. He's Cedric Tillman's role from Tennessee back in 2023. Unlike Tillman, though, Harris can sink in his hips and accelerate after the catch in a way that makes him a much more dangerous X.
Yep.
Coming out of college, I also think that despite the hands numbers being above average, his catch ability is arguably his best trait. He adjusts to the ball well and generally prioritizes his hands over his body on jump balls and slants. Overall, Harris is a quality late round 1 to early round 2 upside prospect for a team in need of a true X that will not have to depend on him to carry the offense from the jump. I had him at 20th overall. Let's freaking go, dude. I am so freaking pumped. Holy cow! Holy freaking cow! I have to get that. I have to get these jerseys.
Yeah, you do.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, you got to get Lad first because you don't even have Lad yet.
I don't have Lad. Yeah, sure. At least I know breaking records and such. Oh my god. Man. Oh man. I guess I should do the important thing and say, chat, how do you feel about that pick? I haven't even looked at the chat yet. Oh my gosh.
Why is a wrestler announcing the Bears pick?
Don't care.
Do you want me to play the Bears pick?
Yeah, please play the Bears pick.
Is that all you got? Come on, you can be louder than that. I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange. But in all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field.
All right, guy.
And in case y'all aren't familiar with my game, let me remind you, I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary.
Okay, wrestler guy, get the hell off the TV.
Freaking Rollins. And I am here to tell you that
My
with
goodness.
the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears, select Ozzie Tropillo, tackle from Boston College.
That was the longest and dumbest announcement I've ever heard. Why can I not? Are you muted, Tyler? You just doing Twitter reactions?
Yeah, I'm just on the internet having some fun. Oh wow. Good news is I could like glide through the season even if I'm kind of wrong because I did have McConkey. So like but oh man. Thank you, Joe Ortiz. I appreciate you tremendously getting McConkey and Tre Harris in back-to-back years.
Yeah, I know there's been some frustration about how the Chargers have handled wide receiver among the fan base, but they know that they need help in that regard. So you get Lad McConkey, Tre Harris in back-to-back rounds or back-to-back second rounds, I should say. I think the two of them complement each other perfectly, and I think there is also a nice little spot in there for Quentin Johnston and what he is able to do well. So, not a perfect room, obviously. You know, you definitely need some impact from Tre right away. You definitely need some improvement from Quentin, but you get Lad, QJ, Tre Harris, Mike Williams. I would say that's a pretty nice improvement from where they were at the end of the season last year.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Did not have
where they were playing Simi Fehoko throughout the season. Like, no shade, love Simi, but
yeah. No, DJ Chark. Again, the bar is low.
Bar is very low.
Like
they got basically zero production from the X receiver spot, and now they have Mike and Tre Harris to solve that issue.
Oh my god, I'm absolutely.
Here is Roger with the Lions announcement.
Deployed to Iraq, where he was tragically killed in an IED explosion in July 2007 at age 18. Specialist QB service was marked by numerous awards and decorations, including the Bronze Star Medal and the Purple Heart. Christopher grew up in Michigan and was a lifelong fan of the Lions, passionately cheering his home team whenever he could. We honor him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. And now, I'm going to turn it over to John and David, who will announce in honor of their brother and son. Let them give them a cheer, baby.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions.
Wow, the Broncos traded out again. I didn't even realize that.
With the 57th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Dave Bretledge, guard from Georgia.
Oh, that's sick.
That's awesome. That's sick.
That is so good. That is so good. That is a very Lions
that is
pick.
awesome. I'm so happy for that pick for them and for him. Scoot Magoot. Harris had the best yards per route run versus man in college football last year. Yep, yards per route run versus man. Yards per route run overall, pretty high up there versus zone. I gotta bring this up. I gotta bring this up. Let me just have some fun here. It's all good.
Matt Harmon was a big Tre Harris guy too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he comped if you get him to hit, like he's not Brian Thomas Jr., but very similar ideas there.
Oh, wow.
Here's Tre Harris's yards per route run versus man in zone. If you can't, so that's a cluster of everybody
way
else.
Up there.
That thing over there where Mahomes usually is Tre Harris.
Yeah.
What I want to bring up though is the sortable data, because you then have sure, you can make what solidified it for me in the end as high as I had him. Tre Harris, yards per route run versus man, that's great, but some of it can be manufactured, like Lucky or whatever, But then you look at success rate versus man in this class, and Tre Harris was 5th, like number 5 in success rate versus man. So are you separating independent of quarterback play? Are you just separating versus man? And he was 5th. And then is it press? I forget what it was.
His
wasn't
success rate versus press was really, really good.
Yeah, it was 72%. So just behind McMillan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 8th. So top 10 there for sure. Ahead of, Burden, ahead of Golden, obviously. I feel pretty good about that. Yeah, he's awesome. I cannot believe I am sitting here and they took Tre Harris, and I can't even believe it, dude. I'm floating. Who is that Dean guy? Is that enough for you? Did you wake up? Or are you still seeing over there? The dumb, boring, informative
podcast. Yeah.
Fucking loved this guy. So, sorry.
The Raiders guy is going on quite a rant here, but I think here it is.
Oh, God. I invited my dad.
The 58th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Jack Besh, wide receiver.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good pick by the Raiders. I love Jack Besh, dude. That's such a good pick.
That sucks.
It's totally stuck.
That sucks. I'm gonna look. I like Jack Besh a lot, but because what's his name? Jacoby Myers kind of plays in the slot too, doesn't he?
I think so. I would say inside out.
I just got the Ravens pick spoiled. Oops.
Mike Green?
Yeah.
That's everyone knew that one was coming.
Everyone kind of knew that one was coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Would you like to invite our smartest of all of us, the greatest one of all of us, the one and the only, the most informative, knows all the punters and such? I can't even tell if he can hear me or not.
He should be able to hear you. He should be able to hear you.
He's
Alex
smiling.
Katzen!
What's
What's
up,
up, Alex
guys?
Katzen?
What's up? How we feeling?
I hated it. Hated that one.
Did you see Tyler's reaction?
I did not know. I saw the pick, I wrote the pick, and then I came upstairs to log on to the live stream, so I did not see it.
Yeah.
He did a handstand, which is very, very good. It's a good sign for the
Very
reaction.
nice,
But he got the pick tipped to him, and he had to contain himself to react properly when the announcement came out. So he did a good job of
I
being
see.
excited, but not too excited when he heard about that pick.
Little excited
Very nice.
there.
Very nice.
Did I not put out a video? For
Yeah,
Tre Harris?
I really didn't think they would actually do it. I really, it was one of those ones that I think I kind of hucked out in like January as like, it's not gonna happen. And
Yeah.
lo and behold, here we are.
Yeah.
My soul
I
link
wasn't
with Joe
sure
Ortiz has
that-
been broken.
Yeah. This has been nice. Sitting there at 55 and took him. Did we ever get any intel about what else they might have been considering there?
I heard early, like I said, to start the show, they were going to do offense in the second round. So they could have taken Tate Ratledge there, and I would have been A-okay with that. Obviously, Ratledge goes the next pick to the Lions. They could have taken Jack Betch, but I was expecting offense, and then once all the tight ends went, it was receiver, offensive line. So if it was not Tre Harris, I bet they would have taken Tate Ratledge there.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I did think that Besh was probably going to be in play just because he's just such a culture
totally.
fit.
Yeah.
That like I did think that would be in play. I had Arroyo in my mock that I published on Wednesday. It's the second time in a row I've gotten sniped so far. But what I will say in my defense is that last year I did get the second round pick right, but I did have to trade up for Ladd. I did get the first round pick wrong. But third round and on is where we started to really lace him up. So we'll see what happens.
Did you have a receiver early last year?
I did not. No, I had receiver. I had them doubling up in 5 and 6.
Did you have Latham?
Oh, last year you mean? Yeah, I had Latham. I had them trading down and taking Latham.
Okay.
And then, but I knew it was going to be tackle, and then I had Ladd in the second round last year. But this year I had them doubling up receiver in 5-6, and going Arroyo second round. So unfortunately, Seattle has ruined me.
Yeah, that's okay, man. When they get the undrafted free agent from UC Davis, that's going to be quite a victory lap for you.
That's right. Listen. What I'll say right now is if I hit on the Corey Black pick in like round 5, if I hit on David Meyer signing as UDFA, and if I hit on Drew Kendall like round 4 or round 5, I will be satisfied.
It's gonna be levitating right there.
Yeah, I will be satisfied with my predictive ability for this year.
Yeah,
it was never going to be as good as it was last year. It was never going to happen again.
I mean, you say that, but I mean, we didn't think it would be as good in terms of like the vibes of getting our guys that we wanted, but we just got Tre Harris here for Tyler. So let's dive into your scouting report here for Mr. Tre Harris. You mentioned you thought like early on in the season it might be a possibility, but what about the fit for the Chargers has you excited potentially about the Tre Harris selection?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the immediate thing, right, is this is the Mike Williams replacement for this Chargers offense. And I think that you go and you get this early because Mike Williams is a player that is kind of on the decline, right? He's not going to be the guy that he was before the torn ACL. He's on the wrong side of 30. He's only on a 1-year contract. It's not going to be the Mike Williams from, 2019, 2020 that we're getting this season. And so you need a guy on the outside to win more consistently. And this offense operates so much better when you have a guy that can do that. And when you have a guy that can do that while being able to stretch the field on the exterior outside the hashes. And I think with Harris, he didn't run particularly fast. It's in the 4.5s, right? But the way that he moves down the field, he's so tall and his legs are so long that he really just glides down the field. And so he can get vertical very quickly, even though he doesn't run a super fast 40.
Yeah.
And so that vertical element really opens things up kind of underneath for Ladd McConkey, for Will Dissly, for, whoever else it may be at this point. And I think that gives you so much more versatility in what you can do as an offense. And not to mention the fact that, like, you get all of the contested catch stuff, you get all the sideline stuff, you get all of the, like, big bodied X receiver stuff that, like, we've been asking for years at this point, like for multiple years at this point, right? And so now I think, right, you have an X receiver in Tre Harris, you have Ladd McConkey kind of operating in that, like, slot Z role. We're going to see kind of what Mike Williams is asked to do. Quentin Johnston is still going to be in the mix, but I think with this pick, right, you feel so much better about how the wide receiver room kind of looks as a whole, rather than like, oh, we have to rely on Mike Williams to be our full-time X in 2025, when like this window presumably should be opening for the Chargers, right? Like it's kind of time to start cracking the window open. You can't really rely on Mike Williams to be your number 2 wide receiver if that's going to be the case. So I really like this pick. I'm very happy with it. Like I said, I did not think they were going to do it around January or February. It was one that I kind of took as like, I don't think it's going to happen. I kind of tossed him out of the bucket for guys that I was considering with the groin injury. And then I'm trying to remember. I can't remember for sure. I think I had heard like a very minor thing character-wise that probably checked out. I do not recall what it was. So it's possible that I might just be slandering this poor man for no reason, in which case I apologize. But either way, clearly they were comfortable with it, and he is a Charger.
Yeah, 100%. Did they meet leading up to the draft?
I believe so. Let's see.
Obviously, he was at the Senior Bowl, or no?
He was supposed to be at the Shrine Bowl, and then he
that's right. He
pulled out last minute, I think, because of injury.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because of the groin injury, so he was not actually there. So it would have had to have been at the Combine or a 30 visit or something like that. But getting Insdorf's pulled up now. I don't see him on the 30 visit list, so it probably was a Combine meeting, which is not uncommon for the Chargers early on. Typically, like Joe Alt had a Combine meeting with them. A lot of the early targets have Combine meetings with them. And then I think the most consistent thing that we've kind of seen so far, and Omarion Hampton said this yesterday as well, is like you have a meeting pretty early on with the Chargers, and then you don't really hear from them the rest of the process. So I think, as we sort of get closer here to figuring out what kind of the formula is exactly going into year 3 next year, I do think that it's probably worth keeping an eye on. Of like Combine meeting, anything pre-Combine to Combine is probably like not really an indicator too much, and then anything post-Combine, like a 30 visit or something like that, is probably an indication that they are not super interested in taking a guy early. Obviously still subject to change. It's a very small sample, but I think that's sort of where we're gravitating towards at this point. I'd be interested to see if Harris says something similar.
Apparently he just is saying now in his like little thing that he mentioned that they did interview him at the Combine.
Yeah, so that would make sense then. If he had a Combine interview and then did not, feel substantive interest from them since then, that would kind of track with what Alt said after he was drafted, what McConkey said, what Hampton said yesterday. So I think that's sort of something to keep an eye on as we head into next year. But for now, we have like 7-8 more picks to wait for. So
so the Ravens pick of Mike Green was just announced. Unfortunately, I did see who the Broncos picked, and we are not going to be happy.
Ooh, Jahdae Barron again. No,
I mean, if only we could just clone players, and you could just take Jahdae Barron a bunch of times.
Ooh, so who would we not like it?
Oh man, that reads as like
it's not another defensive back, is it?
No, it's an offensive player.
Okay.
So the pick is in officially on the broadcast.
I need to catch up with some of the picks that have gone.
Jacob Arnall asking about Tre Harris and his blocking. I think he blocks very well. He didn't do
Great
it a
block.
ton. The funniest thing I watched from the Ole Miss offense is that they would have him literally like stand still at the line of scrimmage while like an RPO, excuse me, as I hit my mic, while an RPO is like going to the other way. But when given the chance to block, he is a very good blocker. Here is the Broncos selection at pick 60. So we have 4 more picks of round 2.
It's a blessing to be here, Broncos country. Let me hear you. Wisconsin Badgers, baby.
Wow. I just saw it come up on my little ticker here.
Now, with that said, with the 60th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select R.J. Harvey, running
Oh, you fuckers! What the hell is that? You fucking assholes! Are you serious? You're such a bunch of jackasses. David, Barron, and Harvey. Screw you! That's not nice. Wait a minute. That's not nice.
Man,
at all.
I'm surprised by that one. That's a little early for me, but
That's not
okay,
nice.
man. I mean, listen, I had heard yesterday that they did want to take Travion Henderson.
Yeah, I mean, Benjamin Albright was like
prevailing-
convinced.
Yeah, so the prevailing theory seems to be basically that like they weren't expecting Barron to be there, which makes sense. I don't think anybody was.
Yeah.
Most people
Yeah.
on the team side and on the media side kind of had Barron locked to the Dolphins. And so I actually wrote in the Hampton piece that it is kind of funny because the Dolphins were favored to take Barron, which then they took Grant, who was the guy that was linked to the Chargers pick, and the Chargers took Hampton, who was a guy that was linked to the Broncos pick because the Broncos took Barron. So it all ended up being like a very circular thing between those 3 teams. But yeah, I had heard that they were really interested in Henderson. Obviously, they ended up taking Barron because he was available. And then, like after that, right? Like there's so many running backs. You just take a guy, but like RJ Harvey, I'm very surprised to see go that early.
Here's the Commanders pick. We're cruising now.
Check this out. With the 61st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 3-time Super Bowl champions, 5 times world champions, Washington Commanders selects Tre Harris, defensive back, Mississippi.
I was wondering when he would come off the board. That's kind of crazy that he lasted this long.
Yeah.
Yeah, about time for him to get picked.
Yeah, RJ Harvey being a joker for them, I unfortunately do think that works. And they do have Audric Estimate who can kind of do the dirty work there. Zach Whitaker says the Eagles going to get Ravel. That would be very Eagles, and I will hate it.
Yeah, we're it's certainly looking that way at this point.
How do these like bots find our stream? I hate it every year.
I think they just search NFL draft, whatever, live stream, and then they just hop in all of them.
That's fair. All right, so we have the Bears and then the Chiefs and the Eagles, and then we are into round 3. And the pick is in for the Bears at 62. So these are the picks the Bears got for the trade with the Bills.
Yeah.
That was a good trade by that.
Yeah, great trade for them. To get 56 and 62 for that move down was great for them. I think
this has to be Caleb
They need
Johnson.
to take an edge at some point. They need to take a running back at some point. I wouldn't be surprised with Caleb Johnson. I would keep an eye on Swinson, maybe.
Ugh. The Bears are another team that are just going to keep taking players we like.
Yeah.
The pick just come in?
It is. Annie has not been announced yet, but Alex mentioned Braden Swinson as an option for them.
Hey, at least whatever. Load him up in the North, the NFC North, whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
my pizza here. All right, cool.
Yeah, you didn't eat like lunch, did you?
Not really. Not a huge lunch. I'll be back.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
I guess this
Yeah,
is
always
a good
a,
time.
always a classic part of the draft.
Yeah. I guess this is a good time to shout out our good friends over at Prize Picks. Obviously, you guys see them here in the bottom here. Great time to be a part of Prize Picks with everything going on from a playoff standpoint, NBA, NHL, all that stuff. The best and easiest way to consume daily fantasy sports, whatever kind of floats your boat. If you're a big baseball fan, this is a great time to be in on Prize Picks as well. So prizepicks.com, it does truly help support our show. Prizepicks.com/guilty, code guilty at checkout. Please go take advantage. It's been a great time, obviously, for us to collaborate with them. We've had a lot of fun, a lot of great content coming from Prize Picks. During the season, we'll have specific Chargers picks each single week. So prizepicks.com/guilty, code guilty at checkout for the best and easiest platform of daily fantasy sports. Let's get to some other super chats here. Irvin said, Tyler, that was awesome. We appreciate that. I think we talked about that one, actually. Yeah, I was behind. My bad. So, Irvin, you got mentioned up here twice. Andrea Schoon says, thanks for keeping Dad up to date. I apologize for this. You can eat your pizza. You don't have to eat on screen if you don't want to.
Hey, man, I'll do whatever.
Okay.
I just vibe over here.
I had like anxiety yesterday that the Chargers were gonna pick like while I was eating, like trade up or something like that. So that's why I ate on screen last night. So Cranky Pirate, how do you you guys feel about Jared Wilson? And like if he's there in the 4th round, I wouldn't hate it, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan.
Didn't watch him.
Not a great fit for the Chargers.
No, he's like a zone corner. Where did you order pizza from, Tyler? Sorry, I got you mid.
Jaramia Pizzeria. Help anybody?
I got pizzeria. I think
got pizzeria. Are you Italian too?
Bologna. Yeah.
Your wife's Italian, right?
No, she's Mexican.
Oh. Why? I think she was Italian.
No, my wife's Mexican. Half
My
Mexican.
Bad. My bad. I thought she was Italian.
It's all good. They don't all look the same, Steven.
Come on. It's RJ Harvey. Yes, it was, unfortunately. Tyler, stop saying players. Where's my booty shorts, pal? You got a handstand. I think we're good on the booty shorts today.
Yeah. Hey, we got a quad box coming on.
Oh, nice. Alex,
what's up, folks?
What's up?
Alex, I hated that pick. What do you think?
Which one?
Hey, Harris.
Oh no, that one was great. I thought you were saying that about RJ Harvey.
He's very clearly.
I hated that one too.
Oh, you're gonna be live for the Eagles pick. Nice.
Yeah, I closed Twitter and all that, so I'm not sure what's going on, but have it as a surprise.
Here's the wonderful Bears guy who said that they're gonna be the champs of the North this year for the Bears pick.
Y'all still booing, huh? Oh boy. Can confirm. Y'all must be booing this bad weather. Y'all gotta live here year round. Because I know y'all not booing the best team in the division. But on a serious note, with the 62nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Jamaree Turner, defensive tackle from Texas A&M.
Dumb.
Couldn't tell you.
Dumb pick. Okay, a couple more super chats, and we'll get some thoughts here. Tyler says, Edwin said that Tyler was more hyped than the Junior Colson pick. I would say that's accurate, but
yeah, that was a Tyler pick.
I mean, to be clear, not all of our hype regarding the Junior Colson pick was about Junior Colson, which was part of the bid.
Yeah,
So...
same with the Zion Johnson hype. It was name not Trevor Penning. So
yeah.
Versus Tre Harris, we're all pretty enthusiastically on that. So
that's a pro Tre Harris reaction for sure.
Yes, definitely.
Anthony says, let's go. I think this is after the pick was made. Let's go from Dallin Richards. Loving this draft so far. Bolt up. Holy shit. Matt M sent in $100 super chat earlier. Choosing the Chargers when the Rams left St. Louis is one of the worst decisions of my life, but you guys are awesome. That's funny.
Thank you,
That is a
Matt.
bummer.
Appreciate
Really
it.
good.
But thank you. Yeah, we talk about this is a great decision.
Yeah,
$100
you get to hang out with
$100
us on draft weekend, Matt. That's a well
yeah.
worth
What
the
else?
decision by itself.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the Chiefs pick already.
I'm gonna hate whatever this is.
Is that Dante Hall? Yep, Dante Hall.
Sick.
With the 63rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Norman Lott.
Of course. Oh man.
So now he's gonna be sick. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So
Oh
listen,
man.
here's the cope here. The Chargers drafted a running back in the first round. Omarion Hampton cannot play the run.
That's true. That's
Just
true.
run at him on every
I think
play.
that's
We're good.
no.
We've already countered this. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Genty and Hampton, everyone.
I liked him. I thought his testing would be better than it ended up being. I think if it were, he would be obviously drafted much higher. But I did like the tape. Okay, Brady Ruin says insert Joe Ortiz Glaze for sure.
Yeah, man, totally.
Andrea Schoen says, so Tyler, are we going to Brazil for the first game now?
If they get Braden Swinson in round 3, sure. I will swim to Brazil with my
You guys better buy some
Italian
tickets
wife.
soon.
Yeah.
John Schoen, back-to-back Schoen ones. Let's go Chargers. Nice. Love to see it.
He's stoked for Besh, so I'm happy for him.
Yeah. Joel B, super chat for Tyler celebration. Bolt up, baby. I love how everybody's just like super happy for Tyler.
I need it. Thank you.
Josh says we need a mock draft. We'll do a mock draft for the rest of the draft at the end of tonight's show. I think we're good there. Nature's Calls podcast. Yes. Tre effing Harris, you are a Charger. Hell yes. He was a huge fan of Tre. So I know he wasn't super optimistic about Omarion Hampton. So this is your makeup pick for you.
There you go. There you go.
Edwin, no, Tyler loves it. I like it too. Steven, who would you have gone with? I like Tre Harris a lot. I would have preferred probably Darius Alexander, but he has not gone yet. So I had other players graded higher, but in terms of what the Chargers needed, I think Tre Harris was like a perfect option there. Sanders dropped though. Yeah, he is dropping. Okay, that's it in terms of the reaction super chat. So let's give Alex the floor here. Alex Insdorf, I should say. I'm gonna have to do last names tonight. We very rarely have you guys on at the same time. So Mr. Insdorf, obviously you are the big resident wide receiver fan here. So what are your thoughts about Tre Harris in the second round?
So some of the things that wide receivers need to be able to do, one of them, catching the ball. Very good. Another one of them, running routes. Tre Harris.
Those are important things to play football.
Breathing
Tre
oxygen.
Harris can do both. And in some of the recent drafts outside of Ladd McConkey, I think that the Chargers have ignored both of those key skill sets to some degree. So I think it is nice to get Tre Harris to, number one in yards per route run in the country last year. I think he had like a 6% drop rate on 300 targets. This guy just, I don't know. He's, to me, like, I don't know if you want to comp, but like a slightly more upside Cortland Sutton. Like, that's what I think you're kind of getting here with like an X on the outside. Some people say AJ Brown, but I don't think he's as physically imposing as like a Brown. And I think that's a little helmet scouty. But I just think for this offense and what you needed to do, you just needed a functional outside receiver who has that high upside floor. And Harris is that great separator. And I think the Houston game really showed their limitations. If you don't have those guys on the outside, then your offense is going to kind of get clamped and have a pretty low ceiling to an extent. So I think Harris is definitely a ceiling raiser.
I disagree. He sucks.
Nah, I think in terms of comps, so his RAS comp, his number one RAS comp is Keon Coleman, which I think stylistically kind of makes some sense. Keon's fine. He just was drafted too early, but I think in terms of like the athletic profile, that's what I'm talking. That's what.
Yeah.
That's true.
That makes sense.
Yes.
And the one thing that Keon does great, I think, is the jump ball situation. So, I went back and watched some 2023 stuff for Quinshon Judkins mostly. But in the 2 games that I watched from 2023, dude, Tre Harris had some of the sickest catches in those 2 games that I watched, and like just the body control. It is very Mike Williams-esque. So here is the Eagles pick from Mr. Bo Allen.
I'm honored to be here representing the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles side. Go Birds! With the 64th pick, the 2025 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select Andrew Makuba.
Oh, that's sick.
Okay.
That's
all right.
Sick. I loved Andrew Makuba. He was awesome.
Yeah, Makuba's sick.
I like how the Eagles go from not giving a shit about linebackers or safeties, and now here they are. Look at them.
Yeah, no. As soon as Vic Fangio walks in the door, now you have Zach Bond, Kobe Dean, John Campbell, and you have Makuba now. No, that's a great pick.
They're like, all right, Vic, you won us the Super Bowl. You get to make the picks.
Basically.
I'm a little surprised they haven't taken like a true edge rusher though.
Yeah.
I guess they still could, but
at some point they probably will. I also think like DT is probably a position for them to hit. Like, I mean, yeah. I guess I don't know if you want to make this like an all defense draft, but I think you probably need to invest there.
Yeah, good draft for Texas defense so far.
Good unit, more watchable than their quarterback play.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah.
That was rough.
Yeah, I was gonna say right before the Eagles pick, the nice thing about the Tre Harris film is that Jackson Dart is so inaccurate that it really gives Tre Harris a lot of opportunity to show off like extension out of frame stuff. So I do appreciate him for that because that's a good thing to learn about Tre Harris.
Yeah, he's gonna catch one Justin Herbert go ball and be like, "What the shit? Like this is possible?"
Yeah.
The one he had against LSU this year in the end zone, that one was really sick. But
I didn't tweet out the one. I should have tweeted out the video I had of that one sick catch I screen recorded.
What's funny is I have no videos of Tre Harris on Twitter. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he's your guy.
Right.
What I've been doing is I've been going to I've created a folder on my phone that is just exclusively TikTok hype tapes of players the Chargers could draft.
Nice.
So I have a bunch of like alternate videos that like didn't get tweeted. Like I had a sick Igbuka one that obviously like didn't get pressed send on. Yeah. I had Marvin Neighbors ones at the ready last year. So there'll be some that don't get tweeted out.
But there wasn't a Joe Alt one?
Tweeted out. No, there was not a Joe Alt one.
I thought I screen recorded. There were a couple of the 2023 games that I watched, like I mentioned. He had like a sick, like he jumped up with one hand, like he had his hand pinned. And he jumped up with one hand and he caught it like this and like pinned it against his helmet on the sideline. I thought I had that screen recorded, but I don't. So I'll have to go back and find that
one. This is versus A&M. Was it over the helmet grab?
Yeah.
And was he pressed?
He was, okay. And it was like right on the sideline too. It was
6 minutes and 15 seconds into the A&M game. I don't know if it's caddies or the other one we have access to, but if it's caddies, try 6 minutes and 15 seconds into that all 22.
I'm gonna have to like remember that.
What up? Timestamping.
Nice.
What's like the worst player you have saved on a TikTok? Like, do you have just like? Did you have like a Blake Corum one last year?
Do you have day 3 videos ready at the ready?
Ooh,
that's his assignment for tonight.
That will be homework for tonight. But I definitely had some like day 3 running back save that now that they picked Hampton, like probably aren't going to come to fruition. But
yeah, they're not taking another running back. But
yeah, no,
maybe maybe that will help you for the Eagles.
I know. Yeah, if the Eagles took Manung guy, that'd be sick. But yeah, no, I would never save a Corum TikTok to my phone. Disgusting.
It's so funny, like of all like the Michigan running back hype, and honestly, Khalil Mullings might be like the favorite one that I watched.
No, Mullings is good. I liked him a lot, and I honestly thought they would be sitting there on like round 6, round 7. It's like, oh, him or Donovan Edwards. I thought Harbaugh was going to do one of those like charity picks this year. I guess he could still in undrafted free agency if one of those guys falls there.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
no, Mullings was like his pass protection too, and like his run blocking is top tier.
The Giants just picked Darius Alexander.
Ooh,
That's a good spot
to be
for him.
expected. Good spot. Yeah,
yeah.
that's a nice spot for him because he, like Norman Lott, he will not have to play the run there because they have Dexter Lawrence. So he can just sort of hang out. He can. I just like. I would prefer for him to just rush the passer on every play.
Sure. Lance Zierlein compared Tre Harris to Alec Pierce.
Interesting. I don't like Alec Pierce very much. I'll be honest.
Some of Zierlein's comps are a little weird this year. Like he compared Bashal Tutin to Pacheco, and I was like, what?
Yeah. I do think that like stylistically they are like similar in the sense of like they're big X receivers that are going to stretch vertically. I think Pierce ran maybe a little bit faster, but not a ton faster. I think that Harris is
here's a Chiefs pick at 66.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Ashton Jelani, defensive end, Louisville.
That's definitely their type. That is definitely their type.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut
I'm
you off there,
sick.
Katzen.
No, you're good. I love Gelati. I'm so mad right now. We talked about him on Wednesday.
We did.
Yeah, furious. Infuriating. I hate the Chiefs so much.
Their defensive picks are always frustrating. Mike Renner's comp for Tre Harris was Allen Robinson.
I like that better.
I like that better.
See that.
The end of Allen Robinson's career sucked, but when he was with Jacksonville and those first few years of Chicago, that was a lot of fun.
Jacksonville on Ron Robinson was different. That was sick.
Yeah. The Browns pick at 67 is in. So there were some people in the chat saying like, "Oh, Tre Harris isn't athletic enough." I mean, he ran 4.54, which isn't like, it's not extremely fast, right? But he's 6'2", 205 for that size. That's plenty fast. But he jumped 38 inches in the vertical and 10 feet 5 in the broad. Like, he's an explosive athlete. He's just not like, Dante Thornton is obviously track speed fast. That's not Tre Harris, but he's plenty fast enough in my opinion.
Yeah, I also just think with his other tools, like he doesn't need to be track speed fast. Like he's plenty fast enough, like with his other athletic traits, kind of like you mentioned, as a jump ball guy and, the separation that he's just able to get. So to me, I mean, I think he had like a 9.2 RAS or something like that. Something around there.
Yeah, it was a 9.2. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's pretty athletic. I get he's not, a burner in the sense of like, some of the guys that have gotten picked like in recent years, but I also don't think he needs to be.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think some people kind of talking about how this impacts Mr. Quentin Johnston, and I think he will settle into a more natural role for himself, as kind of a wide receiver 3 more so. I think essentially the Chargers are going to put like Tre Harris and Mike Williams in like a wide receiver 2 bucket, and like the two of them will be the wide receiver 2, essentially, and then Quentin Johnston as your wide receiver 3. You design some touches for him, behind the line of scrimmage, crossers, slants. I think it's a more natural role for Quentin Johnston. Unfortunately, it sucks to be talking about like a former first-round pick in that kind of role. But you get him in a more efficient role for himself, and you bake in some improvement because he did improve last year. And I think we'll see another step forward for Quentin Johnston. So I'm not saying that Quentin Johnston's going to be like around long term, but I think he can be an effective football player this way. You don't have to design whip routes against Derek Stingley now in crunch time against, for this specific roster. So I think we will see a more maximized version of Quentin Johnston going forward with this regime and this, group of players around him.
Yeah, and I think the reality too is just like I feel like we've kind of hit the ceiling on QJ a little bit. Like I think he's a very good player as far as, giving him backfield touches, like you said, giving him some like underneath stuff. But he can't be your outside X receiver, and that's why they got Mike Williams, and that's why they got Tre Harris.
Yeah, pretty spot on. I think too, like it's important to remember that QJ is not tied to this regime in really any fashion.
Mhm.
So like
Exactly.
he's not necessarily going to be someone that they consider very strongly in terms of their long-term plans. That doesn't mean that like he's not going to be on the roster this season, because I think that he still has plenty of value as the wide receiver 3 in that role as the Z. But I do think that like, taking Ladd in the second and then taking Tre Harris in the second this year kind of shows you like how the regime envisions the wide receiver room looking going forward.
Peter pointing out competitors welcome. Sorry, I'll get to that point in a second. The Browns pick is being announced.
2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Harold Fannin Jr., tight end, Bowling Green.
Okay.
David Njoku, Harold Fannin.
I had heard this team. I had heard the Browns were pretty heavily interested in him at this spot.
Well, there was
like a long
some
time
buzz
ago, like a month ago.
Oh,
But,
okay.
Yeah.
There was some buzz earlier today that they were going to be targeting one of the tight ends earlier, and then they went.
Yeah. I was expecting them to take Mason Taylor with one of those first 2 picks that they had at the top of today's action, but they were comfortable Fannin was going to get there. I'd heard that way longer, like I said, like a month plus ago, and I think that that's a good place for him. I think that being a tight end 2 with Njoku is a good setup for him.
Yeah.
I think that will probably give him the best chance of being successful.
Yeah.
So what's left at tight end? It's like Helm,
Helm,
Evans,
who unfortunately has the stuff from this morning that we heard about.
Gadsden, and Leachy.
They could do Jake Brenningstool. That's kind of where. Actually.
Yeah, Brenningstool is still there.
Conyers.
Conyers a little bit later.
Here's the Raider.
After the last pick, I went out there. I almost didn't make it back. I love you guys. There is no better team sport in the world than professional football. Do you agree? And there are no better fans in the world than NFL fans. Do you agree?
All right, guy.
Yep, I agree.
I am thrilled to get the privilege to welcome another young man into the silver and black. I believe he has a commitment to excellence, and we are thrilled to get, with the 68th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Darian Porter, defensive.
Oh, Tyler's going to be so mad. Tyler's going to be so mad. His dad will be happy, though. He'll be happy for his dad. The Raiders need to stop doing smart things. Like, I miss the old days.
It's very Pete Carroll.
Yeah. 100%. Who's their actual DC? It's still Patrick Graham, right?
I think it's Graham. Yeah, I think so.
But that is definitely a very Pete Carroll pick.
Yeah, it's Patrick Graham.
Hello, Soli. Have you guys ever seen Soli before?
I have.
Yeah. Maybe once.
Come here.
I don't actually remember.
Come here. Come on, up here. He's being camera shy now. Oh, you can kind of see him.
Yeah, I can see him in the very bottom of the frame there.
Yeah. Tyler is about to hop back on. Tyler, have you seen the Raiders pick?
Wait, No, are you serious, man? I just looked at it. What was it? Is it up? Is like have we?
Yeah. We
Okay.
Yeah,
have
you're
it
good.
up,
Oh, you fucking assholes. Okay.
yeah. At least it's to your dad's team.
Yeah, but he plays for the Raiders. Oh man.
You probably need to go to the bathroom, huh?
Yeah, that's what I was. Both
Yeah.
my dog and I were busy.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I will talk in a second.
You're good.
That's a good draft by the Raiders, man.
So how far do we think Breville's gonna fall?
I would probably
it's-
expect it to be at some point here. We're getting to that time. It
Yeah.
looks like, as I said, that the Lions traded up to 70, so perhaps there.
Oh.
Mm.
Yeah, no kidding.
But yeah, I would expect probably in the next like 10 to 15 picks here. Like his knee is messed up, but I don't think it's that messed up. Like he just tore his
Yeah.
ACL.
I mean, it just sounds like he's gonna need more time to recover.
Mhm.
Yeah, I did hear at the Shrine Bowl that he had suffered like a little bit of a setback. He is on the older
Mm.
side, so like there's a lot of
Yeah.
stuff kind of working against him. Like he's 24, he tore his ACL. He's gonna might have had a setback with the ACL. It's like there's a lot of stuff going on there.
Where are we in the super chats? Do we know? Someone just
I don't
asked.
know if we read them all
No
or not.
idea.
Okay, I'll wait for Steven then with about 10 picks to go. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Catch me up. Who's gone? Well, Porter's gone. Sick.
Porter's gone. I just saw the Patriots pick. I don't know if it's been on the broadcast or not yet, though. I don't have the broadcast up right now.
Amos is gone. Yeah. Okay. So there's everyone there. Revel's not gone. Swinson is not gone.
Swinson is not gone. Has everyone seen the Patriots pick? Should we?
I saw that.
No, but it seems. Oh, okay. All right. It's on my broadcast, so everyone's
Okay.
You've seen it. Insdorf.
Mhm.
And, yeah. Okay. So Kyle
Yeah,
Williams.
so-
Yeah.
Yep. The Kyle Williams makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't think the Chargers were ever taking him, given.
No, I never
we've
got
learned in
clarification on
recent
what it
days.
was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be crashing out a little harder right now if they didn't take Tre Harris, but
Yeah. Especially given the Tre Harris pick, obviously. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's nice to like take a good receiver and then be like, oh, I don't actually give a shit that all the other good ones are coming off the board. It's
Right.
like
Right.
calming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah,
very
it's so
nice. It is nice.
Katzen, where do we think Shadur is going? 83?
It's a great question.
Ooh, man, what a good question. What are we looking at here? I could see 73.
Who's 73?
With the Jets.
Oh.
I could see. Yeah, I think probably 73 or 83. That would be my guess.
Mm.
Jets or Steelers.
Man, I'm kind of rooting for
I
73.
just saw who the Lions traded up for, and that's
Ooh.
interesting.
Yeah, Steven mentioned the Porter pick. Kyle Williams just went, Steven, if you missed that. To the Patriots, you're muted.
Sorry. Kyle Williams went to the Patriots.
Yep.
Kyle Williams, the Patriots.
Yeah, I think if there were not the character stuff, he would have gone much earlier. Unfortunately for him.
Yeah, I got to take RJ Harvey off this. So Harold Fannin is not gone, right?
He
No, he
just
went.
Harold Fannin went 67
first rounds.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right, so the Conklin tight end one it is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I gotta
Princely Monmielen still has not gone, right?
Nope.
Correct.
Yeah, him and Swinson have not gone. That'd be sick. Okay, well, Johnson, Morrison, Bash.
Pick
Quinn,
is in for the Saints.
Okay. The Lions pick was Isaac Tesla, for anyone that didn't see it. Who's
That's
the
crazy.
Oh,
the
really?
giant Arkansas wide receiver. They traded up for him too, which is kind of crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Did he have that buzz? I mean, other
No.
after the
No, definitely not.
Andrew
Definitely
Armstrong
not.
was the Arkansas receiver.
Yeah.
That had the buzz.
Yeah, I felt like Armstrong had a lot more buzz.
Yeah,
Wow.
he was at the Senior Bowl. He was there.
Mm.
I do not recall anything that he did there, but he was there.
Has
So is
Jalen Noel
Fremont.
gone?
He is not.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
crazy.
Yeah, so this is trading up for Isaac Tesla with Jalen Noel on the board.
That is a
And-
surprise.
And his teammate. I thought Andrew Armstrong was a significantly better prospect.
Yeah, I think Armstrong will probably be early tomorrow. I would say like 4 or 5 probably.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's fair. I
Yeah.
forgot.
I had Tesla like 5'6", so
Yeah. That's so funny. I'm crossing. This is the first time that I'm like updating everything, and I just
I'm
had to
doing that
scroll.
right now. Yeah.
I just scrolled down and I had to scroll down to 66 to cross out Maxwell Hairston, who was a first round pick.
Oh, the Chiefs went July. I missed that. That's very Chiefs.
Yeah.
yeah.
So we are at pick 71. We have 15 picks until the Chargers are back on. Any potential that they might trade up here, you guys think?
Maybe.
I don't really think so.
I feel like they'll have guys available.
Yeah. I think there's enough defensive tackles left. There's enough edges left that like I'm comfortable
Yeah.
not doing. I'm comfortable not moving up a ton. I don't think they'll move up very much. If they do.
Yeah, I feel like this is a defensive pick next.
Yeah, I would agree.
At some point, you got to give Jesse Minter some pieces.
No, I was thinking another running back actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't like. I love Miles Frazier, so if they took him here, I would get it and just
Yeah.
like, complete the offensive trio. But at the same time, like, you got to give Jesse Minter some pieces.
Yeah.
Apparently, Tre Harris's real name is Cleveland. Is that real?
Oh,
That's what Zach
Really?
Ziegler said in the chat.
wide receiver 6.
Tre Harris, much cooler name. Name factor, definitely
Yeah.
good
I don't-
choice.
Yeah.
I don't feel like we can acknowledge his name is Cleveland.
No.
I just feel like that's an automatic aura dropper.
Oh, I saw the Saints pick. I didn't even
Cleveland
watch it there.
Joseph Harris III.
You didn't even watch the player the Saints picked?
Not that he's bad. I have no idea.
Oh.
Wait, who'd the Saints pick?
It hasn't been announced yet. You
Oh.
can say it at this point. I don't care.
I haven't seen it. I don't know.
Vernon Broughton.
Oh, the other Texas
Oh.
defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't watch him.
He was pretty high on PFF's board.
Yeah, he's 137 on the consensus board, so a little bit early for him, but fits the Chargers' agenda at 86 here, so I'm not mad.
Oh. Yeah, so for those who missed our shows earlier this week, the Chargers have done a lot of work on day 2 defensive tackles. I was told early this morning they were going to go offense in the first round, with the thought that potentially they could go defensive line here in the third round. There are some names. I don't know if I want to say them at this point in time.
Well,
but
can
I've
I
already
say-
said them,
We're
so
gonna
it's
jinx
fine.
it if we say it.
Can
That's
I
why
say-
I didn't say it either. We're gonna.
Can I
jinx
say
it.
a name? Can I say a name that I mocked? I don't know
Sure.
if it was one of the guys on your list or not. But I took Jordan Phillips in my mock
Yeah.
yesterday. So just like
Yeah.
That's
guy
the
that I
name you
think.
might have. And now it's jinxed. It's ruined. We ruined it.
Well, it's
No,
over.
But yeah, I think Phillips makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Bowman was there, which we can say for every Maryland guy, but I think he's effectively your Puna replacement, and I think has a lot of explosive traits to be able to develop more pass rush. So kind of liked him a lot. If I get both of the picks in the mock draft, I won't shut up for at least one day until I get everything wrong tomorrow.
Yeah. Jordan Phillips is one of the guys that they like. Ty Robinson as well. Although
Yeah,
Robinson's obviously much more of a pass rusher type. Joshua Farmer as well from Florida State. They have coaching connections to all of those guys, really.
Mhm.
I think like worst case scenario for them is probably Riley Mills, depending on how far he falls. The tough thing there is that he's probably going to have to miss most of this season. So in like a scenario where they had gotten Kenneth Grant earlier or something like that, Riley Mills would have made a lot of sense. You know, now I think they probably have to take somebody that's more of an instant impact player for this specific rotation.
Yeah. I think Phillips makes the most sense to me. That's the name that I've kind of had in my head since they took Harris, because he's more of the nose one tech type that they need to replace. That would be, you know, the Kenneth Grant proxy in the third round here. I do think, like Ensdorf said, I do think he has the traits to develop more as a pass rusher. He was really more of just like a pure run stuffer at Maryland, but he certainly has the traits to do that. And in the third round, like, you're not getting a well-rounded player really anywhere. So I'm comfortable betting on a guy that's athletic and blew up the Shrine Bowl and, you know, like has the ability at least to do it theoretically. So I think that's probably where I would lean right now.
Yeah, and I think just that Maryland, he was able to eat up like a lot of double teams, and I think they could just. I feel like he'd be very good early on at, like, not necessarily developing the pass rush like we said, but just being able to have that kind of skill set in the pros. I was looking at the
sorry to cut you off there. The Buffalo Bills just took Landon Jackson.
Okay.
So they have a type at edge rusher for sure.
I was right about to talk about the edge rushers too, because I was right about to say I think the board is like kind of set up for them to maybe go edge rusher here, because I mean we still have Swinson, Omarion, Josiah Stewart, Michigan Nepo pick. Like, you can do that. So
it is funny. I keep forgetting because he plays so much bigger, but Jordan Phillips is only 6'1". So it would be kind of fitting to lose Puna Ford and then you go get another short nose tackle type.
Welcome back, Puna Ford.
Yeah, he's a bold.
Here's the Jets pick, excuse me, at 73.
This is 25 years for me getting drafted. I want to give a shout out to Sean Ellis. I want to give a shout out to Chad Pennington and Anthony Beck, the 4 first-round picks we had in 2000. And also, we got a free 99. We got a third-round pick for Liberty Skull from Florida State.
Okay.
With that being said, with the 73rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Azarie Thomas, DB, Florida State.
Oh, cool. Okay. Nice.
That's a good spot for him.
Where'd Reed end up again?
The Lions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Third round feels right for him. I liked him for the Chargers, but you know, that athletic profile, definitely more of a third round selection there. Okay, I think we have a few more super chats. We've gotten 68 super chats today, which is crazy.
That's crazy. Wait till the next one.
Yeah. Okay. Jay Cervantes says round 3, which we are approaching. Obviously, has to be DT or edge.
Yep.
I think we're kind of on the same page that this is a defensive line pick here.
Yeah.
Unless Ravel falls, that could kind of be interesting.
Yeah, there was a question about why he is falling. I think it has to be the medicals and just the lack of a full season from last year.
True.
Alex Katzen, this is probably a question for you. Is there a Vernon Davis type tight end from 2026 or 2027? This is from Dark Samus.
That's a very specific question. Or
just a general any tight ends.
I was like 7 when Vernon Davis got drafted, so I'm not exactly sure. But I would say probably not. I haven't done a ton of work on the 2026 tight end class. 2027 is way too far out to be thinking about tight ends because there's so much physical development that kids have to do in college that, like, you don't really get kids as true freshmen unless it's like literally Brock Bowers, which there wasn't one this season as a freshman. All those are wide receivers. 2026, I can't think of anyone off the top of my head, really. I'm sure Penn State has another one because they always do.
Notre Dame will have one too.
Notre Dame will have one. Penn State will have one. But I would say there's not one that sticks out in my mind as like, oh yeah, I know for sure that guy's like a top 20, 25 prospect, like early right now.
Yeah.
Kenyon
Iowa will
Sadiq, I
probably
guess, would
have
be
one.
the closest one. The kid at Oregon, that was the tight end 2 behind Ferguson. He's pretty good. I know a lot of people that do like him a lot. But tight ends is weird. Colleges don't really throw to tight ends, and so it's really difficult to get a handle on like who's any good.
Yeah, unless you're Tyler Warren. I went back and watched the USC game for a different prospect in that game. I was watching Jalen Smith, the corner, and it was like every other play was Tyler Warren in some kind of design touch. It was just kind of crazy. B with our next one here says Jesse Minter going to have to do God's work on the D.
Yeah.
Did it last year.
Let him cook.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Plus, there's post-draft and trades, and who knows?
Yeah. Joe Alexander says the reaction for Tre Harris pick was the opposite of the junior pick last year. Tyler, are we good if we go trenches through day 3? Was it the opposite pick?
No, they were the same.
Yeah, we were pretty stoked for that for the Junior Colson one.
Yeah. I don't. Maybe a clarifier there, Joe.
Yeah.
Miss Andrea Schoen says, "Yay, Steven." I don't remember what the context was here.
Yeah,
but it was probably about the Tre Harris pick, I assume.
Maybe.
Anthony C says we have multiple big play game changers on our offense now with Harris, Hampton, and Ladd. If we get an Andrews or Goddard trade and a day 3 guard to replace Zion, this offense is Super Bowl ready. What are your thoughts there, Insdorf?
I would like Dallas Goddard. But
honestly, that wasn't even intentional about the Goddard part, by the way.
I know. No, I mean, I do think they're kind of like set up to potentially do one of those trades. Obviously, we'll see what this pick is, and they do have to absolutely invest in defense. So if it costs a round 4, 5 pick for Goddard or Andrews, I'm curious what the cost is for one of those guys, because I know it was Schultz who I think put out that like I think the Eagles with Goddard were willing to take like future capital. Like they would be willing to take like a pick next year for like Goddard or something along those lines just to like get off of it. So if that's the deal and you can do like a 2026 4th or something like that for Goddard, that's like kind of interesting. And it allows you to still get your defensive guys this year. It's kind of speculation, but I kind of wouldn't be surprised if one of those trades happened on day 3. Obviously, we'll see. Maybe they go all offense and take a tight end here. But to me, I wouldn't bet on a trade happening, but I do think they've kind of set up the draft to like do that a little bit, especially as the tight end board sort of wanes.
Yeah, especially if you can do next year's draft, I'd be way more interested. The Broncos pick is in. They are not showing somebody walking out, so we'll wait. Maybe. Okay, this is Monty Ball. Is that his name?
Oh wow, yeah.
Talking about him last night, first round. They might have a shot at Shador 3rd round. Woo! Broncos country, baby, back again. Hey, Broncos country. How about Super Bowl 32 against the Packers?
That was a long time ago.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Bryant, wide receiver.
Oh,
interesting.
They have such a type at wide receiver.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Their entire receiving core is guys just like him, and then Marvin Mims.
I liked Pat Bryant though. I didn't understand like why after he like ran a bad 40, people were like, "Oh, he's like 160 now on the board." I was like, I didn't understand that.
That was too much.
I thought he was really good. Obviously, Rutgers supervillain, but he's just. I think he does everything pretty well except for the speed part, and I just think kind of obviously not as athletic as like a Tre Harris, but if you get kind of that vein of receiver. Have him as a boundary guy. I think that's a pretty good pick.
Yeah. Chat and boys, should I not know what the pick is, or should we break it, or what? What do you want to do? I don't know what it is, by the way. I have no idea.
Oh, in case you get it spoiled, you're saying?
Correct.
I've been going to like banners or something just so I don't see the chat. But
Yeah. The pick is in for the 49ers. Is it already going to be announced? Yep.
Shadur Sanders. Let's go.
Collected a little bit. Cortland Sutton's a big receiver for him. Devon Bailey, and now you're adding in Pat Bryant. How's it going? How's it going? 25 years since I've been here.
You already said that.
Let's go big area. With the 75th pick and the 2025 draft, San Francisco 49ers select Nick Martin, Oklahoma State.
Don't know who that is.
Have at it. Good for
Very,
that.
You're probably the
very
only
early.
player.
Very
Classic.
early. Super early.
Ooh, we're
Incredibly
starting to get
early.
into reaches.
196th on the consensus board.
Oh,
Going
classic Kyle
70.
Shanahan then.
So early. Ridiculously early. Confusing. Have no idea why they would do this.
I get you. All right,
We are at pick 76 now, which means we are 10 picks away from the Chargers' next selection here. I was going to compliment the 49ers because they've gotten Michael and Alfred Collins, and I really like those fits, but taking this kind of linebacker early is strange.
Yeah.
Also, 49ers, the offensive side of the football does exist for you.
I don't think it needs to.
I mean, there's like a decent chance that Christian McCaffrey is like not going to play football again.
Jeez. Okay.
That would be good. I would like the Niners to be bad.
Nick Martin, linebacker, Oklahoma
Too.
State. What the hell is that?
Pick is in already for the Dallas Cowboys.
Someone prank called Shador.
Seriously? That's messed up.
That's brutal.
That's brutal. Here's the Cowboys pick. We are zooming through.
What a beautiful night out here in Green Bay, huh? All right. With the 76th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Savon Rebel Jr.
Oh.
East Carolina.
It's about time.
God
Yeah.
damn it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Good
That's-
player. Okay, that is my last.
I don't like the
Likely
Cowboys having a
like
good
next
draft,
10
man.
to 15 picks. Yeah. It's they stole Azaraku from us also. It's just,
Oh, yeah.
I'm just not-
Yeah.
So,
Gents, I'll be right back real quick.
okay.
Sure.
Best available for me right now: Swinson, Omarion, although that's could be off the board entirely. They're not going receiver, running back, I don't think. So, Josh Farmer.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
see
I'm
it.
good. I'm good with really any DT or edge here.
Yeah,
I feel
Yeah.
like.
Farmer,
Uh,
Phillips, Robinson,
Phillips.
CJ West.
Yeah.
Would be in that mix. I know he's not on Steven's list, but he's one I like. Swinson, even with the way that this third round is going, like a guy like Kyle Kennard could be in the mix.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm totally
Um,
fine with that.
But
Yeah.
but seems like there'll be plenty of options for D line, so it makes sense
Yeah.
that this would be the spot for them to take one.
Yeah. Milam is not gone.
Milam is not gone.
So Milam, Fraser Rivers. I forgot he went.
I mean, this could also low key be guard range, I guess. If
Yeah,
they
it's kind
wanted
of
to go
yeah.
Miles Frazier.
It could be, yeah. Frazier would be kind of the one that I would be interested in.
I guess Mbow's still available.
Yeah, Bo hasn't gone yet. Milam could play guard, but I don't know if he's a great fit at guard for the Chargers.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of would prefer to wait until round 4 to take a lineman, just based on how
I kind of agree.
the board is breaking.
So on the
consensus-wise.
broadcast, Panthers took Princely Maniellan.
Okay.
So there goes that one.
What if Harbaugh's just like, I gave you your running back and I gave you your wide receiver. We're gonna draft JJ Peegs and we're gonna convert him to fullback and have him do fullback defensive tackle in round 3.
Then what do you do with what's his name?
Matlock.
I can't think of his name. Matlock. That's depressing. Okay, so still Swinson. I'm Team Swinson.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Phillips.
Alrighty.
Cardinals pick appears to be in on mine.
Okay.
I don't know who it is, but
yeah. I'm on the Bleacher Report stream, and they don't show like some of the updates and such.
Yeah.
So the Panthers went Tet. Or I'm sorry, I can't call him Tet. He doesn't prefer that. It's T-Mac or what?
T-Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick Scorton, Princely. I don't think it's running back, receiver again. Why did I think
who's up right now?
Arizona's up right now.
Yeah. Why did I think the Chargers picked 79th? Was that last year? No,
last year they were like 69 or something. I forgot.
Yeah, 69 last year.
Something like that.
I think it was 79 this year. Whatever. Are people way up on the Texans?
I haven't seen anything.
So I don't have Cardinals pick in, and then this person's talking about the Texans. Captain, do you have any thoughts on the lineman the Texans took? We didn't watch him.
I haven't seen who it is.
I'm sorry. No, I mean like in the second.
Earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like it's a good pick for them because they need anybody to play offensive line. I do think like you probably stick him at right tackle for now, although they do have Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher was pretty bad last year. You can play him at right tackle right now. You can play him at guard right now. I do think like they kind of have a lot of those guys with Fisher and Titus Howard and now Ursery, but more of a like kind of power player type guy. I think he's fine. I think that like they seem like they wanted Donovan Jackson pretty bad because they traded out as soon as the Vikings took him on yesterday. So
gotcha.
And I had heard that link a couple times. So taking another guard who might be a tackle who might be a guard kind of makes sense for them. It seems like they just want to find a guy who is good at playing football and then figure out what his spot is later.
Yeah, and then trade him to the Commanders.
I have the Cardinals pick. Yes, the Cardinals pick.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I don't.
It is Jordan Birch.
Okay. That's one of the only guys I didn't watch. Thoughts, Katzen?
He's a good athlete. I kind of want him to be more productive than he was sometimes at Oregon. He's kind of up and down sometimes. But fits the Cardinals type because he's huge. Kind of similar to Darius Robinson last season, where like he can kind of play 5-tech or outside. Certainly seems to be what they want to build the D line out of because they have Robinson and Calais Campbell and now Birch. So probably a guy that takes over Campbell's role next season. Is kind of
and they have Sweat, right?
Yep, and they signed Sweat as well. So,
Yeah.
Dang.
It's actually a pretty good edge room.
yeah, that pick was weird. I heard a lot of people say that it was Jalen Knoll, and then it came across the ticker and it was Burks. That's why I got confused, and I was like, oh, I have the. Wait, I thought the Cardinals just picked. So kind of an odd one, but
Yeah.
But yeah, I think like not a guy that I was necessarily super interested in for the Chargers, but I do think that like if you were looking for that sort of like 5-techy type guy, like an Aboigbe type, like Birch is sort of that player. So I understand why some
Yeah.
people might have, but I wasn't super high on him. I think that this is a good-ish spot for him. It turns out that the Texans are the ones that took Jalen Knoll. He just went at 70.
Whoa, really?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Man, they're so Alex pilled just taking receivers. Like,
I know.
yeah, Higgins and Knoll. This is why you don't let me run a football team.
Yeah, so I would imagine the Tank Dell replacement obviously gets to pair back
Yeah,
up with
that's
Jaden
cool.
Higgins.
And they traded for Kirk, right? It's not Kirk.
Yes.
Oh, Christian Kirk, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think he's on a 1 year also, like it should be
Yeah,
expiring
yeah.
for this year. So Noel doesn't Noel kind of does the Tank Dell stuff this year, doesn't necessarily have to be super, super effective, and then next year Kirk gets
Yeah.
free agency. Dell might not ever play again with how bad that injury was.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
You know, and you have a contingency plan at least. So I don't mind it.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Steven, welcome back.
Thank you. I just saw Jalen Knoll. Who else went?
Jordan Birch
Jordan
went to the
Birch.
Cardinals. Princely went to the Panthers the pick before that at 77.
Ooh. Good for Princely. His film was a lot of fun, but character stuff. Here's the Colts back with Jonathan Taylor.
Colts Nation, you know I had to double back. With the 80th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Justin Wally, defensive back, Minnesota. For the shoe.
Could not tell you who that
Wow.
is. Could not tell you who
So-
that is.
Yeah.
Justin Wally is a guy that my friends and I discovered last week.
I know.
No.
All of
That's
us-
why I saw
no.
people posting about him.
Yeah. And all of us watched him and we were like, this guy's kind of nice. Like what's going on? Like this is kind of
that boy nice watcher.
Yeah, we were like nobody's talked about all process. He's kind of sick. But I didn't think he was going to go 80th overall. Like,
Yeah,
that-
no, I thought when people
I
started
was
posting
like-
that, I was like, oh, he's a 5th or 6th round guy or something.
Yeah, I was like, cool, like nice, like 5th, 6th guy, like not, I'll keep it in the back pocket for when I come on Saturday, and here we go. Chris Ballard does it again.
Oh man, that's hilarious. That is too funny. The Bengals pick is in. So we are pick 81. We'll do some like best guesses once we get closer, and probably the next couple picks here. Kareem asking about if we would be upset at Zoff Frazier in the 3rd. Hell yes, I would be upset.
I would be very
Top
upset with
Frazier
it.
in the 6th. We will.
Yeah.
We will be thrilled. But
You could talk me into the 5th, but 3rd,
Yeah.
I would not.
Yeah,
be,
fifth,
happy
fifth,
camper.
sure. 3rd, no.
Here's the Bengals pick.
On Wisconsin. With the 81st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Darian Fairchild, guard, Georgia.
Did he say Darian?
yeah, he said Darian and fucked it
Yeah,
up.
he sure did.
Dylan Fairchild.
Dylan Fairchild.
Him
It's a
going
tough
ahead
one to
of
see
Miles.
come off the board.
Him going ahead of Miles Frazier is that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, that is good for the agendas, but that is a tough one to see come off the board. He was someone that I had kind of penciled like 5-6.
Yeah. Yeah, we're officially in Miles Frazier's territory if the Chargers want to go that route.
Yeah, this is about the range I'd expect him to go.
Oh, Fairchild was a good wrestler, huh? I didn't know that. Or maybe I did.
I feel like there's like 15 guys in this draft who have some kind of wrestling background. I don't.
Jonte Hamilton, man.
Yeah, no, him. And
His wrestling highlight tape they're showing right now is rather impressive.
Sick.
Jordan Phillips also has a wrestling background too.
Sick. Let's go.
Slam it. Let's do it.
I read today when I was writing up his profile, he was a competitive wrestler and weightlifter in high school.
I knew the weightlifting part. I did not know.
Yeah, no, he's also a wrestler.
Yeah.
Kurt McDowell asking about Jack Sawyer or Miles Frazier. Those two are not in the same stratosphere of prospect, in my opinion.
Miles Frazier by like a round and a half.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of Sawyer. I didn't know where I have him.
He's a great college edge rusher, man, but the NFL traits are just not there. Like
there was like a point in February where people just had Sawyer like consensus second round and like had him over JTT, and I was just like, what are we talking about? Like,
it was because of the one play in the playoff game.
Yeah, and probably
that was literally it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like in the third round, I guess I wouldn't hate it, but there are definitely other edge rushers I would like. But
yeah, I would prefer to wait until tomorrow on a guy like him.
If we want an undersized edge rusher, take Josiah Stewart over.
Edge rusher wise, I think if you're taking one here, you're hoping that Swinson continues to be there. Otherwise, you're taking Josiah Stewart. Katzen, did you ever get to the Texas kid that Tyler likes?
Oh, Sorrell? I ran out of time. I did not get to him. But I did ask a couple people about him, and I did receive some positive feedback on him. I do think that like we're getting into range for him now too, I would imagine.
Yeah, but not over Swinson.
No, definitely not over Swinson.
No.
Or
do you have him over Stewart, Tyler?
Shamar?
Josiah.
Josiah.
Because like that might have been close. Do I have him over? Yes, I do, barely. Just because it's actual, no disrespect, but measurables.
Sure. That's fair as the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
because Josiah is very small.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah.
So we mentioned some of the guys the Chargers like at defensive tackle, but do you guys have any opinions? I know Tyler likes CJ West. There are some other options here at defensive tackle. Anybody else you'd like to give a shout out at that particular position?
I love CJ West.
I love CJ West too.
He's so good. I don't know. He's so good, dude.
I didn't hear about him, but I would not be shocked. I mean, it fits the need, fits the role that I think they're looking for.
Yeah, and this is the range for him too. We're getting into the picks for him. I did hear pretty consistently at the combine that he's going to go to top 100, so I would expect it to be sometime soon here.
So how do you guys have Phillips, Farmer, West? How do you guys have that group sorted? I guess Ty Robinson in that group as well, since we heard the Chargers are interested.
Farmer at 53rd, West at 78, Robinson 87, Phillips 88.
I would probably have West and then Phillips and then Farmer and then Robinson. I might have Farmer above Phillips.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think West first, and then I think you could flip Phillips or Farmer either way.
Yeah. So you just
the Titans just took Kevin Winston, the safety from Penn State.
Oh, okay.
Happy for
so I would have Farmer and then Ty Robinson and then Phillips, and then I wasn't like a huge fan of CJ West, but I did like him a decent amount.
Yeah. I liked him for sure.
The bummer with the defensive line pick is there's really no interior defensive lineman TikToks. So like the market on that. I just looked up CJ West TikTok on my phone. There's nothing.
There's nothing.
It's just people talking about him on podcasts.
So the pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers here at 83.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so did we all have Farmer? Wait, no.
You
Tyler and I
had
had Farmer atop that
I had West.
4, right?
Mhm.
And then Katzen,
Yeah.
you had West also.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So some good options there for the Chargers. Who
Yeah,
are 3
totally.
picks away if they want to go defensive tackle here.
Yeah. Can I guess the Steelers pick before it comes up?
Yeah, go for it. The guy's walking onto the stage, so go.
I think it's going to be Caleb Johnson.
Ooh.
Over Shadur?
I think so.
I think they just like if they don't take Shadur here, they're just like not taking it. Ooh. One of the guys is wearing one of the Bumblebee jerseys. Bold choice.
Nice.
Thank you very much. With the 83rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers, looking to be dominant once again, select
Hoping.
Caleb Johnson.
Nice.
Nice, good call. Very nice call there.
Got him.
That's a
So
fun
they
one.
just
yeah,
they
the-
just
the-
do not like Shador then.
Yeah. Well, and they want to do some more outside zone stuff, I think, with Arthur Smith. And
Mm.
like that's kind of the reason that Najee didn't get re-signed. Jalen Warren fits that a lot better. Caleb Johnson is very much a wide zone back. So I like that one. I saw that he was still available and that the pick got sent in. And I was like, well, it would make sense to me, but
Yeah. So when did the Chargers take Shadur? How far does he have to fall?
Dude, imagine Jim Harbaugh and Shadur together. I'm not gonna lie, that would be amazing.
Cinema.
The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers already. Shooter to the Chargers. Yeah. Yeah, there were some questions about JJ Pegues in the chat. A lot of the talk is about him as an offensive player, but
Yes.
do you guys have any strong takes about him as a defensive player?
Pretty good.
Yeah, solid, fine day 3 option. I
I'd
think if your
probably-
evaluation of a D tackle starts with his offensive football, that tells you kind of what you need to
I'd
know.
probably have a more 4th round than 3rd round. That was kind of.
Here's the Buccaneers pick already.
Hot Tampa Bay. We burning hot right now with the 84th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jacob Harris.
Damn, I liked him.
Okay, cool.
He was fun. He was fun.
great nickel.
Chad is saying that Kansas City just jumped the Chargers.
Yes, they did. I was going to ask, have they always been ahead of us? But interesting. Who are they jumping us for? They just took a defensive tackle already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they only have one on the roster right now. Like Chris Jones and Mike Pennell are the only ones on the roster, so I wouldn't
really?
necessarily be super surprised if they took a second one.
Do they need offensive line help?
They took Simmons yesterday.
Oh, duh. Yeah.
I mean, I guess they could take another one, but they did take him yesterday.
Obviously, they could
Did
not
lose
necessarily be
Wharton?
jumping the
The Wharton
Chargers.
was
Maybe
removed.
the Packers or somebody else.
Yeah,
But
they already took an edge. Also, they took Gelati earlier, so
Mhm.
they've been active today.
yeah,
Been active
very
today.
active. Yeah, I'm curious to see what this is because it may not necessarily be that they're jumping the Chargers specifically, I guess. But
Sure.
I'd be interested to see what it would be.
The Packers, have they taken a corner yet?
I don't think so.
Because that's been a common link for them. Here's
No, they have taken a wide receiver and a tackle.
okay, maybe that's it. Here it is.
Cleveland Patriots have traded the 85th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 85th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Noel Williams, defensive
Wow. Yeah, corner.
That's a
Oh.
very Chiefs corner. Very.
I
Chiefs
liked him.
corner.
Yeah, super Chiefs corner. I liked him a bit too. I thought that the Chargers might be able to get him a little bit later because there was not really very much buzz about any of the Cal kids. But
Would the Chargers be
Sadly.
looking corner here?
I don't think so.
Because there's been a run on corner right now.
Yeah.
There's not a ton of great options that I love.
No.
Kobe Bryant
they're-
is sick, but I don't know if I'm comfortable taking him here.
Yeah, Quincy Riley has some character stuff. And then like the next one is on the consensus board at least is Dorian Strong at 121. So I don't really think so. It's kind of dried up here.
Okay, just wanted to check. Okay, Chargers are on the clock here at pick number 86. As always, please do not spoil the pick for those in the chat that would like to hear it live. The Chargers pick is already in, so they must have somebody they like. It looks like the broadcast is going to commercial break. So
Of course.
Of
Why
course.
not?
classic.
A classic.
Someone get drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
Right now they're doing is it Verizon? No,
Mm.
T-Mobile commercial. Any other potentials that we've talked a lot about the edge rushers, defensive tackles? Is this a Miles Frazier spot? Any final guesses here?
I still think DT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Defensive line. Defensive line.
Defensive line. I will say,
Yeah.
there is one guy. It would maybe be a little bit early for him, but he has been an agenda guy for me for months. That I just realized would be like the nose one tech type that they'd be looking at.
Okay.
Do they ever take Jamaree Caldwell here?
I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, we liked him. There's just not been a ton of like connections from what I know.
Yeah, I haven't really heard very much about them being linked to him either, but that's another D tackle that would be kind of in this range. I think that we're starting to get into the zone that I would expect him to go in. So
Yeah.
just another name to think about at D tackle, I guess.
Classic Big Ten Oregon defensive tackle there.
So
Yeah.
since you asked, so I have Farmer, then I have Caldwell, then West Robinson Phillips. So I like Caldwell at
Yeah.
71. If we're going past that, Riley Mills at 101 for me, 102. That's injury thing. Elijah Roberts.
I just feel like they kind of have to go DT here because the value.
Yeah.
I think if you wait
Yeah.
to round 4 is a little tough.
Yeah, I think if you're taking one of these guys, you feel comfortable about them starting this year.
Yeah.
Or at least playing, I should say. Never guarantee your rookie starts, obviously. But if you wait, man, like you're kind of pushing your luck there. If you're including Jamaree Caldwell, I had him behind Jordan Phillips, but it was like they were neck and neck with each other. So
Cool. I will have to.
all right, they are coming back to. They're doing an aerial shot right now. Does say the pick is in. Again, please do not spoil the pick in the chat. I'm going to our private chat, so I don't get it spoiled.
Yeah, I'm not even. I'm literally staring at nothing.
We have 1,300 people in the chat right now, so shout out to all of you
Okay.
guys getting to watch the pick here. They are showing the stage with the pick is in. Harbaugh is doing some fist pumps.
It's an offensive line.
Jim Harbaugh got one of his guys.
Listen, man, if they take Miles Frazier, I'm going to be really happy.
Jim Harbaugh's fist pumping. It's Donovan Edwards.
They're interviewing the guy who was announcing for the Bengals already. There's 3 minutes on the clock already for the next pick, and we have not announced. Is this Melvin Gordon coming back out? Yes, it is. Okay, here we go.
Melvin
guys.
Gordon to announce Donovan Edwards.
To play nickel, but he's got to have big guys up front to do it. Rob Boyd at 425 nowadays again. Melvin Gordon, it's an honor to be able to do this. I want to thank my Chargers family for allowing me to do this. I'm really grateful. With the 86th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Jamaree Caldwell.
Hey!
There you go. All right.
Wow.
Nice,
Wow.
Alex is on an absolute heater right now.
Wow.
Let me see.
All right,
Um,
Jamaree Caldwell. Wow.
He was the guy that had that spin move. Like the first play I saw of him was like a spin move off a tackle for a sack. And I was like, what is this at 332 or whatever he is? Yeah. Good player.
Yeah.
Just, you go for it. Katzen, go for it. Like you called it. So.
Oh yeah, no. So This is a kid that I found in late like Thanksgiving weekend because I was watching tape prepping for UW Oregon. As you guys might know, I cover the UW football team, so I had to prep for the UW Oregon game. And I was watching UW Oregon, and I kept thinking that this guy was Derek Harmon because he was blowing up
Oh,
like
yeah.
every play the week before. And I was like, who is this? And I looked it up, and he's draft eligible. And I'm like, I don't understand. No, I've seen nothing about him at all. And then he came into the UW game. He blew up UW center, who is not very good, but like, whatever. And like, he's just like blowing him up. And I'm like, okay, like what are we doing here? And then he gets a Senior Bowl invite a couple months later, and then we're going through the process, and like I'm hearing about him more and more. Like guys kind of catch up on him, but like I still like I had him more as like a 4th round player. But like if you're looking for a guy that can play like nose 1 tech, like go out all the way out to 3 tech, but I think he's capable of doing that. Oregon kind of the usage of him was weird in Oregon's scheme. I talked to a guy when I tweeted about him initially in November. I talked to an analyst on their staff who said that like he thinks he's going to be a way better pro than he was a college player because the way that Oregon used him just like wasn't conducive to his skill set. He was at Houston before this. He's gone out all the way out to the edge before at 332 pounds, which is crazy. He's a crazy athlete for how big he is. This is one I would be very excited about. I'm stoked. This has been one of my guys for months.
This is
That's
kind of
awesome.
like they're missed out on Kenneth Grant in the 1st round selection.
Yeah.
Very similar body types.
Yep.
Tyler just tweeted out the clip of him doing a spin move when he was at Houston as like a 4-eye. Like, dude, the dude is insane for a guy his size.
Yeah. No, it's didn't test very well though, if I'm not mistaken. Like big guy. I don't know how fast I expected him to run, but yeah, it didn't test well.
Yeah.
People are mentioning 0 sacks in the chat. I don't think that's what he's for.
Yeah.
But sorry, I'm just trying to tweet out some clips right now.
No, you're good. I did see a couple people in the chat suggest that I'm looking at tweets before the picks come in. I am not. I promise you. The
Packers took another receiver.
Oh my god.
They took Savion Williams.
TCU guy.
Wow. Well, that's
Christian Watson, Savion Williams. All right.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, whatever. He can play running back. Who cares?
Yeah, I guess so.
Like
Ty Montgomery.
But yeah, I will say, like, I'm not looking at any pick tips before and just like being like, oh, I got it. The Steelers, if you're in the Discord, you know that like I'm very connected to the Steelers randomly.
Yes, specifically.
And
he follows the
the
Chargers.
Chargers pick, like, we're looking at defensive tackles, and this is a guy that I've loved since like November, so I just threw his name out there. Like, you can go back 10 minutes prior, and I was like, yeah, Jordan Phillips, like they should take him. So it's pure luck, I swear to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we will take it because you're on an absolute heater here.
Yeah, for sure.
I just saw the clip of him from the Senior Bowl. I don't know which offensive lineman this is, but Caldwell's got some burst off the line, man.
Yeah. He's a super bursty player. Like I said, he's kicked all the way out to edge. If you go back to his Houston tape, obviously the Chargers are not going to ask him to do that, but that gives you an idea of kind of the burst that he has. Obviously, it's more like in the Big 12, sort of setting, so it's a little bit different. But the burst that he has off the line, the first step, the ability to take on double teams to free up, guys on this Oregon line that we've seen go ahead of him, whether it's Derek Harmon or Jordan Birch or some of these other guys that are going to be coming out next year. Like, this is, if you're looking for the Poona Ford replacement after
totally
getting Kenneth Grant in the 1st round, like this is one of the best guys to do that exact role. So
yeah.
I watched like the same Ohio State Oregon game like 3 times because I went back to watch Caldwell and then Harmon and like all the guys. So then I ended up getting like sick of watching that same game, but like now he's a sick player.
The Jaguars just took Caleb Ransaw with their first of back-to-back picks here at 88.
Didn't watch him.
Good nickel type guy.
Okay.
Kind of makes sense for them because they want Jerry and Jones to move to the outside. So put a guy in the slot. makes sense for them.
Steven, I'm going to change up the thumbnail, so I'm not on the screen. If you want me to say anything, just comment in.
Okay, go right ahead.
Cool.
Caleb Ransaw, is that who you guys were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just went to the Jags.
Did not watch. All right, so you get your big nose tackle now for the Chargers. Potentially some pass rush upside as well. I think the room is. Would they double dip later? Do we still think this is maybe potentially a Riley Mills landing spot?
I think given that we've sort of heard that like Mills would be the guy if they took Grant in the first, I think that like the same theorem would sort of apply in terms of like you take Caldwell in the third and then take Grant maybe take Mills like in the fifth or so if he falls that far. And you can double up a little bit there. But yeah, I would say that it's probably still in play. You could probably add one more body.
I could also see them in like 6th, 7th round if they want to like beat people to the like priority free agent list and double up that way too.
Yeah.
How's the chat handling the pick?
I think people are generally excited. People on Twitter wanted Farmer, apparently. That's the guy. That which I get. I
would agree. I would agree. I think more pass rush, more pure pass rush there, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Some people saying like so much for BPA. We have no idea how their board is set. You know, like we might think one thing, but Jamaree Caldwell, I feel like was generally in this kind of range. So it didn't seem like too much of a reach in terms of consensus board.
I mean, and we were just saying like right before the pick, we were comparing like 4 or 5 defensive tackles, and we had them all in pretty similar ranges.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
The Jaguars just took Wyatt Milam.
Cool.
Good for them. He'll be a nice guard for them.
Yeah, I think in particular with defensive tackle, as we've seen throughout the day, it's so scheme specific, and the Chargers talked about missing Puna Ford as Katz and I talked about on Wednesday. That's why we thought Kenneth Grant was like a logical pick. So
yeah,
this is your nose tackle, one technique replacement, and Damage points out he's 25 when the season starts. I don't really care. He's a 3rd round pick. You're not talking about a 1st round pick wide receiver or something like that. So yeah, I don't really care. Half the draft class is 25. It's just kind of the nature of the beast right now.
It's less of an issue than it was in previous years with all the COVID stuff. And
yeah,
for sure. I would say too that like defensive tackle and offensive line are the 2 positions where like teams deviate from consensus the most. Like, I know people are pointing out like he was the number 210 player on ESPN's board. I don't care. ESPN, NFL Network, me, you, like all of these people that you read draft content from in the media, their draft board is based on like a very general sort of evaluation, right? Like you can't evaluate, like Steven is talking about, for scheme specificity. Once you get into that specific role, right, as we've pointed out, like it's so specific, and it's so like every year we see in the trenches picks deviate from consensus a ton. There is wild variation from consensus in every single draft class at defensive tackle and on the offensive line. I really wouldn't read that much into that in terms of like, it was a huge reach based on like where ESPN had him. For what it's worth, the Arif Hassan's consensus board, which collates like over 100 boards from people in the media space, has Caldwell at 116. So that's only like a 30 pick reach, which when you're talking about guys that are all kind of like all in the same range, Jordan Phillips was at 119 on the consensus board. Ty Robinson's at 110. Like they're all in the same range there. So I wouldn't read too much into it.
Yeah. The Chargers, I was just going to say, like, you guys have been mentioning team specific needs and team specific boards. Like, I don't know who values, not many teams value, defensive coordinators value a run first, big 330 pound guy more than the Chargers. So I think it's totally fine. Did I have preferences? Yes.
Sure.
It's so hard to find a thumbnail photo for this guy.
For Tre Harris?
No, good. Tre Harris is easy. Receivers are a piece of cake to find thumbnails for.
Oh, you're doing multiple ones in there? Okay.
Yeah, just trying to,
I
make
got
it
you.
work. Big dude, man. And like, hey, I thought we were all, in Minter we trust. What happened, guys?
Yeah, I think this room's coming together nicely. I would have loved to take a defensive tackle early in this group, but
Yeah.
the Chargers reportedly are still very high on Justin Eboigbe. So if he can hit and like I did like him a decent amount. He went where I thought he should have gone. But you look at potentially starting. I still think Tier Tart would start. I think Deshaun Hand will start. Jamaree Caldwell, Naquan Jones, Otito Ogbonia, Justin Eboigbe. It's not a star-studded group, obviously, but I think Mike Elston will be able to do some magic there.
Yeah. They'll be just fine.
Colin says that he's a little worried about corner edge depth. I think with edge specifically, they can find somebody on day 3. Like it's just kind of how the Ravens have always done this, where they kind of hunt for pass rushers in lower capacities than people might expect. So the Chargers have 2 really high quality starting edge rushers. Bud Dupree is a veteran that they trust. You get a 4th one in there who can play special teams, and I think they're probably pretty set. Harris is an okay wide receiver too, but too slow. I mean, like, what are we? 4.52 is not that slow, guys.
Yeah,
that's Ian Rappaport saying right now.
Also, being fast doesn't mean you're good.
Yeah.
Yes. Very important distinction.
Yes, as Alex said, or Insdorf said, catch, run routes.
Very important qualities. Run routes, catch the ball.
Yeah.
And he is he's shiftier after the catch too. Ian Rappaport was just talking about Dylan Gabriel going before Shedeur Sanders at this point.
Oh my God.
Here's the Rams pick at 90.
Let's get to it. With the 90th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Josiah Stewart.
Oh, he's gonna be so good. Oh,
With
man.
gift.
Man.
Insdorf, have you seen anything about press conferences for
I haven't checked, but I assume they're going to do it probably after the draft. I haven't seen
it like wraps up.
I would guess. I'll refresh the Chargers website every so often. Because I guess in theory they could still trade back into the 3rd round if they wanted.
True.
And last night they waited until like the 1st round was like done. I think they waited until like the Chiefs. I think they got up there when like the Chiefs were on the board.
Okay. All right. The stream has been updated. Thank God. Okay. Except Harris doesn't separate well either. True, as evidenced in his 5th versus man coverage and success rate versus man coverage. Oh, wait. Shit. That doesn't hold up.
He was first in the country in yards per route run last year.
Yes. First in yards per route run versus man is good. If you don't believe me, look at, Ladd McConkey last year. He do okay.
Pretty good.
He's not Ladd McConkey. I'm not saying that. These are good indicators of separation versus man.
Yeah. One Pappy 1973 asking about Morris Brash. I don't know, man. They were playing what was that guy's name they picked up from the Titans? Caleb Murphy. They signed Caleb Murphy off the street and were playing him over Morris Brash. So
yeah,
he's an undrafted free agent. I don't think we have to put that kind of pressure on him. The Ravens just took Emory Jones from LSU, announced as a guard for them.
That's a very them pick.
Okay.
Yeah, very Ravens pick. He'll be the starter at left guard for them, probably with Makari gone. I like that one for them.
They could have just taken Miles Frazier, who's better, but whatever.
They could have. That's true.
Miles Frazier is older. I there's no injury thing that I know of to my knowledge, but
Did you guys see the pic of Dylan Gabriel standing next to Justin Herbert and Bo Nix?
Yes.
at his pro day or whatever. He's tiny.
Yeah.
Really?
And
If
I
he goes
feel-
before Shador, like
Yeah, I was just like, I feel like they shouldn't have put that photo out. I think that would negatively impacted his draft stock.
the first Terrence Ferguson game that I watched was UCLA from this year,
Mhm.
and like the 8th play of the game, Gabriel just threw the most hospital ball of all hospital balls I've ever seen, and Ferguson just got lit up over the middle of the field. That Gabriel is like, if you want to take him as like a QB3, I guess I will understand, but he just doesn't have NFL arm talent to me.
Friend of the show, Theo Ash, really loves Gabriel, and I normally
Seriously?
let him cook. Yeah,
He's
He
so
was-
small.
I know.
Yeah.
But he was saying he liked Gabriel more than Shador, basically. Or
Wow.
Gabriel in the round that you pick him in over Shador when it looked like
Oh.
Shador would go particularly early. But now we obviously know that to not be true.
Here's Sean Alexander back with the Seahawks pick.
What up, Twins? This is so good.
I hope he gets the name right this time.
Right here. With the 92nd pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have selected my nephew, quarterback Alabama, Jalen Milroe.
Oh, I
Whoa!
didn't even know that.
Okay. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, it's time.
It's time for
We're
what?
doing it. We did it. We did it. It's Jalen Milroe time. I did hear him connected to the Seahawks a couple of times over the last few weeks. I didn't think it would necessarily be this late, but I will point out this goes to show you that being invited to the draft does not mean that you're gonna go high.
Yeah.
He's just there to hang out. But yeah, I think that this makes sense for Seattle, right? Like Sam Darnold is on the team for 2 years. You have an opportunity to develop Jalen Milroe kind of in the background. It is to invoke another Jalen that Instorf is familiar with. It's the Jalen Hurts theorem, essentially.
Mhm.
Milroe is a lot further away as a player, and that's why he
Yeah.
dropped another, full round behind Hurts. But like that is the idea here, right? And I think that with Darnold, right, like you have a couple of years, and you give Milroe plenty of time to develop. They've signed Drew Lock to be the backup there, so there's not even pressure that like Milroe has to play even if Darnold gets hurt.
But Sam Howell, they have Sam Howell.
And they have Sam Howell, who they've taken trade calls on allegedly. I do think that like it's a good move for them. I think it makes a lot of sense given the timeline that they're on.
Let a naysayer know.
Coming to the Pacific Northwest.
Iconic television
every
when
day.
they had to explain to Pat McAfee what that meant.
But no, I would take him over Dart, to be honest. Like if we were just talking about, I guess, upside, I feel like, I don't know. I just don't feel like the ceiling on Dart's very high, even though he's probably better than Milroe now. So I kind of like that pick for Seattle, just where you're taking him. It's funny to watch if you're on ESPN's best available tab, they've had like Shador as the best available guy. They've had him as the best available
He's
guy.
just
for,
gonna
like,
stay on
50
there.
picks. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like 2 years ago. The best available for like all of day 3 on ESPN was Jason Brownlee, and he ended up going undrafted. And it was truly brutal. Mel Kiper had him at like 97 or something, and it was just like he was just sitting there the whole day on Saturday.
That's sad. That's sad. I hope that they put some packages in for him in games to be a runner, because he's like potentially like a top 5 runner in this class.
Oh yeah. No, like I think you could make the argument, not to go like Bill Polian mode, but like you could like he would be a sick running back.
No, Dane Brugler has talked
well,
about like worst case scenarios, like you move him to running back.
Oh no, he would be. I think he would be like RB5 in this draft. Like I obviously hasn't played it, but like the way he runs is crazy.
Yeah.
And the Seahawks offensive coordinator is Clint Kubiak, who was the Saints offensive coordinator last year. So put Jalen Milroe in the Taysom Hill stuff.
Yeah.
Went bounce for a second.
Okay. Bye, Tyler. All right. The pick is in for the Saints at 93. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more picks of round 3. After we get the last pick of round 3, we will do another mock draft for the Chargers tomorrow, which the first 2 rounds will be the 4 of us together. And then after that, it's probably just going to be Katzen telling us which day 3 players fit.
No, yeah. By the time we get to like round 6 and round 7, it'll be like Katzen knowing these players, and then it'll just be like me waiting for longer beam and Minug guy.
I've watched a few like late day 3 guys, but I watched Corey Black after talking about him with Alex and Thomas Martinez. So here's a guy I've never heard of this name. The Saints just took Jonas Sanker.
Oh, I liked him. He was fun.
Oh,
Okay. See, I didn't watch like hardly any safeties. I watched like the middle like tier of safeties, like Xavier Watson, those guys. Which did he go already? Where did he end up?
Xavier Watts is not gone.
No, he's not gone.
What the shit?
Yeah, no, I loved Watts. I had Watts at like 50 on my board.
There's got to be something medical there then, no?
Yeah, maybe. But Sanker is very like box safety, kind of almost like linebacker safety type a little bit. But I liked him.
The highlight tape says that he had 18 career pass breakups. That's really good for a safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not know that was a real person. Jake Cochran says trade up with Minnesota. Like right now?
Who's Minnesota's pick?
97. So in a couple picks.
That's a tad aggressive for my taste, but
wait, where are the Chargers picking in round 4?
125.
Oh, so yeah, that's 30 spots. That's probably a little much.
I think you can reasonably see them trade up for like a second, 4th round pick or a second, 5th round pick, and then they don't have to make 4 selections in the 6th round. Frank says trade up and get Frazier. We have 15 6th round picks. Yeah, I would not hate it. We'll get to some of these other super chats here that we missed. Dre, actually, I think we talked about that one.
That Harris TikTok I tweeted got 1,000 likes.
Damn, nice job.
Yeah, no,
Daddy Don't Pull Out said that he ordered Taco Bell chicken nuggies. Hope they were good.
I didn't know Taco Bell had chicken nuggets.
Yeah, I knew that they did, but I'm not getting chicken nuggets from Taco Bell.
I remember when I went to Dorney Park in like 2013 or something. I don't know why I'm going back this far, but they just had they had like a free Doritos Locos Tacos during like the NBA finals, something like that. I don't remember. And we abused that a couple times.
There you go. Slimmy Rustbucks? I don't even know. Is Deuce McAllister a good comp for Hampton? You tweeted out that earlier, didn't you?
Yeah. No, they definitely run the same. I think Hampton has a little bit more acceleration, but if you're just talking about like that type of like running through people, like I think they're both very similarly built a little bit too. So I can see that certainly a little bit more than like Mixon, who we were talking about yesterday. Just like not the highest speed running back, but definitely very good speed combined with just a lot of physicality. I like that comp.
Yeah. I'm sticking with Jonathan Stewart. I like that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Dre says trade back up for one of these great edges. This was at 7:30, but they
available now.
They could solve edge in some other capacity.
I feel like you could probably still have one of Swinson, Jones, Sorrell available in round 4. Maybe Kennard.
Swinson not going still is insane to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like so I watched a little bit of Swinson. I didn't watch a ton of him, but I was always kind of confused that we all just kind of like woke up one day and suddenly like people had him as high as like 50 on their big boards. Like I don't know what happened that I missed this boat, but I was
21,
kind
sir.
of like yeah, and I was always kind of like this feels like a psyop to me. So him not being off the board is good for that mental agenda that I have of not watching him.
I wouldn't mind Brandon Graham Jr.
There's a Brandon Graham Jr.
No, David Walker is who I'm talking about.
I was
just-
like,
Yeah,
already?
Surprised Walker hasn't gone yet, actually.
Yeah,
It's like
Walker-
he just
Walker.
retired. What?
Have we seen the Browns pick?
No.
Dawn, whatever her last name is walking out right now.
Oh, Donald Ponte.
Fonte.
With the 94th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Dylan Gabriel.
They actually did it.
Oh wow!
Wow. Dang, that's an early. He's probably in Hawaii, right? He's got to be.
Yeah, I would bet so.
Bro, how many bikes
listen,
did Shadur steal?
listen, Stetson Bennett was a 4th round pick. You know, man,
Like honestly, who takes him at this point?
man. The Raiders at 98 or 99.
Yeah, you think?
I would guess at this point. If he
They'll
doesn't
just-
go
they'll
at
just-
98 or 99, we're back to it's the Steelers.
Yeah.
Like tomorrow, it's the Steelers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then it's like the Raiders just draft like Will Howard or somebody like that. It's
Yeah, like it has to be the Raiders or the Steelers, and then the one that doesn't get them will draft Will Howard or Kyle McCord.
This is man, like we're at the end of round 3 right now.
Yeah.
Granted, like I get that there's a lot of baggage that comes with the Prime family and all that, but I still am not like. I feel like I would have taken him over Dart. Like still, I
Oh, I would
kinda
have
go back
easily
to
taken
that.
him over Dart.
Yeah, I just feel like he can run an NFL offense pretty well. Not obviously like a high upside guy talent wise, but I don't know, like how horrendous were these interviews? Like that's what I want to know. Like I
Yeah.
don't.
I saw the reporter for the Athletic from the Giants said that they had basically like a horrible time interviewing him.
Yeah,
So.
I just like.
If you're a quarterback and you interview poorly, man, that unfortunately
Yeah, I get it.
and you don't test and you don't participate in the Shrine Bowl, it's kind of
But like
Dylan
Dylan Gabriel's like Tyler's height. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
at some point.
Listen, you fuck.
Yeah,
I'm still here, you fucking asshole. All right? I can still hear you. I'm just gonna do some goddamn Jamaree Caldwell fucking film. What was about the height? Hey, short ass Tyler still went over Shadur Sanders. All right, I'll be right back. Fuck off.
That was great. That was great.
That's incredible.
Say his name and he will come.
Oh man, that was
I mean,
too
I do
good.
think at some point, right? Like it's you're proving a point, right? And it's
Sure.
the point is basically just like Shadur was never and remains not good enough to pull out, to not do the whole process and to not do
Yeah.
everything, right? And
I agree with that.
and like as much as like I don't think that really matters, like I don't really care, but like clearly like NFL teams feel a certain type of way about it, and they're like, hey, listen, like you're not good enough to do this. And I do think that like in a larger sort of ecosystem, right, with NIL and with college players holding out now and stuff like that, like the NFL wants to set a precedent, and I do think that like Shadur falls into kind of a circumstance where like he is the victim of that precedent, but also like there's the whole media thing with him being Deion's kid and everything, and it's just simply like the NFL is just like, listen, man, you're not good enough to pull this kind of stunt, and like we're going to make sure that you know it, and that people coming
They're
into the
sending a
draft after
strong
you
message.
know it. Yeah, and so like
there's been a trade.
Oh.
The Falcons were The Falcons traded up to pick 96. I think this will be their last selection of the draft then, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
Because they were at
I just saw-
101, so they're jumping up to 96 to make a selection here.
Interesting.
And the pick
I
is
did just
already
see that
in.
the Patriots drafted Jared Wilson. So
Oh, I
RIP
forgot to mention that.
Samus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dark Samus, man.
Sorry, rip. Pour one out.
Real quick, I want to introduce my son, Jonah. I appreciate you being here with me tonight, buddy. We got a trade. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 96th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. And with the 96th pick in the 2025 draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Xavier Watts.
Okay, that's a good one.
Smart. Gotta get ahead of the Vikings for that one. Who
That's
then
awesome.
immediately get out of the pick.
Yeah.
They already traded?
Yeah.
Oh, the Raiders
Texans
are back to back now.
Yeah.
Interesting. One of those has to be Shador. I guess
Will
it-
Howard, come on down.
Dude, if they take Will Howard,
Curtis Rourke, come on down.
I see someone in the chat saying I was way off on Mike Green. I'm not sure what you're referring to. But when a guy ends up with two pretty serious allegations against him, like it's tough. It's not about on the field anymore.
yeah, like there were some reports that there were teams picking early that were like comfortable with it, but then information changes, man, and like I hope nothing has come out more seriously than what is already out there, but it's possible that there was like another allegation or something like that. So it's just tough. Before we get to the end of the show, I want to give the rest of our super chats a big shout out here from Michael Merteniak. He says, "In Jesse Minter we trust." Bolt up from Slovakia. B says trade 2, 6, and 4th to get into the 3rd again. Obviously, it's a little too late for that, but I do think they should move up tomorrow. And then Ving 13 says, "Think they go into your offensive line in round 4 or 5? If so, guard or center." Katzen and I have talked about Drew Kendall quite a lot. Kendall, do you have? Excuse me, I called you Kendall. My bad. Katzen, do you have any other interior offensive line options you like?
I mean, if nobody's going to take Miles Frazier and he's going to be there, then like I'd be fine with that.
100%.
Marcus Bowe has not gone yet. I do think that he's probably a little bit of a better fit for a zone system, but at a certain point, you just take a bet on the talent. He's a guy that people have talked about as a potential center convert.
Sorry, the
look at
Texans just
what
took
else we're looking at on
Jalen
the
Smith,
board here.
the corner from USC.
Early. Seth McLaughlin, I will continue stamping for the Ohio State center who tore his, I think, Achilles.
Yeah.
But if Kendall is gone and you want to take McLaughlin in the 4th or 5th round, I think that's another good one. Jackson Slater can potentially play center, the Sacramento State guard. I think that's probably more of a 5th round guy. So kind of looking in that range at this point.
Yeah, I really like Seth McLaughlin's tape. If he didn't have the Achilles tear, I think he could have challenged for the top center spot. But that's a tough
he was
one.
having a great year.
He's just gonna redshirt essentially, right? Because he tore his Achilles in November.
Yeah, it was like October, November. So he would miss at least like half the season probably.
Yeah. So in that sense, the Chargers would be a good potential solution for him because he wouldn't have to play right away.
And I will say that I will say that like a guy in a similar situation a couple years ago at USC was Andrew Voorhees, who tore his ACL or Achilles, or I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was ACL, but like right at the end of the
combine, right?
Yeah, and like just did bench of the combine, bench with a torn ACL. And the Ravens were the team that picked him up in the 6th round and took the bet on him redshirting that year. So
they traded back into the draft to get him as well.
Yes. Yeah.
So they were done with their picks and decided to come back in and get him. So have either of you watched F. Don Chisholm? I don't know how.
Oh, the Eastern Washington wide receiver. Yeah.
He's I know of him. I didn't watch him.
He's a I don't want to say he's Michael Bandy because that's a little bit rude, but he is a white slot receiver. And he's very slow. So like the range of outcomes there is anywhere from Michael Bandy to Cooper Kupp, I guess. But I would lean towards the lower end of that range probably. I do like him a little bit. I think he'll be a UDFA though.
Sure. Did the Chargers host Mitchell Evans on a visit?
Great question.
I do not remember them hosting him on a visit.
Yeah, you wrote like 2 articles about it. So,
No.
Katzen, have you watched Thomas Perry from Middlebury?
Love Thomas Perry. Love Thomas Perry. Yeah. I talked to him for like 20 minutes at the Shrine Bowl. We spent 15 minutes off the record after I talked to him for 20 minutes talking about molecular biology.
Wow.
He rules. He's awesome. I love him. I do think he's going to be a late guy if he does get drafted. I would say like 7th round or UDFA, just because he's very small, real small. Has never played center before. Is making the move to center. Started that at the
Duke?
Shrine Bowl. With Duke. It is a guy that has trained with Duke, so like gets the Chargers stamp of approval there. All the offensive linemen that the Chargers take, all the offensive linemen in the league really work with Duke. So yeah, love Thomas Perry. I think 7th round definitely a consideration if they don't go earlier.
Cool. Joe Ortiz is talking right now. Insdorf,
Oh.
if you care that much.
I'm cool.
Ortiz said he got info from Joe Alt on his Notre Dame teammates. They didn't take any Notre Dame guys yet, right?
Not yet, but I would imagine in a general sense.
He's referring to the Ortiz said before the draft that like basically he talks to players about like
Okay.
teammates that they had. So he listed like Joe, and he said like I could go up to Joe and Ladd as like examples and be like, hey, what do you think about this guy?
That makes sense. You use the resources you have.
Hmm.
Okay, so the Raiders are picking back to back here, 98 and 99, and then we have 3 picks after that, and then round 3 is over.
Yay.
What time did we end up finishing last night? Wasn't it like 9:30?
Maybe.
It's 12:30 for me.
So yeah, 9:30. So we're making some quicker progress this year, I think.
I feel like after that like first half of the first round, I feel like the picks have been going a little bit quicker.
All right, here's the Raiders guy back.
This one is fresh. Another one is currently. Let's go, Raider Nation! Every meaningful opportunity I had in my life came because of the Raiders, and I'm very thankful. Many great franchises and many great players, but I'm very thankful for what the Raiders did for me as a player, as an assistant coach, even as a sideline reporter. And I'm thrilled for the opportunity this young man's going to have. At the Raiders, we say, once a Raider, always a Raider. And this man's going to have a great career with the 98th pick in the NFL 2025 draft. The Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, select Caleb Rogers, guard from Texas Tech.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know Thorne liked him. I liked him a fair amount.
Yeah.
This is not a bad spot for him.
I think
Yeah.
Popper liked him. I think Popper mocked him to the Chargers.
Yeah, underrated
Yeah.
player, super underrated guy.
Yeah, some rough stuff at tackle, but if he plays guard for them, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Good pick. Good pick. Boo.
Yeah,
They have another pick coming up here, right?
Yeah, I know.
they have the next pick as well. Yeah, Raiders unfortunately doing pretty well so far. I've liked what the Broncos
Yeah.
have done as well, except for the Pat Bryant pick, which I thought was kind of early. But
Yeah.
Well, the Pat Bryant thing
it's
is like just the redundancy for me because like they already
yeah,
have
me too. It was a little bit early, and he's so redundant with everyone else they already have. It's just like a very weird one to me. But yeah. On the whole, the AFC West I think has done pretty well.
Yeah, I think so.
Which is unfortunate because you would, of course, like the Chargers to just be lapping all of them. But
Yeah.
And the 99th pick with the Raiders is already in. So he's back. That was quick.
Was a very physical team in Seattle, and he's trying to replicate that in Las Vegas. Raider Nation, we are back. I am so thrilled for these young men. What an opportunity they have.
We have a saying in Vegas.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Charles Grant, tackle.
Wow.
Oh,
Back-to-back offensive lineman. Interesting that they announced him as a tackle.
Yes.
Mm.
I hate to praise the Raiders again, but Charles Grant is one of my favorite players in the class.
No, he's sick. I
he's
thought
sick.
he'd be an awesome like zone guard type of player.
Yeah. I do think that like announcing him at tackle makes some sense to me just because like he's under 300 pounds right now. So you
Yeah.
probably don't want him to play guard yet. But if you can beef him up a little bit this offseason, then he ends up playing guard. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I really like Grant. My friend and friend of the show, Devin Jackson, and I have been talking about him since like October. So
Shout out Devin
bummed
Jackson
to see him
doing
go to the
great
Raiders.
work for the Philadelphia Inquirer.
Yeah, fantastic job at the Philadelphia Inquirer. He's incredible.
Okay, so offensive line basically dried up. Miles Frazier still on the board. I don't get it.
Miles Frazier and Marcus Bowe still there, baby.
This is Stevens, Hunter Norzad.
Yeah, and he's gonna go to somewhere sick that the Chargers have to play against too. I'm still mad.
I feel like there hasn't been a running back in a while, right?
It's been a little bit. We had Caleb Johnson at 83.
Yeah, Caleb was the last one.
Yeah, since then it's been a little dry.
Yeah. No Scattaboo.
No, Dane Brugler was talking about him potentially falling to like the 5th round.
Yeah.
Scattaboo?
I've pretty consistently heard like
Scattaboo.
4 or 5. I did put him in the 3rd to the Chargers in my mock, basically because I was forcing Drew Kendall in the 4th, and then I was like, well, we have to take a running back somewhere.
Yeah.
Jacob Alvarez, you want the Chargers to take Cam Scadoo after they took a 1st-round running back? I don't know, man.
Commit to the bit, Jim Harbaugh.
Najee, Omarion, and then Scattaboo was a backfield.
No, man, they cannot do that. They cannot.
I don't mind them. I don't mind them taking like a round 7 like flyer or something of like a guy that has like special teams or blocking. But yeah, you can't take another running back now.
If they want, because the kick return is changing again, and it wasn't exactly Darius Davis's strong suit with the new format. So if they want to take a 7th round kickoff returner option, like I guess, but Jaden Blue round 7.
Round 7, sure.
Yeah, if he lasts that long.
If he's there in round 7, yeah, let's do it. I don't care that he fumbles that much if he's there at that point.
Yeah. If you're only a returner and you fumble once every 30 attempts, I think you're okay. Just don't return 30.
Yeah, that's only one time a season. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We got this.
Yeah, that's funny. Okay, so the Niners pick is in. They are on commercial break, and then the Eagles are up.
All right.
And then that's it for the 3rd round.
No, the Vikings have a pick too.
Oh, okay.
Vikings.
3 more picks. And then we will do a mock draft to wrap up the show.
Yeah. We did it.
We made it. Almost.
I feel like the Eagles.
Tomorrow's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I'm definitely taking like multiple breaks tomorrow.
Oh, the Eagles have traded out.
Classic.
Oh, that's very Howie.
The Broncos are now on the
It's
board.
Broncos time.
Oh,
Can't wait for them to take another player 2 rounds before consensus.
Miles Frazier.
Oh my God! Stop it.
Drew Kendall. Yeah,
I'd cry.
they're actually going to take 2 players.
So it looks like the Chargers haven't done their press conference stuff, right? I see a quote from Jamaree. So Jamaree did his like interview.
I haven't seen the like thing, so I think they're probably waiting till the end of the 3rd.
I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That's where, yeah, but I haven't seen like the press conference stream pop up. So someone says cut Najee, pick up Scattaboo.
Calm down. Calm down.
Guy who watched the Texas game too many times.
All right, here's the 49ers pick.
There's the 3rd to last pick.
With the 100th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Upton Scout. Defensive back, Western
Cool. I didn't
Another
watch
nickel.
him, so I have nothing.
He's a nickel, you said, Katzen?
Yeah, more nickels.
Oh, he's 5'8". Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't say it, Alex.
I like him. He's at the him and Parrish were the two nickels that I really liked in this class. So third round is kind of the spot to take a nickel if you really need one to start like this year for you. Ransaw went earlier; he'll be a nickel as well. So
Jalen Smith went as well.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Jalen Smith I would probably expect to be a nickel. I guess that's true, especially on the Texans.
Yeah,
but yeah,
that's kind of a good. That's a really good spot for him actually. Corners flying off the board.
Yeah,
they might have to take Corey Black in the 4th round at this point.
Oh man.
Insdorf and I have committed to Zoff Frazier hype celebration.
Yeah.
For no reason, just specifically.
Frazier
Zoff
hype
Frazier.
celebration.
I mean, if it's
they might
like
have to take Zay Frazier in the 4th round at this point, also.
Yeah.
All right, cancel that, Insdorf. It's a negative.
Longer beam round 5.
Longer beam round 5.
I mean, that guy hates to tackle, so I don't know.
I know you're out on him, but I'm still in.
I'm not out because he's a day 3 player, but
yeah.
You gotta tackle sometimes.
Now the NFL.com tracker says that the Eagles are picking and that the pick is in, but like the graphic reverted. So I don't know if that means that there's no trade or if it's that the Broncos pick is
It's
in.
the Broncos.
I'm not sure.
I assume it's the Broncos. Yeah. ESPN says it's the Broncos.
There's your right here.
Cool.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 101st pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 101st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Savion Jones, defensive end.
Sure.
That's their potential John Franklin Myers long-term replacement right there.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
So their whole defense is just gnarly.
Yeah, their defense is sick. Oh man.
Won't stop Tre Harris, though, but I just respect the effort.
No. Yeah, he was a fun player. Just I didn't think he could play like full-time edge, but as like a 4-eye-5 technique kind of player, which the Broncos use, then that's a good spot for him.
Yeah, very sort of like a Boygby-esque a little bit. Just in terms of like sort of that like tweener sort of body type where like I don't really feel comfortable playing him on the edge, but like playing him at 5 tech is a little weird sometimes.
Where did you have Boygby last year, Katzen?
6th.
6th round?
Yeah, 6th round. I did predict the Boygby pick sort of because I had him as an option at like 181 and then they ended up taking him at like 129 or something.
Yeah. I think that was just like they didn't have any other options at defensive tackle.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, he was a guy that kind of got lost for me. He was like way down the board for me.
Yeah. That's fair. I liked him a decent amount. I had him as a 4th round grade, which is where he went, but
yeah,
I also did not watch like everybody.
Yeah.
Dylan Cole asking if something is up with Jalen Royals. I liked him. I know Tyler wasn't crazy about him. Did you guys have thoughts about Jalen Royals?
I think he should be gone by now.
Yeah, I liked him more than 102nd. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I thought the like PFF mock draft machine hype with him in like 50 was a little crazy, but I thought to me like 3rd round felt like the place for him.
I think one of the reasons why I liked him so much is because I watched him like right after I did some like Chris Godwin tape for potentially Chargers signing him.
Yeah,
and it was just like, I just got built. The Vikings took Tay Felton.
I liked him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Round 3 is officially over.
Discussion. All right. No, we're like, yep. Yep. Love it.
I mean, Tay Felton to me was just like, run fast.
It's funny because for the last like 30 picks, ESPN says best fit is Jalen Royals and best available Shadur Sanders.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Either Ayumanor didn't go, right?
Nope.
He has not gone. No.
I don't think so.
Interesting. He was another one that PFF was like, every time I would do a mock draft, he was always there at 55.
Let me see. Is this mock updated? It is. All righty.
We all the way updated?
Yeah, I'm ready to bring it up if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
All righty.
Let's
You guys ready
cook.
for day 3 mock, which I think Katzen might have helped us get a Boygby last time. We drafted a Boygby, and I think Vidal last time we did this as a day 3 mock.
Oh,
last year.
yeah.
Or maybe it's
Yeah.
Cam Hart.
That sounds
But
right.
Yeah, I'll take credit for that. Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Katzen. Yeah, good job.
He's like,
man.
sure.
Anytime you got to take
Yeah, I
credit.
think I did do that. You're right, Tyler.
Yeah, 100%. What do you think?
Do you like that view better?
We
That
I
one's
don't
good.
care. Yeah, all right.
That's good. That one's
Great. Where I had it. All right. Assuming no trades, here we go.
I do think we should mock a trade up in the 5th round using some 6th round picks.
Okay.
Okay.
'Cause I don't know. I just can't really see them using those 4 picks.
Gunnar
Troy
Helm's
Horton has
available.
not gone.
Troy Horton is not gone. I
Interesting.
don't think you're picking him at this point now.
No. He's too similar to Tre Harris, but
Gunnar Helm, Ty Robinson, JJ Pegues, Mello Dotson, Miles Frazier, obviously, Hassanin, who they met with, Joshua Farmer. Oh, Joshua Farmer's 135. Huh.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that. Jalen Rivers.
Q Robinson was up there earlier too if they want to go edge.
Oh, yeah.
I saw Kobe Bryant available, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I bypassed him.
I mean, Miles Frazier is obviously he would be my choice here, but you could talk about the other options.
I'm fine with Miles Frazier or like one of the corners here might be the move. Either like that's how I kind of feel with how the board's played out. I don't know.
Yeah,
So we're
corner
kind
has
of
definitely
at
dried
a
up.
mercenary post-draft edge signing. Is that kind of where we're at?
Yeah. I would say Helm would probably be in consideration too at that point.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
didn't look up this far.
Just to grab like kind of the last potential starting caliber tight end.
Yeah, especially if
Uh,
Evans' stuff.
Yeah,
isn't
with the stuff that we've heard about Evans
Yeah.
in the last 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say Frazier, Helm, or Q Robinson. I'm good with.
Yeah.
Katzen pick.
I would probably say Helm just because I think that like in the actual exercise, Frazier is probably gone by 125. I would imagine.
Mm.
So I think it's
True.
probably a little bit more realistic that Helm gets there, and I think you can probably. I think again with sort of like the way that the positions fall off, I think that like there's a better chance that you can get an edge and an interior lineman later than you can get a tight end. So
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Helm? All right. I
Yep.
like it.
yep.
The film is very good, but I understand why he's at this point with the athletic concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, before we pick this pick, okay, Q Robinson's still on the board. Interesting. Seth McLaughlin as well. Let's do a trade up into the 5th, like the end of the 5th round before we make this selection.
Okay. Is there a team you're interested in, or do you want to just redo what we did last time with the Cardinals?
Can you scroll down on the left? We can kind of pick. There's been a teams who have traded a lot. Sorry, Katzen?
Oh, I was just gonna say just to see who's kind of like towards the end of the 5th there.
What number is the end of the 5th?
It's like
170-ish? 80?
Yeah, 170-ish. 1 second.
Man, the Bills have a shit ton of picks right there.
Jeez Louise.
The last pick.
Oh, it's
of
right
the
here. I'm an idiot. It's right here.
is-
176.
Yeah, 176. Yeah, but the Bills have 169, 170, and 173.
Yeah. You could do the Patriots at 171 there. maybe?
Mm.
Sure. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We're just trying to get
Yeah,
there.
we're just trying to get
Yeah.
up.
Okay. Let's just do Patriots at 171.
Jacob Finasso, we are unfortunately not allowed to share that kind of information about Mitchell Evans. So you'll just have to trust us.
He's gone this far. Okay. So 171.
Yeah.
And we're gonna give up.
You could do like 199 and 214. See if that works.
If I force it,
It's a
Sure.
51% chance.
51% chance. We can risk the coin flip.
do you want to risk the coin flip, guys, or do you want to? All right, let's go crazy. Offer trade. It's accepted. Well done, everybody. It was a gamble and it
Got
paid
him.
off.
Sweet.
Fucking got him, guys. All right.
Sweet.
Okay, we still have 158, so let's do that real quick. I haven't watched Robinson, but I trust you on that one.
There's longer beam.
For Arjun, Alex here. Zai Alexander, I like. I guess we're skipping Evans.
I like Kandra. He is probably, I read on Brandon Thorne, potentially moving to center. So that,
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I think he's a little undersized, but I did like the tape. I thought the tape was good.
Yeah.
We could do the Drew Kendall bit and just keep doing the bit if we want.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if you want to force Kendall here or if you want to wait for the sake of the mock draft machine, but I do think that like
Jeez,
Kendall
God.
here, I mean Kendall here or even in the 4th round I could see happening.
Yeah.
But in the simulator we'll be able to get him with the trade back up into the 5th as well. So
Yeah.
you know, we could always mock the scenario that like they're trading back up into the 5th to get Kendall specifically. In which case we can go somewhere else with this one.
Can you pull up the other edge rushers, Tyler?
Yeah.
And maybe corners too, just because
Okay.
in this scenario we don't have like any defensive players still. Any takes on Zai Alexander? Anybody?
I like Zai.
I liked him.
Do you like
Yeah,
Zai
he's
more than
decent.
longer beam?
I probably do, but also that's kind of scheme related because I feel like longer beam's a little bit of like a better fit with what they want to do if they want to do like more.
He is very
off-zone
good in
coverage.
zone coverage, I will say.
Yeah, so I
very
kind of
good.
feel like they would go longer beam over Alexander if I had to guess, but I'm fine with either like longer beam Alexander or Q Robinson. Either one.
You mentioned Kaimon Rucker on Wednesday, Katzen. Would you take him here?
Yeah, I think that you're starting to get in the range here. I do like Q Robinson more than I like Rucker. But Rucker is sort of one of my dark horse favorites for random Power 4 day 3 selection of the year, aka the Tarheeb Still Award.
Nice.
But Q has a lot more experience on special teams than Rucker does.
Yeah.
And I do think like if you're taking an edge at this point, as we talked about on Wednesday, it has to be a guy that can play special teams because Bud Dupree's not going to play special teams. Ideally, Thule would not play special teams. Obviously, Khalil Mack is not going to play special teams. But Ryan Ficken likes to have an edge rusher on that unit. So if you're going to roster 4, which mean which you would be if you're taking a guy in the 5th round, then I think that guy has to be able to play a little bit of teams.
I think Q Robinson can like legit be a future edge rusher too. So I would be okay with
I would
that
agree.
pick.
Cool.
I would not hate longer beam, but we do have that other 5th round pick, so we can kind of do corner later. So
Zoffrazier spot.
let's do Q Robinson here, and we can say if he goes earlier, maybe that's a Kaimon Rucker replacement instead.
Yeah.
Cool. Longer beam did just go
161 to the Eagles.
Oh wow. Great.
Zai
Awesome.
Alexander went.
Craig Woodson, I know, has a lot of fans in draft film
Where
world.
Shadur went.
Oh, he finally went in the draft. That was probably pretty quickly on
Yeah.
round 4. There's Andrew Armstrong.
Didn't someone have something on Fedone, or am I crazy?
Gavino really likes Fedone.
I thought there was a connection though. No?
I don't recall. Not. I don't know of anything at least.
Never mind.
This is where we could definitely do Corey Black, Riley Mills. If they want to double dip at receiver, Elijah Badger, we like.
Yep. We could continue the Drew Kendall bid at this point.
For sure.
I can do that.
Like
We picking 10 more picks, so we can take Kendall. And then...
Wait, did Frazier go already?
He did not. I don't think.
He did, unless they hate
Oh,
him
he
now.
did.
I don't think
Miles
you have
Frazier,
corners
yeah.
filtered there.
But yeah, Zay
Oh,
Frazier, I think
I
probably
was
will
thinking
still
Miles. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
The-
Miles Frazier went a long time ago. Saw Frazier, I think, is down there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
We can wait a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
bit on him.
All right. Drew Kendall it is.
Great.
go.
A Boston College player. That'll be a fun
Yeah.
one tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they're like friends too.
Yeah, they are friends. They are friends.
Wow, Brenningstill's still available in round 6.
Wow. That's brutal.
Okay, so in this simulation, we have obviously taken. Who did we do 4th round? I forget now.
Helm.
Helm.
That's right. So we have
Helm
Gunnar
Robinson.
Helm, Quandarius Robinson, and Drew Kendall. Yeah, this definitely has to be a corner. So I guess it doesn't definitely have to be a corner, but they probably
No, I
need
think
a
it's a good
corner at
proper
some
one.
point.
Cool.
Do we want to do Saw Frazier?
We can do it for funsies.
All right, let's
Yep.
do it. He's
Just
got
continue
traits,
to
man.
do
I
this.
will say. I wasn't a huge fan of the
He
film,
will
but in
play
the
special
6th
teams.
round, traits works. for me.
Yes.
Yep.
He will be a great gunner at least.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Bayshell Tootin in round. Are we in round 7 yet, or is still round?
I think
6?
this is the last 6th rounder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We could just take both corners. We could take Corey Black here too.
Yeah.
Mm.
Competition.
They kind of are out of roster
Space.
spots in that room, probably. Though,
Yeah, that's
if
what
they
I was
take
thinking.
one.
We definitely need probably special teams linebacker.
Kicker.
You want to do a punter?
Yeah. Actually, wait, hear me out.
Well,
We
what
actually-
about
you guys want to go with the
linebacker?
punter? Oh, okay, fine.
Alex, do you have any punters you like?
I like Burnip at Alabama. I like Crawshaw at Florida. I think that there are teams that need a punter a lot more than the Chargers that will take those players. I
Sure.
would probably expect the Chargers to sign a UDFA style punter, if anything, that is probably like not on the simulator and is some guy that nobody has ever heard of.
You could be making up all of those names, and I'd have no idea.
They're both
Dude,
Australian.
Lakeith
They play in
Allen?
the SEC. Wow,
Lakeith
Lakeith
Allen
Allen's
is
still
big.
here. Wow.
Yeah, he was. I just missed him.
All right, so we have 2 picks left. I would like to double dip at either defensive tackle or receiver.
I feel like this kind of is like special teams linebacker range, maybe though, like because Jalen Walker fits that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could definitely do a special teams linebacker.
Yeah.
Uh,
I guess Buchanan, who's always there. I think just to like kind of get that like Neiman, and they kind of signed what's his name, Dalvin
Phillips.
something. Yeah, Dalvin
Dalshon
Phillips as like, or
Yeah.
Dalshon Phillips as the Neiman sort of guy. But if they had taken another developmental one, then we kind of get it.
Yeah.
did they carried 6 linebackers? Was that last year or the year before?
Mm,
The year before,
I think it was the year before when they had
Kenneth Drew.
Dion's
Kevin
rookie
Gear.
season, and Amon was still around, right?
yeah, because they would have had K9 Dayon, Neiman, Ogbongbemiga.
I feel like
we
it was
check
like high
sa-
school year.
Can we check
other
safety?
ones.
Sure. I'm just here to be clickety click, and you guys just tell me who to pickety pick. Ha, ha.
Nice job.
This is really stupid.
Good
Okay.
one.
Nice
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Great work. Great work.
He was probably still going to be available the last pick, but I was thinking about Dante Trader from Maryland, who's multi-sport athlete who has like a lot
He
of
visited with them, right?
Familiarity.
I
Or
think
was
yeah,
it a different Maryland player?
no. That was Ruben Hippolyte, who was the linebacker that visited
Oh yeah,
with
the
them. I think.
linebacker.
But Dante Trader, he was a lacrosse player and football player at Maryland until 2023, and then he focused solely on football. But basically, kind of a solid like box safety, like you could have around as just sort of Tony Jefferson like competition. So that was kind of my thought, just when I had him in like mocks and stuff.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
Tony Jefferson's not playing special teams, so like they do
Yeah.
probably need to invest at
Yeah.
least
So
a
that's
UDFA who could challenge for a roster spot. So.
that's why I think at some point in either priority undrafted free agency or 6th, 7th round, they'll probably go linebacker, safety.
I'm cool with whatever. I like Dan Jackson. I think he has like actually good tape, but
Yeah, Jackson
fine
is
with-
kind of sick.
Tyler
like
is
Tanner
out.
too.
Tyler is out. Katzen, you break the tie here. Which safety or linebacker do you want?
We can go Trader. I like that one. I think the Maryland familiarity makes sense to me. I do like Jackson though.
Safety, Tyler.
I thought I heard it sorted. I don't know. I fell asleep apparently. Okay, here we go. Trader. Here we go.
Hunter
Cool.
Wooler is another one I liked. He's another like run stopping safety that like they could have that would be a pretty good like special teams fit.
Do we want to take a linebacker, or do you think that's more of an undrafted free agent thing?
David Meyer, baby. No matter what.
Okay.
UDFA David Meyer. We don't need to take a linebacker.
I don't think he's in the
Obviously,
simulation.
He's not in the simulator. He's not in the simulator. But,
We-
I have heard consistently. I did actually get a text this morning that the Chargers are still pretty heavily in on him.
Nice.
So I do think that like UDFA is probably the route that they go there. Now, I did also that text did also say that like they're still interested in him even if they draft a linebacker. So that seems to suggest that there is a possibility that they could draft one.
I mean, they hosted Schlesinger on a visit, and
Yeah.
I could see it. Just for kicks and giggles, Tyler, can you pull up defensive line?
Sure.
I know they're probably all gone, but
Tui is here. Stackhouse is here.
they could do Howard Cross. He's not as like pass rush refined as Riley Mills, obviously, but you know he's got some pass rush upside, I would say.
Yeah.
Again, you're taking a 7th round pick here, but we could do the linebacker thing too.
I've heard nothing. I'm taking Howard Cross.
All right, let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
I'm getting his out.
I randomly watched Max Brosmer YouTube highlights like a week ago, but they signed Trey Lance, so they're not going to take a quarterback.
Yeah.
No, I'm really glad that I did not have to watch day 3 quarterback tape after they drafted somebody.
What else?
Wow, an F for Drew Kendall. Screw you.
That's amazing.
Oh,
That's
they
amazing.
totally fucked. Look at these grades, man. They fucked us.
Trevor
B-minus,
Sickler
baby.
doesn't believe. I'm sending him an angry text about this.
Yeah.
Dude, no matter where you take a center in any simulation, you always get a shit grade for it.
Well, because they have Zion, who's very established at center, so
That's right.
not a position of need.
Yeah. I'm surprised at how many people want the Chargers to take Desmond Watson in general, but especially now after they just took a nose tackle.
More.
He's so
Ben
big.
Herbert can fix him.
That's a lot of work to fix. All right. We are almost 5 hours into this stream, which is kind of crazy. We still have 640 people in the chat. And we love all of you guys who are still here. Insdorf, we'll start with you. Final thoughts as we head into day 4.
Very solid day 2. Tre Harris was awesome, and Jamaree Caldwell like fits an obvious need for them. About what we expected, because I think when we mocked last night, we picked defensive tackle and then receiver. And then in my mock draft, I went Tre Harris, who they picked, and then I went with a defensive tackle. So I wasn't surprised that that was the priority today. Would like to see them address edge, I guess, at some point coming up here, kind of like we just did in the mock. Tight end is probably something that needs to be addressed. And then I think you can start getting into your either double dipping at some positions, maybe like wide receivers that are still on the board and stuff like that, or you can get into your like priority UDFA territory / corners, safeties, linebacker type thing. Would like to see them come away with like a zone corner that has like some Jesse Minter developmental traits or like has some playable upside special teams wise. Longer beam, obviously, but like Za Frazier was someone else that we talked about. So I would like to see them get a corner at some point too, just because I feel like the room's a little shallow right now, just as far as like upside guys going forward.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Katzen, final thoughts.
Yeah, great day 2. Jamaree Caldwell, as we established, is a player that I love, so I'm stoked about that one. Tre Harris, a guy that I really didn't think they were going to do, even if he was available. I didn't really think he was going to be available, so pleasantly surprised by that one. Joe Ortiz continues to surprise me, throw me a couple curveballs, even though I'm generally in the range. So feel good about where we're at going into day 3. I do think, kind of similar to Alex, I do think, you want to hit edge at some point, probably. Obviously, a pick on the interior of the offensive line is going to be something that everyone's going to be keeping an eye out for. Going to pound the table for Drew Kendall, and if Joe does it, I'm pulling the timestamp from that video in January where I talked about him. But yeah, I think, obviously tomorrow is kind of like it's kind of like my Christmas. So very excited to get into stuff and see some of these guys that I've been talking about on our channel since September, October get picked wherever they may get picked, not necessarily by the Chargers, but we have a pretty good hit rate on that show. So I'm feeling pretty good. But definitely think the Chargers have gotten a lot better through 2 days. Still a lot of room to improve with a lot of good players still on the board. I think that there's a lot of spots to get. Wide receiver has not gone as fast as I thought it would, with guys like A.O. Manor and Royals and Torrey Horton still available. So definitely some potential to scoop up some value there, maybe in like the 5th or 6th, especially if they don't trade some of those picks away. Like guys that we thought might be available in, like the 4th or 5th, and you kind of have to take him. Like maybe you take a Dante Thornton, like in the 6th at this point, with the way that the board is falling, some guys like that, right, that we kind of have thought maybe needed to go a little bit earlier. But overall, I think you feel good about where they're at right now. There's no glaring holes on this team at this point. I know people will point to tight end, but I think like they're confident in Disley, and I think the Conklin signing kind of pointed you in the direction of like they weren't necessarily super enamored with taking one early on this year. So I do think there's not a glaring hole on this team right now after 2 days, which I think is always where you want to be.
Yeah, a lot of agreement there for me. I think there was a certain comment from a certain negative individual on one of Alex's first Katzen's Corner episodes this year that he should talk about first-round players and not day 3 players. And this is exactly why we have him do Katzen's Corner. So you guys have prep work through the entire college football season, and you can kind of pick and choose some guys that you like. He's talked about a ton of them, including Drew Kendall and others. So I am so appreciative that Katzen is able to join us, because he covers up so much space for the other 3 of us who don't get to watch day 3 guys and want to watch day 3 guys as much. So this is a great time for Katzen to be on the show, and you guys will have a lot of information on whoever they pick because Alex Katzen is here. So thank you, Katzen. Insdorf as well. Obviously, you've done a tremendous job with receivers, day 3 running backs, etc. Tyler Schoon, final thoughts before we head out tonight.
I am officially shorter than Dylan Gabriel.
Are you really? Wow. Oh, wow.
He's 5'11".
Is he really? I would never have guessed.
No
that.
way.
Well, I'm sorry. His RAS says he's 5'11".
Hold on. I'm going to the NFL.
I don't know if they measured his wingspan wrong and just did it like the different way. But according to the RAS, I am shorter than Dylan Gabriel. And those are my final thoughts.
I'm looking at Lance Airlines profile.
If you had a gun to my head, I would have guessed like maybe 5'10", maybe
5'11",
still be shorter than Dylan
205.
Gabriel.
Wow. 29 and 5/8 arms, 9 and 1/4
really
hands.
Small.
All right.
I don't know.
That's for an NFL quarterback, that's very small.
Also, I just wanted to say, for anyone who thinks that we only should talk about round 1 guys or not talk about day 3 guys, you're in the wrong place. You're looking at 4 people who lost their minds when Kamani Vidal got picked. now we're in a little bit of a preposterous position there. So like we're just gonna go crazy if we've like watched any of our guys. So
But again, the Kamani thing was like also part of the bit was that they took so many day 3 guys day 3 running backs specifically that we didn't like.
Yeah.
So
Right.
then when they took one that we did
the
like,
years
it was
prior.
it added the juice to get there. So
Shout out to Isaiah Spiller today.
yeah, was released by the Raiders. Unfortunate timing for him. Did they draft a running back besides Genty? I mean,
No, I don't
remember.
think so.
I don't think anyone's
They don't
gone
need
since.
any other ones though.
I don't
But
think
I'm,
anyone's
like-
gone since Judkins. Has anyone gone?
well,
Johnson
there
went
were a couple
83.
ones. Yeah.
Oh, Caleb. Yeah.
Johnson went
Judkins was
83. I
Judkins
think
was
Johnson was the
early
last one.
today. Judkins was early today.
Judkins
Yeah,
went before
Judkins-
Henderson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Caleb at 83 was the last one. Sampson is still on the board. Scattaboo, Martinez, Tootin, Giddens, all still available.
Yeah.
So.
Martinez, unfortunately, not a huge surprise with all the character
Yep.
stuff, which sucks.
Yep.
All my favorite players that I like this year all have
I know
character stuff, and I
it's a
hate it.
bad character year. It seems like I know like previously people were kind of like, oh man, there's so many character guys this year, and I was kind of like, no, it's just that like we have more information this year because like every year that you do this, you pick up more sources and you pick up more information as people kind of are more willing to tell you stuff.
Right.
But we're reaching a point now where I'm in agreement with those people. Actually, like this is a really bad character year for some reason.
Yikes.
For every
Was RJ
shopping
Harvey
cart-
after? Sorry,
Harvey
sorry.
was at 60, so
he was early, that's
before
right.
Johnson, but after Judkins.
That's right. What did you say, Insdorf?
I said for every shopping cart not returned, for every bike stolen, there is another character concern that appears.
Yes, that is
The
correct.
important work.
That is correct. All right. I think that's a great place for us to end. We will be back here bright and early. We will all have thoughts about the 4th and 5th round pick, and then it's Katzen's time to shine after that. So definitely stay tuned for that. We had actually the most views of the weekend last year was our day 3 stream. So that's how you know we have built up a strong community, and that one person who wants us to only focus on first rounders can suck it basically.
People crave Kamani Vidal reactions.
Yeah.
I'm taller than Kamani Vidal.
There you go. There you go. By how much?
Not much.
I think Kamani was like officially 5'8" or something.
He's 5'7" and 7/8.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I thought I didn't know.
Wow. So you have like maybe 3/4 of an inch on him.
You're generous of you, but thank you.
Oh man, that is so funny. That is so good. All right, guys. Thanks so much. We'll all go get some sleep, be rejuvenated for tomorrow. Make sure to bring the coffee, all that good stuff will be fun tomorrow. This has been another draft live stream from the Guilty as Charged podcast. We'll see you tomorrow. As always, bolt up.
Bolt up.